Good morning, everyone. I declare open this meeting of the Senate Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Legislation Committee. The Senate has referred to the committee the particulars of proposed expenditure for the year 2022-23 and related documents for the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade portfolios. The committee may also examine the annual reports of the departments and agencies appearing before it. The committee has also set the 18th of November of this year as the date by which senators are to submit written questions or notice, and the 16th of December of this year as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. Under Standing Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session. This includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence to a committee. The Senate, by resolution in 1999, endorsed the following test of relevance of questions at estimates hearings. Any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the department and agencies which are seeking funds in estimates are relevant questions for the purposes of estimate hearings. I remind officers that the Senate have resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved also that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policy or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. I draw attention of witnesses to an order of the Senate of the 13th of May 2009, specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised, and which I now incorporate into the Hansard. Witnesses are specifically reminded that a statement that information or a document is confidential or consists of advice to government is not a statement that meets the requirements of the 2009 order. Instead, witnesses are required to provide some specific indication of the harm to the public interest that could result from the disclosure of the information or the document. An officer called upon for the first time to answer a question should state their full name and position for the Hansard record, and witnesses should speak clearly into the microphone. I also asked that we all make sure our mobile phones are either switched off or turned to silent. I remind senators and witnesses in the hearing room that microphones remain live unless I instruct otherwise, for example at suspension or at adjournment. For witnesses participating via video conference, please mute your microphone as the default and unmute your microphone when speaking. I ask members of the media to follow the established media guidelines and the instructions of the committee secretariat. As set out in the guidelines, senators and witnesses' laptops, mobile phones, other devices and personal papers are not to be filmed or photographed. I remind everyone in the gallery that they are not permitted to speak or interfere with the proceedings or with witnesses at any point during the hearing. Witnesses and senators who are seeking to table documents during the committee's hearing were requested to provide an electronic copy of those documents the day prior to the hearing so that documents could be circulated electronically during the hearing. Please liaise with the Secretariat if you need any assistance. Okay, well, today's committee proceedings will commence with representatives from the Department of Defence. But before I do that, I just wanted to make a very brief statement of indulgence of the committee. Before commencing today's hearing, I note the passing overnight of the Honourable Peter Reith AM. Mr Reith served as Minister for Defence in 2001 in the Howard government. Whilst there'll be an opportunity to formally recognise Mr Reith when the Senate next meets, given that the Department of Defence is before us today, it is appropriate, I think, that we acknowledge him. I recognise that his death will be particularly felt by colleagues in the Liberal Party, and I extend condolences on behalf of the committee to them and to his family and colleagues. On that note, I now welcome the Senator, the Honourable Penny Wong, who is the Minister, who is representing the Minister for Defence.
That's right.
And the Secretary of the Department and officers of the Department. Would any of you like to make an opening statement?
I'd like to, if I can, Chair.
Sure. Please proceed. Thank you.
Chair, Greg Moriarty, Secretary of the Department of Defence. Chair and Senators, Australia's strategic environment continues to deteriorate as geostrategic competition across the Indo-Pacific intensifies. In the Indo-Pacific, military modernisation continues to accelerate. We are seeing new capabilities at a larger scale, and grey zone activity is expanding in reach and impact. The brutal war in Ukraine demonstrates that the risks of military aggression are very real, and the importance of deterrence has not gone away. The ADF must remain able to respond to a range of missions at the direction of government, from assistance to the civil community to preparing for complex military operations. The government knows that getting the balance right is challenging, and so on the 3rd of August, the government announced the establishment of a Defence Strategic Review to consider Defence's force structure and force posture in light of the significant challenges we now face. Defence is providing support to the review's two independent leads, Professor the Honourable Stephen Smith and Sir Angus Houston, and facilitating comprehensive briefings from across the organisation to support their work. I believe the review will be important in informing government of the challenges posed by the strategic environment we face and of the need for difficult choices to be made in relation to capability priorities and force posture decisions. The defence budget is already under pressure with the combined weight of expectations for more rapid capability acquisition and the inflationary and supply chain impacts that are manifesting in all parts of our economy. I am proud of what Defence has achieved this year. We are working with our partners to grow our shared capabilities and to build global resilience. We remain committed to prioritising partnerships with our Pacific neighbours and have elevated engagement with our counterparts in the Pacific. We are leveraging our long-standing record of positive defence engagement to further enhance cooperation, share information and improve interoperability between our forces. Defence has supported the Deputy Prime Minister in undertaking bilateral visits to Nauru and Papua New Guinea, to Tonga to participate in the South Pacific Defence Ministers' meeting, and to Fiji, where he signed a bilateral status of forces agreement. Defence has also supported ministerial visits to the United States, the United Kingdom, France, Germany, India and Japan to advance cooperation and discuss issues of mutual concern. Australia's alliance with the United States remains vital to our security. We have deepened our engagement through enhanced force posture cooperation, as well as the rotations of US forces, including B-2 bombers, fifth-generation fighters and a nuclear-powered submarine. The AUKUS partnership is progressing rapidly, driven through deep and broad engagement with our partners. The optimal pathway towards acquisition of a nuclear-powered submarine is being developed, and we expect to provide advice on that to government ahead of an announcement in early 2023. We are focused on developing the highest possible non-proliferation, nuclear safety, security and regulatory standards, and ensuring industrial and workforce readiness to support our current and future submarines. We already have ADF and APS personnel undertaking nuclear training in Australia, the US and the UK, and additional naval personnel will be training on board US Astute-class submarines in the coming months. We are working to deliver an Australian nuclear-powered submarine capability at the earliest possible date. Defence remains focused on developing an innovative Australian defence industry to deliver cutting-edge capability for the ADF. In recognition of the scale, complexity and importance of the naval shipbuilding enterprise, on the 4th of October, Defence launched the Naval Shipbuilding and Sustainment Group. This is a dedicated entity that will partner with Navy and other parts of government and the private sector to deliver and sustain maritime capabilities and lead the development of a skilled workforce and a sovereign shipbuilding industrial base. We are pursuing greater integration in our defence industry partnerships. Industrial-based collaboration was a key topic in discussions with government and industry during Deputy Prime Minister Miles' visits to India, Japan and the United States. We are adapting to the challenges posed by climate change. Defence is working to lower its emissions and to identify alternative energy sources while maintaining our ability to meet contingencies both at home and abroad. Defence is also supporting the government's urgent risk assessment, examining the impacts of climate change across the national security spectrum. Our people remain our greatest asset. We are attending to recruitment and retention challenges and working towards achievement of Defence's long-term growth requirements of 18,500 ADF and APS personnel by 2040. For example, through increased training and development opportunities, more contemporary ADF housing, health and education assistance, and renewed ADF recruitment contract. Building on the foundations laid by our Pathway to Change strategy, Defence is in the process of developing the next phase of our cultural reform program. Our unified defence values and behaviours will remain at its core. The health and well-being of our defence personnel remains a top priority. Defence is fully supportive of the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide and has commenced work to implement the government's response to the Royal Commission's interim report, in particular addressing how Defence and the Department of Veterans Affairs provide access to information for ADF members and their families. The Chief of the Defence Force and I are committed to ensuring that any member, ex-serving member and their families can engage with the Royal Commission. We view the Royal Commission as a further opportunity to learn and strengthen our approach to the well-being of ADF personnel. Thank the committee for their indulgence and welcome questions. Yes, there are, Chair.
Thank you very much, Secretary. I'll hand over the call now to Senator Molan.
Thank you, Chair. And my questions go to outcome 2, with just touching on outcome 1 to begin with, Chair, if that's okay with you or with the Minister. Let's see how we go on that.
That's fine.
Thank you. And certainly for the Secretary, you certainly do have an awful lot to be proud of, and I certainly back that up, and many of the other statements that you made for what you have achieved over the last couple of years. My first question really goes to the fact that I've noticed the Prime Minister's comments on defence in the Australian over last weekend, and I want to ask some questions specifically on those comments, because this really is as close to the government articulating or even implying the threat assessment that it has in the back of its mind, and that I can only assume that the DSR will address at some stage. And of course, a threat assessment is basic to absolutely everything that the DSR will do, or that we do strategically. And I guess my first question is for the VCDF. And the PM stated in the article that I've just referred to that the ADF is not preparing to fight a land war in central Queensland. As VCDF, what war are you preparing to fight?
Chair, good morning. Senator Vice Admiral David Johnston, the Vice Chief of Defence Force, and if I could just indicate that for the committee, the CDF is currently in the Pacific attending a long-planned joint heads of Pacific security meeting. It's the reason I've got the pleasure of representing him today. Senator Molan, the work that we are doing with the Defence Strategic Review is the answer to your question of updating the circumstances in which Australian national security is being presented and understanding the priorities associated with that environment in which we find ourselves, as the Secretary mentioned in his opening remarks this morning. So that is work we are doing with the strategic review for the government to form a view of where its priorities for military capabilities lie.
And do you have confidence, VCDF, that the DSR, or do you see it as important that the DSR does come out with a statement as or indications as to what war it is preparing to fight?
Senator, the strategic review will form those judgments. We are very closely engaged and providing advice to them.
Thank you. The Prime Minister's comments in The Australian seem to focus on a threat horizon of 5 years. I'm slightly confused by this because the DSR terms of reference certainly focused on 4 of the 6 tasks in the DSR terms of reference mentioned that they had to prepare those 4 tasks by 2032-33. Can you explain the difference, 5 years or 10 years?
Secretary, do you want me to keep going?
Senator, certainly the leads are looking at the future strategic challenges facing Australia that may require an Australian Defence Force operational response. In their engagement with us, they've been looking at what are the contingencies that we may need to respond to almost immediately, the sort of the circumstances that may throw up that the government may wish to make an ADF contribution to. Then so that they are looking at very short-term contingencies, the sort of challenges. What can defence contribute now? And they are looking then at how do you grow the force? How do you position the force in terms of disposition as well, in terms of what we would want to be doing in 10 years and beyond. So I think it's
sorry, for 10 years and beyond.
Yeah, but Senator, they are very much as well focused on the here and now and the coming years about how can the ADF be better able to respond to the challenges we face. It's not bounded by particular, in 2 years what can you do, in 5, in 10. They are looking at that full spectrum of challenges that we may face going forward.
Thank you. Could you, sir, are you able to add anything to that?
Good morning, Senator. Hugh Jeffrey, Acting Deputy Secretary, Strategy, Policy and Industry.
Could you speak closer to the microphone, please? Thank you.
Apologies, Senator. So, just to add to the Secretary's remarks, the 2020 Defence Strategic Update, Senator Molan, which you'll be aware of, highlighted, of course, that we're in the most complex geostrategic environment our nation's experienced since 70 years. The rate of change and the rate of accelerating change in our region means that Australia can no longer rely on an extended lead time to prepare for conflict. And it also means that we need to be more focused on not only ensuring that we have the capability to defend ourselves in the event deterrence fails, but also that we're in a position to contribute to deterring conflicts that would be catastrophic for our interests and for the interests of our region more broadly. And so the time horizons you referred to, the DSR is focused over the decade to think about both those challenges. How do we ensure that we're optimising the ADF's force structure and posture and industry inputs to ensure that we're both in a position to defend ourselves in the event deterrence fails, but also to more robustly contribute to that deterrence now and into the future. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. And do you have a hedging strategy should the 5 and the 10 years not be what an adversary within our region sees as their timeline? Does the government have a hedging strategy not related to 5 or 10 years? Should conflict occur much, much sooner?
Well, Senator, I think with your military background, you will know better than I that militaries go to war with the military that they have, in the event that conflict occurs in the near term. Our approach is to ensure that we are doing everything that we can now and into the future to ensure that we're contributing to deterrence and to maximise and optimise the defence of Australia. There are things that we can do that will bear fruit in 10 years. There are things that we can do to bear fruit in 5 years. There are things we're doing now that will contribute to the deterrent effect. So all of the policy issues that we're dealing with, for example, the AUKUS initiative, both around nuclear-powered submarines and in relation to advanced capabilities, are all things we're doing now that we believe will have a deterrent impact straight away, but also into the future as these capabilities come online. We're also doing a lot more to engage in our region to build and thicken a network of relationships that we also think will be vital to us now and into the future. So I think we would look at it as a spectrum right away from now right through to the next 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you. VCDF, can you add anything to that? Possibly in relation to the fact that an operational concept must feed into strategy?
Senator, we continue to look at the environment which we find ourselves, what the planning we might need to be doing to offer advice to government to check the preparedness of the force. As you know, we do go as we are, but we do continue to review the changes in technology and provide advice to government on what force changes might need to occur. We have been doing that as part of our regular force design process, and we continue to do so in supporting the strategic review.
Thank you. And really in the same week as the Prime Minister and now very, very recently the Minister for Defence came out, it was reported that the DSR, an interim report, was handed to government. The Prime Minister stated his intention to reshape the ADF with an emphasis on missiles and drones. Do you know, and the question really is to anyone, has the DSR formed a conclusion, even a preliminary one, that the only threat to Australia is one requiring a response by missiles and drones?
Senator, if I could, I think that the DSR has given an update to the Deputy Prime Minister. They've also had an opportunity to engage with other ministers, but it would be inappropriate to talk at this stage about conclusions that they are making. Their work is ongoing, and they as I said before, they're looking at a full range of challenges.
Yes, I thought you said that, Secretary, and I haven't got a copy of your statement yet. I thought you were speaking of a spectrum of threats, but the Prime Minister just seemed to focus on missiles and drones. Surely there is much, much more that is required if, as you say, Secretary, we're going to look at a spectrum of operations. The spectrum of threats.
The government's made clear that we are committed to a very careful assessment of Australia's strategic environment, that we are committed to delivering the required defence capability and posture, and the Prime Minister has said publicly we will do what is necessary. It's not optional, this is necessary. He's also made public comments, as have others, about the lack of preparedness as a consequence of the changes to the timeline that you described, the 10-year warning time, which your government was aware of.
There it is.
The review will make recommendations in relation to force structure, posture and preparedness over the period 23-24 to 2032-33 and beyond.
Thanks, Minister. It's interesting that the Prime Minister seems to be preempting the DSR.
I think he's pointing to an issue which others publicly and senators in this forum have for some time, which is a capability which many regard as necessary, which was announced but not delivered by your government.
Thank you. And in forming those views about 5 or 10 years, I wonder if the government's likely timings, likely considerations of 5 or 10 years, has consideration been given to the stated views of people such as Admiral Davidson, the White House and the Secretary of State, the US Chief of Naval Operations, US Strategic Commander, who seem to indicate in statements that they have made that we may need a hedging strategy for contingencies on a much, much shorter time frame. Has consideration been given to the views of these people?
Senator Hugh Jeffrey here. Look, just so you may be aware, the Defence Strategic Review leads have engaged in a comprehensive set of consultations, not only within the Department of Defence in Australia, but also with Australia's key partners, including, of course, the United States. They did travel to the United States, both to Washington DC and to Honolulu, where they engaged with a range of interlocutors, standing American political, legislative and military officials. So they will have been exposed to a whole range of views in relation to threat perceptions that the United States has and their own force development and preparations.
Thank you. And certainly the Prime Minister's article in the Weekend Australian stated that the Prime Minister intends to change the structure, the government intends to change the structure of the ADF. I wonder if there have been briefings on what he plans to change. Has the government briefed the DSR on what he plans to change in addition to the terms of reference?
Senator, the DSR leads have updated the Deputy Prime Minister on their work. The Deputy Prime Minister has made clear in public that the DSR leads will provide their final report in February next year, and the government will then be able to consider the report's recommendations.
Are you able to provide details, not of the content of the briefings, but of those the times that government has provided the DSR with briefings indicating its desire for missiles or drones or 5 or 10 years or any indication like this? Can you provide us with...
We're not going, and I'm surprised you'd even ask for a question like that, given your background, Senator Molan. Of course, we're not going to be talking about particular capabilities till decisions are made, but we will take on notice. You are seeking, so if I can try and put it in a more reasonable scope, what are you seeking from government?
I'm seeking a list of the occasions on which a briefing has been provided by government to the DSR subsequent to the terms of reference. Yeah.
Why don't we look at what we can provide in relation to the, I'll perhaps turn it the other way around, the DSR's activities and engagements with partners and other parts of government. We'll take that on notice.
Thank you. Thank you. And
just a few more minutes. Senator
thank you.
Molan.
And in this bracket, this can be the last question, Chair. The Prime Minister's article also stated that the PM intends to increase the defence budget and is determined and fully committed. Has the DSR been briefed by the PM on what magnitude of increase is contemplated? Has guidance been given to the DSR in relation to a financial cap? The PM has said he will provide anything that is required, but does that apply only to high priority things? Or what guidance has the government provided to the DSR in relation to finances?
Senator, and look, any engagement between the Prime Minister and the DSR leads, or Mr Miles and the DSR leads, is obviously confidential and a matter for the PM and for the Deputy Prime Minister.
If I can try and assist you, Senator Molan.
Thank you.
I mean, the Prime Minister's made it clear, as has the Deputy Prime Minister, that given the strategic circumstances...
Sorry, Minister, could you move a bit closer to your microphone? Thank you.
The Prime Minister, as well as the Deputy Prime Minister, has made clear the PM and the DPM have both made clear the trajectory of defence spending is likely to increase given the circumstances in which the country finds itself. And the DSR will obviously be the key process by which the capabilities are prioritised and force posture, optimising force posture and capabilities can occur. I just make the point that, that the usual process which occurs under governments of those capabilities, the work being done by Defence, the processes of government to consider how those capabilities are acquired will continue. So your question seemed to imply a different sort of process.
And yes, it did, and I wondered if that is... there was no provision in the budget we've just been through. Would we expect that in the May budget?
Provision for what?
Funding for what you're talking about, Minister.
What do you tell them what's in the budget will lie?
Senator Molan, when the government receives the review, I anticipate that the government will consider its recommendations. It will then direct the department as appropriate to prepare new policy proposals, submissions, or to reprioritise the investment program through the appropriate mechanisms, and that we would expect to do that through the budget process, so that it gets the oversight that we would normally expect any changes to the defence budget to
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Molan. Look, I've got a couple of questions I just wanted to ask of the department, and I appreciate you may be limited in what you can say here, but the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister for Defence, has said that there was enough information in the initial investigation on topics relating to ex-ADF personnel being approached to provide military-related training, particularly to China. Is the department able to say if they became aware of such an instance?
Good morning, Senator.
Good morning.
My name is Celia Perkins. I'm the Deputy Secretary, Security and Estate.
Did you hear my question?
Can you repeat the question
I will.
for me?
Okay.
Thank you.
So the DPM has said that there was enough information in the initial investigation on topics of ex-ADF personnel being approached to provide military-related training to China.
Mm-hmm.
Are you able to say if they, or how the department became aware of such an instance?
Senator, thank you for the question. Look, what I'll start by saying is we're aware, obviously, of the Deputy Prime Minister's comments and statements, and we are aware, and we have been made aware through engagement with security agencies that former ADF personnel may have been approached to provide military-related training services. As I said, we work closely with national security agencies on these matters, and they come to us when they may have information. Obviously, these are quite sensitive national security matters, so I'm limited in the details that I can speak to today, other than to reassure the committee that we are aware, working closely with other agencies, and at the Deputy Prime Minister's investigation, I have commenced an internal inquiry or review into the adequacy of defence policies and procedures that would help us prevent, discourage or manage former ADF personnel undertaking any sort of post-ADF employment that would not be in Australia's interests.
And that internal review is separate to the initial investigation that has occurred?
Look, what I would say is that there's limits to what I could say about the way that the national security agencies undertake that work. And you'll respect, obviously, the sensitivity of that. But in defence, at the Deputy Prime Minister's direction, we're working closely both with those agencies to support them in that work, and we're separately doing a deep investigation of our own policies and procedures, our own knowledge and understanding of our members and our former serving members, and what we might need to understand about this problem. I'd add that obviously all our people, but particularly our highly trained people, we know are attractive targets, and the onus is on us in our security policy controls and settings to support them and build really deep awareness in our community that the foreign I'd describe as sort of the foreign actors will target our people for the unique skills that they have, and it's a really important part of our work to understand how we help manage and support that.
And look, I appreciate you are limited in what you can say. Are you able to, I guess, what does the department intend to look at with this examination? I'm not sure if you're able to provide us with a bit more broader information than what you've just outlined.
Yeah, look, absolutely I will. So after the Deputy Prime Minister requested that we undertake the internal consideration of our policies and settings, we've developed a detailed terms of reference. Now, those terms of reference are classified, so I won't share them in detail, but the intent of that work is to look at the adequacy of the policies that are in place for our members and former serving members for undertaking employment following their separation from either the Australian Defence Force or I'd stress, you know, for anyone who has access to sensitive information, the same rules will apply. So we'll be looking closely at our internal policies, the ways in which we manage people's security clearances through their employment and following separation from their employment, or what other controls we have or we might propose to the Deputy Prime Minister we feel we need as that foreign intelligence threat continues to be a challenge to us if we believe that we need to strengthen our current policies, procedures and controls.
What's the timeline of the examination?
Look, we're moving quite quickly. I've got Defence's Chief Security Officer, Peter West, so I'll sort of lead the review. Peter West, First Assistant Secretary, Defence Security, and our Chief Security Officer will be doing the hard work for me. We've assembled a team from across Defence from each of the three services, the Army, the Navy and the Air Force, and other interested parts of Defence, our legal people and so forth. We will be working with the Counter Foreign Interference Task Force in that work, and I've made an undertaking to the Deputy Prime Minister that we'll be reporting to him by the 14th of December.
Of this year?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is the department aware of any legal loopholes which would allow former ADF personnel to partake in such training?
I would be reluctant, Senator, as we commence that work, to give an opinion on legal loopholes. I think an important part of the work Peter and I will be undertaking and our consultation with other security agencies are what legal frameworks are in place and how might they be best applied. And of course, that will form, potentially things that we might form positions on across government.
Okay, but you are aware of loopholes. You just can't go into that today.
No, Senator, I wouldn't form a position on loopholes.
Okay.
I would say that we will be looking deeply at whether the existing legislative frameworks or policies on post-separation employment remain appropriate when our people may be targeted by foreign actors.
Okay, well, what are the current legal ramifications then for ex-ADF members who would be doing such training?
I don't know if Mr West wants to offer an early opinion. I remain cautious to not, we certainly have members of Defence Legal involved in this work. I'm personally not a lawyer, so I wouldn't want to speak before we've done that work to what the legal positions might end up being.
And I might just add, Peter West, First Assistant Secretary of Defence Security. I think one of the key first steps in the work is to define what we mean by ex-ADF members. Many ex-ADF members may transfer to the Australian Public Service. They may retain security clearances as part of whatever work they moved on to. They may be members of the reserve. So I think there are a number of legal frameworks we need to look at about how we manage people who have moved on from the ADF and the security risks they face.
And I'm not sure, you take this one on notice too, but is it the intent then, once we, the department does report back to the minister, that there may be potential legislative changes that could arise out of such an examination?
Senator, that would be a matter, I think, for the government to consider and for our colleagues in the Attorney General's department to form a view on. I think what's important is that we look closely at defence personnel, former serving members of defence, as Mr West has just described, form some visions in that, and then in our work with other national security agencies, work through where the implications might take us.
Has the department been made aware from allies or other countries of this behaviour?
We are aware of the press reporting out of the UK and the fact that they have highlighted these security risks, but I wouldn't be appropriate to comment on the details of the investigation and any cooperation with allies.
But you are aware, okay. And was this something that the department was made aware of before it made it to the media?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. I might leave my questions there. Senator Patterson, I understand you might have some follow-up questions.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I appreciate that. I acknowledge the Deputy Prime Minister's statement this morning and the sensitivity of these issues, and I also acknowledge that the opposition has been offered a briefing on this, and I'm appreciative of that on behalf of opposition members. But I just want to ask some follow-up questions, given the Chair has opened up this issue for questioning, and I'm grateful that you've been candid in your responses to him. Just that last question that you answered from him, to be clear, the department was aware of this issue before the press reports in The Australian?
Yes, Senator.
When did the department first hear about this issue?
I might take that on notice, Senator, both to be precise but also to engage with other security agencies on how much they're prepared to share.
Thank you. And I just want to be clear about this inquiry or investigation that the Deputy Prime Minister announced this morning. Is it just an inquiry into the potential policy ramifications and issues, or is there also an investigation into individuals who might have breached the law or their obligations to the ADF?
The detailed examination the Deputy Prime Minister has referred to this morning, as I understand it, Senator, is into Defence's policies and procedures. I intend, in my directions to Mr West, that as we do that work and as we work with other national security agencies, we'll make recommendations to the Deputy Prime Minister, first and foremost around our policies and procedures, and then as other matters continue to be considered, the appropriate authorities will take those forward.
Okay, so this is a policy-based inquiry.
Yes.
Is there also any current investigations that you're aware of into individual current or former members of the ADF of a criminal or investigative nature?
Senator, that would be a matter for, not for Defence, but for other national security agencies.
But
Is that-
Senator,
Please.
if I could, if we become aware of any potential breaches of Australian law by ex-members of the ADF, we will be engaging closely with the appropriate law enforcement agencies to provide whatever we can in terms of facts and information. We will be supporting any investigative work that any other agency undertakes. We will be supporting the review in terms of policies and procedures, where we are also very conscious that on joining Defence, everybody, APS and ADF, sign an official secrets acknowledgement. When they leave Defence, they also sign a declaration of secrecy on cessation of duties, which reinforces that they are not, that they are still under an obligation not to discuss official information, and official information, you know, is very broad, with any unauthorised person. Now that's separate to the proper agencies deciding whether a law has been breached and whether there is sufficient to take forward other work. But I believe that is a very that official secrets obligation is a very important one for all of our people and for all ex-members of the ADF. That sticks with them for the rest of their life.
Thank you. Secretary, can I understand from the way in which you couch that statement, if we become aware we will assist, that you are not currently aware of individual ADF members who might have breached their obligations?
Senator, no, I'm not prepared to go that far. We are collaborating very closely with the other security agencies, and I wish the nature of that collaboration and the information that's being shared to remain confidential.
Fair enough. Who are the other relevant agencies that you may need to be cooperating with here?
Senator, primarily that is the joint ASIO-AFP Counter Foreign Interference Task Force.
Thank you. We did have the AFP before us yesterday, but didn't have this news, so didn't have the opportunity to ask them. But ASIO will be returning before the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Committee in a spillover session, so we might ask them about it then.
Could I encourage you, Chair, Senator Patterson? And I would hope these are not partisan issues. I would really encourage you to take up the briefing that's been offered, rather than to traverse these issues in open session with ASIO.
Thank you, Minister. I do appreciate that. That's why in my opening remarks I acknowledged the sensitivity of these issues, and I placed on the public record my appreciation of the offer of the briefing. I do note that the Chair did ask a number of questions about this, and those questions were answered, so I'm only seeking to pursue in the same way those issues.
I don't think he asked about ASIO.
I just asked which agencies were involved, and the witnesses volunteered.
Well, and then you said you were going to go and ask ASIO.
Yeah, well, I trust...
particularly responsible.
Thank you, Minister. I trust the Director General of ASIO understands the sensitivities of these issues too, and will answer
I hope you would.
And would answer to the extent that he's able to in public session. I mean, this is an issue which will be of interest to Australians,
Sure.
And I trust the witnesses who are very experienced to understand the bounds of what they can say or not say. I don't have any...
My concern is not with the witnesses understanding the boundaries, Senator.
Yeah, I understand the point you're making, Senator Wong, but it's obviously not possible for me to disclose classified or sensitive information because I don't have it. So any question that I ask is up to the witnesses to consider how they wish to answer. I noticed in your answer before, Ms Perkins, you said the 14th of December was the date which you'd undertaken to return the report to the Minister.
Yep.
How many officials in the department are working on this investigation?
I'll get Mr West to speak to the specific details. We have assembled a team with representatives from the Navy, the Army, the Air Force, Defence People Group, Integrity Division, Defence Legal and Strategic Policy and Industry Group internally. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 under Mr West's leadership. As I said, we'll also be engaging closely with the Counter Foreign Interference Task Force, and we've invited them to participate as an observer in that work. It takes us to 9, and I understand Mr West has a small secretariat assisting.
Thank
So
you.
I wouldn't anticipate all 9 of those people are working full-time, but rather bringing the expertise and the knowledge of their service and their people to that task.
Thank you. Do you know how many Australian pilots have been approached?
No, Senator.
Do you know how many Australian pilots have accepted the offer from the South African intermediary or any others?
Senator, as we've said previously, we're really not going to speak to the detail of what information may have come forward. That needs to be worked through by the appropriate agency.
Okay. I will leave it there and look forward to the briefing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Patterson. I might hand the call over now to Senator Shoebridge.
Oh, thanks very much, Chair, and thanks everybody for coming today. Just on the issue that the Chair commenced questioning on, the ANAO estimated as long ago as, I think, 2004, that the cost of training a Hornet combat pilot was something in the order of $15.2 million. Do you have any idea of what the current cost is of training an RAAF pilot to the ADF? Yeah. It's a hugely expensive and lengthy undertaking, though, isn't it, to train these pilots?
I think it would be fair to say that it would be more than $15 million if that was a figure ANA quoted.
So when ADF engages in that kind of investment over years, is there any clear direction given to the personnel that we train that they can't just up and take that training to a foreign country and use it potentially to train a potential future adversary? Is there a clear, unambiguous prohibition?
Senator, if I could answer perhaps on behalf of the ADF, not because this issue clearly is not limited to Air Force pilots or to any other capability. It's very unambiguous. At the point we join, we receive annual training on our security practices, principles and threats. If you are in the more particular and sensitive parts of defence capability, you both get the privileged access and the additional obligations of protecting that information. And as the Secretary said on departure, that's a declaration that we make as we transition. I think it's very unambiguous and regularly reinforced what our expectations are.
Well, the Minister said this morning that there's an enduring obligation to maintain secrets as long as they are secrets, and that persists post-employment, and that's clear and unambiguous. That's the Minister's position. Nodding doesn't work well, though.
Senator, that's correct.
Yeah. So I'm asking you, is the training provided to, in this case, RAAF pilots at huge expense to the Australian taxpayer, is that training an official secret?
Senator, there is no doubt that the training that they undertake will include sensitive information that they are obligated to protect, and it is clear to them that they are required to protect that information while they're in service and once they've left the service.
Well, you seem to be talking about elements of the training or parts of information that comes out. I'm talking to you about the inherent basic skills, trained over years at enormous cost to Australian taxpayers, the basic skills in this case of flying a fighter plane. Is that an official secret for which, as the Minister says, there's a clear and unambiguous obligation not to provide that information to a third party?
Senator, I haven't made that distinction. We have a layered protection system that protects our information, it protects our knowledge, it protects our capabilities, and it protects our people. And any disclosure of official information to an unauthorised person is an offence.
So is that training covered by that restriction?
The officials, that's the third time you've answered that. The official has answered the question.
Well,
If you don't like
It
the
is-
answer...
it is
you're-
unclear, I've got to
well,
say.
no, Mr Shoebridge, Senator Shoebridge, you may not like the answer, but it's the answer the Air Marshal has given.
Is there any other post-employment restriction other than under the official secrets? Is there a contractual obligation, for example, that members of the ADF enter into when they leave service?
Senator Celia Perkins, Deputy Secretary, Security and Estate. I think there are a range of post-separation employment policies and procedures that apply to members of the Australian Defence Force and members of the Australian Public Service, and in fact any holders of security clearances, and they are reinforced to members at the point of their departure from employment. As Mr West offered earlier, many people continue in a reserve capacity, maintain security clearances, and their obligations remain enduring. And I think the review that I referred to that I'll be leading under with Mr West is the place where we will be asking these questions in detail to determine if the post-separation employment controls we have in place remain adequate in an environment where foreign actors may target our highly trained and highly skilled people.
Well, you see, from the information that's on the public domain, it appears there are probably more post-employment restrictions when you cease working as a stockbroker for a bank than when you cease working as a fighter pilot for the ADF. Can you point to any standard contractual post-employment restrictions that go beyond the generic security restrictions that you've referred to?
Look, I think if you look to parts of our both our integrity controls, our security controls, and our personnel policies, there are a range of controls there, and that's what the Deputy Prime Minister's asked us to have a good deep look at.
All right.
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. Now I'll hand the call back to Senator Molan.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to return to the DSR, if I may, and specifically some questions on scope and process. You may be aware that I made a submission to the DSR, and I just make that statement for disclosure purposes. But under the terms of reference of the DSR, and I think this is probably going to the Minister, the review must outline the future strategic challenges facing Australia which may require an ADF operational response. Minister, was consideration given to a broader review of the entire nation's preparedness, including defence, to face the strategic challenges mentioned in the terms of references and not just defence?
Meaning other portfolios?
Correct.
Right. Look, it's actually, it is a good point that I have with a different hat on, obviously advocated quite strongly and have sought to bring to the role that I now have. And I'm happy to talk about it tomorrow, which is that given the circumstances the nation faces, we need to invest and utilise all aspects of state power, which include obviously defence capability, which we're discussing now, but obviously diplomatic capability, including soft power, I think that the Secretary has outlined, and so have I, the nature of the focus of the Defence Strategic Review. I've no doubt, given the two gentlemen involved in doing the review, that they will bring that all elements of state power perspective to the review, but the government's focus was very much on our concern that coming to government that the capability, present capability and suite of capability decisions did not match the urgency of the strategic circumstances. So the review is focused primarily, and I'm using my words, I'm sure the Secretary can correct me or perhaps augment them with the more appropriate official words, but that is the focus.
No,
and hence the shorter time frame, Senator Molan. Like if you were doing 5 years ago, if you were doing, or in 2020 when the update DSU happened, an option for the government then would have been to do the sort of broad-ranging capability across government, which might have led to changing a whole range of policy settings.
Yes, and I guess we're talking about national security versus just defence.
Correct.
Yeah.
How do you secure the nation?
Correct.
What is the economic resilience, strategic resilience? Your sovereignty is protected and safeguarded by your defence capability, by your diplomatic capability, by your economic resilience, including supply chain resilience. You've written about this. There are a whole range of things a government is and a community has to do to safeguard its polity and its sovereignty in these times.
And that's comforting to hear, and I look forward to that discussion tomorrow. Certainly.
It is always far easier to identify the problem than identify the solution and implement it, but yes, we're hopefully making a bit of progress.
Thank you. And I assume that the consultation will then occur within departments, and are we likely to then have a... Minister, if you discuss it tomorrow, is it likely to be...
Discuss which? The general proposition about how a country protects its sovereignty, or the DSR?
No, the general proposition about how a nation must be as prepared as the Defence Force. And you've answered the question, because that I assume you'll speak about the general proposition tomorrow and not specifics. And that's the question. Will you speak about a general proposition in relation to national security tomorrow?
I'm happy to answer the questions you put to me tomorrow, Senator
Thank you, that's good. That's good.
And thank you for giving me a bit of notice about your interest.
Thank you.
But I would say, and I know we've taken on notice the broad, what we can provide about the conduct of the review, but there has been good consultation across departments that I'm aware of anecdotally, including my own.
As a general proposition, sorry.
Minister, just to make sure that Senator Moll wasn't disappointed tomorrow, because I've had some of his line of questioning myself before. I suspect there are matters of industrial capability and other features that
they would
he
is
not
be.
I
would probably disappoint you on that,
and it may be better explored here than tomorrow.
Thank you. That's good.
And or in other departments.
Because the issue really goes to the fact that the rest of the nation, that is the entire nation, if we are considering national security in a changed strategic environment, must be as prepared as we hope the Australian Defence Force will be as prepared. So, Minister, if that could be the basis of your general proposition tomorrow, I would certainly appreciate it.
Well, I'm hoping some really smart people are listening and can assist tomorrow with that very broad-ranging question.
I think it's Minister again. What is the process if the DSR identifies a strategic challenge which is not within scope? The ones that I look at often are ports and shipping infrastructure, energy and liquid fuel security, pharmaceutical supply, communications and IT security, supply chain problems. We all know these. Can we anticipate that your general proposition will move from being a general proposition sometime next year, possibly to an inquiry into these things?
Senator Moll, certainly those broader issues of national resilience are ones that the review, the leads have turned their mind to. In terms of the normal work of the department, we see shaping as a primary mission for defence, but defence is often not the lead in terms of shaping. So our contribute to shaping a positive regional security environment is often in support of DFAT or in support of the Prime Minister's diplomatic initiative. So in terms of the generation and the execution of statecraft, defence sees that it has a legitimate part to play everywhere along that, from helping to build a positive regional perception of Australia, helping to develop partner capability, and then along that spectrum to being able to contribute forces to UN or other missions, and then to deter and, if necessarily, to respond to threats against Australia. So we have definitely seen ourselves as a contributor to statecraft, sometimes a larger part of that total national response, but we would want to see ourselves as in support of the government's diplomatic objectives everywhere from disaster resilience in the South Pacific through to the generation of high-end warfighting capabilities for deterrent and other purposes.
No, that's good, but certainly it is the government who would. Not Defence, it is the government who would take this and who can coordinate through the National Security Committee of Cabinet all of these things.
I'm trying to think about, we can talk about it tomorrow, Senator Molan, but you have hit the nail on the head. These are appropriately matters that the NSC is seized of. I'll do my best to answer some of those questions tomorrow, but...
Thank you.
Senator, do you have questions?
Oh, that's good. Absolutely.
But my point is, some of those matters, I will stay at a very general level.
Certainly, certainly. Could I go to the use of the term within the terms of reference of the DSR of prioritisation and reprioritisation? We know that the Prime Minister has said we'll spend what it takes and we'll do what's necessary. Can you explain to me then why reprioritisation is the way is in the terms of reference? My concern is, and I wondered if you could explain this to me, my concern is that this goes back to the 2%, to a 2% cap on a DSR. Now, the PM said we'll do what it takes. Can I have an assurance that there is no spending cap on the DSR considerations?
In line with the government's previous commitment. So, Senator Molan, I think that Defence will need to do some reprioritisation, and that is because in order to deliver capabilities, we have a limited workforce, we have a limited defence industrial base, and the government will say, if we want you to prioritise long-range strike, that means that we will look at the total workforce and say, well, if that is a government priority, what other tasks may we need to just put a little bit of less emphasis on in order to free up the human and other resources to respond to a government priority. So I don't think that is I'm not interpreting that as some sort of hidden signal that the defence budget is under threat. In fact, the recent defence budget continued the trajectory of growth that had been set out in the 2016 white paper. There is no grounds for me being concerned that if requirements that the Prime Minister's statement refers to the requirements that might be the highest possible requirements that the DSR comes out with. No. Senator, all I can say is that the defence budget, of course, is set by the government in terms of its overall annual work, and Defence continues to contribute to that. Obviously we will work with the defence budget that the government, through its appropriate processes, allocates to the department, and try and equip the resources that we are given to deliver against the government's priorities.
Thank you. Thank you. Chair, my last bracket of questions is starting now, so I could hand over in a couple of minutes, if that's okay.
That'd be great.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Chair, can I just ask a quick follow-up?
Sure.
It might be useful, given the budget was raised, to get the CFO to the table, just to be clear about what the budget indicates. Nothing in the key facts and figures is the GDP.
Stephen Groves, Chief Finance Officer, Department of Defence. Just to continue on the Secretary's comments, the latest October budget has continued the trajectory that was sort of outlined first in the DSU, the Defence Strategic Update, and the Force Structure Plan. Funding for 22-23 has been set at $47 billion for defence. $203 billion over the forward estimates. The adjustments that were made to the defence budget at the latest budget were the normal regular ones that we do around foreign exchange, and there was increases to defence funding for that, and also a variety of measures that were largely election commitment related, but overall no major changes to the defence funding at the October budget.
Thanks, Mr. Groves. Just
Senator Birmingham.
Just on Senator Molan's questions about the scope of the DSR, can Defence clearly define for us in relation to defence posture and force structure what is out of scope of the DSR? And place that on the record, please.
What do you mean? What does that mean?
Are any aspects of the IIP or the other tasks identified in the terms of reference out of scope?
Senator, no, nothing is out of scope.
Right, so all aspects are on the table in terms of prioritisation or reprioritisation that Senator Molan was asking
all
about
aspects are
before.
on the table because defence spending is a function of strategic threat and complexity.
I'm just seeking to clarify. There has been some
So-
debate
so-
previously
no,
about
so-
whether
so-
some
so
things are out of scope
A
of the
rational
DSR.
approach is to look at the strategic circumstances and identify what are the critical capabilities the country needs in the near term and in the medium term, and work out, rather than just announcing it, how to deliver it.
So, Senator Wong, appreciate that. There's been public debate about whether, for example, nuclear-powered submarines are out of scope.
Well,
Mr Moriarty's made clear everything is in scope.
we have made, well, let's not. There's a bipartisan position on AUKUS, which you well know. So let's not try and be mischievous about a critical capability with our strategic partners in this estimates, particularly of someone of your seniority. There is a bipartisan commitment to AUKUS. That policy setting is clear. In fact, the Secretary, you may or may not have been here, in his opening statement talked about what the government has said about the timeframe for an interim announcement. But if the question is, are we saying don't look at this, I don't believe there's been any such direction to the Leeds or the department.
Does that conclude your follow-up, Senator Birmingham?
I'm happy to.
Thank you.
I don't want to take up Senator Molan's time. so-
Thank you.
That's all right. I might just now hand over the
Okay,
call to
fine.
our other senators, if that's okay.
Thank
I'll
you.
come back to you later on, Senator Molan. Senator Green has the call.
Thank you, Chair. I have some questions about the Guided Weapons and Explosive Ordnance Enterprise. Just make sure we've got the right officials here. And Mr Moriarty, am I correct? The abbreviation of this program is GAWIO Enterprise, or GAWIO?
Yes, it gets a few contortions, Senator, but...
What is the correct
I
contortion?
I think we use GUIO.
GUIO, okay.
But
That's a fun one.
I think GUIO will do. Yeah.
GUIO.
We love our acronyms.
On the 31st of March 2021, the former Prime Minister released a media release along with Ministers Dutton, Price and Porter that talked about the establishment of the enterprise, and it said the Australian Strategic Policy Institute has estimated that Australia will spend $100 billion in the next 20 years on missiles and guided weapons purchases. How much was allocated at the time for the GUIO enterprise?
So, Senator Andrew Byrne, First Assistant Secretary, Guided Weapons and Explosive Ordnance Enterprise. So that's correct. The ASPI estimate was that by collating all of the allocations across the Force Structure Plan from 2020, the total sum allocated for all guided weapons and explosive ordnance was in the order of $100 billion. Within that, as a subset of that, the allocation for the Guided Weapons and Explosive Ordnance Enterprise was in the order of $35 billion.
And that's figures that Australia would need to purchase from other countries.
It's a mix, Senator.
Okay.
So it includes provision for acquisition of weapons, including from overseas, but also for domestic manufacturing, and also for building up all of the kind of enabling, what we call the enabling elements of the GUIO enterprise, which includes R&D, infrastructure, storage and distribution, and domestic manufacturing.
And the $1 billion of funding that was announced on the 31st of March 2021 by the former Prime Minister, what was that funding initially for?
That $1 billion was initially earmarked for establishing our domestic, or expanding our domestic manufacturing base for guided weapons and explosive ordnance.
Okay, there's a bit of a disconnect there that the ASPI says that we'll spend $100 billion and the announcement was for $1 billion. Was that funding to establish the enterprise or actually to purchase weapons?
So that funding...
Or a bit of both.
Yeah, so that $1 billion specifically was for establishing our domestic manufacturing base. So, for example, investing in additional manufacturing infrastructure.
In the media reporting around that announcement, it said the government plans to choose a corporate strategic partner this year. That didn't happen though, did it?
Senator, perhaps I can help. Major General Andrew Borchwell, Headland Systems Division in the Acquisition Sustainment Group.
Yeah.
The announcement at the time was, if I recall correctly, it was appointing two strategic partners. So that was Lockheed Martin Australia and Raytheon Australia.
I'm loath to correct you, but my question is about what was said on the 31st of March 2021.
Yes.
About what the government planned to do and what that $1 billion announcement was for. And at the time, the government said that they had planned to select those strategic partners within a year, but that didn't happen until 2022. Is that correct?
You're correct in that there was an announcement about a single strategic partner. We subsequently did a significant amount of analysis, provided advice to the government of the day. The decision then came out, and I'd have to check my notes on the actual announcement of that. It was late last year. Andrew, you may have that.
So just, Senator, if I can help.
Major General, I'm asking about the timing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
so
sure.
it wasn't. I understand
Sure.
there was an intention possibly to have one strategic partner. It ended up being two. That's what you're telling me. But my question is about timing. At the time, there was an intention to make that happen within a year, but that didn't happen.
The announcement was made within the year. It was announced before the 31st of March this year, so it was within the 12-month period.
Mr. Byrne, did you need to add something to that line of questioning?
Perhaps a slight correction there. So, two steps, Senator. I think, so the announcement on the two strategic partners was on the 5th of April this year, but the decision to appoint them was taken earlier than that. It was on the 5th of April the government chose to announce that decision.
Okay. When the announcement was initially made in March 2021, the media release referred to an acceleration of guided weapons manufacturing as part of that announcement. What acceleration of any specific projects occurred or any additional funding increase to stockpiles?
Senator, there are several parts to this. I'll talk to two of them, and I think Andrew Byrne is best to talk to the third one, which is the manufacture piece. So there are essentially three ways that we've identified that we can increase our access to guided weapons. The first one of those is about increasing what we can do on what we call maintenance, repair and overhaul using our existing facilities. We've got quite an extensive range of facilities around Australia. So part of that is in getting authorities, largely out of the US, to be able to do more of our maintenance here rather than having to send weapons back to the US for upgrades, repair, etc. So that's one part of it. The second part is getting acceleration or getting higher priority on foreign military sales cases. And on that latter piece, we have undertaken a number of additional foreign military sales cases, and they are, I would suggest, after our third trip to the US in 12 months, that we have received significant additional priority on a number of those cases, and I can go through some of those in further detail if you like.
I'm just interested in what happened, what projects were accelerated under the enterprise?
So there are a number of specific acquisitions on specific weapons, which we can talk to.
No, I'm not asking for general information about your acquisition program. I'm talking about what this $1 billion of funding achieved in that first period of time. Sorry, I don't mean to verbal you, Major General. You're speaking in future tense. So is this the planning has happened, but the acceleration and the discussions and contracts is ongoing?
Yes. So a number of announcements were made about specific weapons.
Yeah.
Those contracts and those foreign military sales cases have been established and put in place. A number of those. I think you might also be referring to the third leg of how we increase access, and that's through manufacture. That's the longer, harder piece, and that's the one that Andrew Byrne can probably talk to in more detail.
Sure. But to be clear, in the first 18 months of this program, we haven't been manufacturing weapons under the program. It's been about working with those strategic partners. Is that right?
So, Senator, we already have manufacturing of explosive ordnance in Australia under the auspices of the GWEO program funding. The initial additional manufacturing that's been added to that is the domestic manufacturing for 500-pound aircraft bombs. We're also investing in the enabling infrastructure that's going to be required to really start to accelerate manufacturing in Australia from the base we have now. So investing in additional manufacturing infrastructure at our government-owned munitions factories at Benalla and Mulwala. We're building additional storage infrastructure, which we're going to need, additional explosive ordnance handling infrastructure. We're starting up a new master's program in explosive ordnance so that we've got the workforce ready to go as we start accelerating that manufacturing.
I just want to, I'll come back to that in a moment. I've got some questions on that work. Just to be clear around the time frame though, the strategic the announcement around the strategic partners, well, the announcement happened on the 5th of April 2022, is that right?
Correct.
And what has happened with regard to the strategic partners so far? Has a contract been signed?
Senator, initially we signed a deed, which was essentially a cooperative development phase, which what that allowed was a number of things to occur. Firstly, for us to to start a number of work packages, and Andrew can talk to those work packages which talk to future manufacturing options. So the work to analyse what is feasible, because there are essentially, it needed to be right for us, it needed to be right for the US government, it needed to be right for industry as well. So that's been a complex undertaking. That's been done under that cooperative development phase, and will continue once our heads of agreement contract is signed.
Yeah, I'm just going to... When was the deed signed?
Senator, I'd have to take that on
that's
notice. I may have that detail here, otherwise I'll have to come back to you with that deed.
So since...
And then subsequent to that, we are working on a strategic partners heads of agreement, which we are working to have signed by late November, early December this year.
Okay, so since the 31st of March announcement in 2021, we had a deed but no contract with the strategitic partners.
The deed allowed us to undertake work in the absence of a long-term strategic...
No contract's been signed.
Well, a deed is a form of commercial contract,
Look,
so
you know what I'm asking you. I'm being very clear about this, but a deed is a deed.
Yes.
Like I do know the difference.
Yes.
And what I'm trying to understand is what work has been done with those strategic partners. There weren't a lot to pick from. There was a list in 31st of March. I think there was a clear understanding of the key strategic partners that were possible. So I'm seeking to understand that why it's taken so long to get to this
surprisingly
point.
more complex than most people would realise, which is why we had to go back to government with further advice. But perhaps Andrew can talk to the work that's been ongoing with those strategic partners in the under that cooperative development phase.
So Senator, perhaps I can just I think get to the point of your question. With both Raytheon and Lockheed Martin, over the past several months, we've been developing a number of manufacturing options to start building manufacturing of guided weapons, specifically missiles, in Australia. And we'll be taking some of those options forward to government over the coming months for consideration.
I understand there was so I'm getting the wind up. I'll have a few more quick questions. In terms of working with suppliers and manufacturers in Australia, what have you been able to achieve since then?
Senator, shortly after the announcement by government in March last year, we undertook a very quick request for information across industry, to get a sense of what the latent capability within the Australian industry base was. Secondly, to use that as a means to generate interest across industry. So that was done several months after the announcement, and we've used that as the basis to develop our understanding of the capability of how we could bring industry into this.
We've got a list of people who are interested.
Yes.
On the media release from the former government also said that the project would create 2,000 jobs across the country. How many jobs have been created since then under this project?
Senator, I don't know where those numbers came from.
You don't know where they came from?
No, I don't. That detail wasn't provided by Defence to government.
Mr. Byrne, do you know where that figure came from?
No, I don't, Senator.
Mr. Moriarty, it was a media release from the Prime Minister and the Defence Minister. They didn't just make that number up, did they?
Senator, you'd need to ask the former Prime Minister. It was his press release.
Right. So it was an assumption based on we're not sure, plucked out of the air, put in a media release talking about defence manufacturing.
I can't talk to it other than to say that clearly if we
Okay. Well, you don't know where the figure came from, but it's clear under this project, no, we haven't got to the point of creating any of those 2,000 jobs, have we?
Not for manufacture, no. We have hired additional people for maintenance, repair and overhaul, but those are relatively low numbers at this stage.
Last question, Senator Green.
Sure. I understand Minister Conroy recently visited Washington and has had some productive meetings with the US officials on this. Did any of those meetings canvass speeding up the acquisition of these missiles and dealing with the issue around technology transfer?
Senator Chris Deeble, Deputy Secretary of CASG, Capability Acquisition and Sustainment Group. I was with the Minister for Defence Industry through many of those meetings during his recent visit. At all of those meetings, the acceleration of those options, especially for maintenance, repair and overhaul, and including foreign military sales and how we could receive those weapons faster, was discussed in every meeting. They were very productive meetings. We spoke with a number of very senior people within the US government and US government agencies, and they were very supportive of Australia's guided weapons enterprise.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Deeble. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Green. I think Senator Molan, you had a follow-up question.
Just a very quick follow-up,
Head
please.
to morning tea.
And it went exactly to the last point that was being made. Could I be assured, please, that there is a realisation in defence and in government that the critical period of time we're talking about will be when there is no guarantee, when everyone is trying to get missiles, and that there will there will be a requirement for us to address both peacetime situation and a wartime situation.
Senator Molan, Vice Admiral David Johnston, yes, we understand the distinction between the two.
Yes, thank you. And the second very quick one was, I've been approached by an Australian company who believe they can make missile fuel. They have had great trouble getting a contact with someone. Could I speak to... thank you. I'll see you afterwards.
And I may well know the company you're talking to. We are making ourselves available to any industry or any company that believes they can play a role here. So we're actively courting those ideas.
Fabulous. Thank you.
Senator Fawcett, you also had a follow-up question?
I had a response, which I could do after the break, to Senator Molan. I'm happy to do it after the break.
Okay. Senator Fawcett.
Either General Bottrell or Mr. Deeble,
could you speak up, please?
Could you just confirm to the committee that one of the issues around actually signing a contract will be getting State Department approval in terms of ITAR controls, and have they actually been approved yet? Is that one of the preconditions for the contract?
Senator Major General Andrew Bottrell, Headland Systems, as I'm sure you're aware, that's a standard process for any foreign military sale, getting the approval for that. We have traditionally not had an issue in that regard. Occasionally there may be a challenge or an issue raised by a US politician which may add a small amount of time to that, but we've not experienced any unusual delays in that regard. And in fact, to the contrary, to follow up my point earlier, throughout this last 12 months, every visit that we've taken to the US to walk the floors of the various offices in particularly the Department of Defence, we've received greater recognition and acknowledgement for what we are trying to establish, and I'd suggest that that's also flowing through across to State Department, but they still have their process to work through.
So my point is there's been writings recently from the Atlantic Council and others that highlight that even when the Pentagon is sharing very freely information with close allies like the UK around their submarine program, that the State Department, because of ITAR controls, are sometimes putting delays of up to 9 months just due to their process of actually giving approvals. And I'm just interested to understand whether that is impacting on our programs.
For weapons, we've not seen that kind of delay. We've seen a couple of months where there has been a specific political issue raised. I can only recall one incident in the last 12 months where that's occurred.
My final question is in terms of FMS sales, and this goes in part to Senator Molan's comment around week 2, month 2 of a conflict. Has the department looked at all of the FMS approvals that have been granted by the State Department for particular weapons, for example, SM series missiles or AMRAAM in the airborne case, and looked at Raytheon's productive capacity in the US to work out whether given a global demand spike, we could actually expect to receive those?
We've had very, very close conversations with the US, including discussions around the capacity of their industrial base. So yes, we have a very clear sense, and that's been the basis on many of our discussions. How can we assist in that regard in terms of playing a role of a second source of supply?
Thank you.
And very quickly, and thank you, Senator Fawcett. Very quickly, Senator Van, before we break.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Mr Deagle, can you just confirm that the capability that we're seeking to build is sovereign capability, not just FMS?
Yes, Senator. Part of our endeavour is to look at the enterprise very broadly. Clearly, getting access to world-class missile technology from the States is going to be a critical part of that. But what we are looking at as we establish the supply chains, either in a maintenance, repair and overhaul context, or as we're looking at manufacturing, leveraging Australian industry and Australian-based capability to the maximum extent possible, is part of what we're hoping to establish as part of that GWO enterprise.
Thank you. And as a follow-up to Senator Molan's point about existing companies, the Australian government through Defence Innovation Hub have financed some incredible innovations that already exist that could go to sovereign capability, including a rocket engine that's capable of Mark V that could be manufactured right now as part of this program. Are we really looking at all our innovation across our sovereign capability and building that into this program, or are we prioritising FMS first?
Now, we're looking holistically across that. Clearly, we have a number of platforms in service. They have certain weapons that are integrated, and that will be our focus, both from an aircraft, a land and maritime context. So we have to take account of that. But as we're looking at future manufacturing options and moving down there and building from maintenance, repair and overhaul, which is the natural journey to getting to the point of guided weapons manufacture in country, we'll be looking much more broadly and hoping to harness Australian industry outcomes and innovation.
Can I just say, rather than hope, that we do?
Yes.
All right, and on that,
our intent.
thank you very much, Senator Van. On that note, we'll break for morning tea and suspend till 10:50 a.m. All right, well, welcome back, everybody. I'll hand the call now over to Senator Shoebridge.
Well, while everybody's getting ready, I'll get this started.
Fire away, Senator Shoebridge.
Yep, thank you. Through you, Minister, to the Secretary. Thought it'd be untraditional and go to the budget papers. I know that's not
I don't know what happened there.
not usual practice in budget estimates, but and by way of assistance, page 56 of the defence portfolio. Cool. So what I like about the defence budget, it's the only budget I know where you get a $2.12 billion write-down in a footnote in size 8 times New Roman. So that's what we've got here. You'll see it's the cost summary for program 2.5 Navy capabilities. Do you see that?
What page are you referring to?
Page
Senator,
56.
Just for the benefit of other senators.
Page 56 of the defence portfolio budget. Are we there?
Yes, Senator.
Cool. And it says, on 16 September 2021, the then Prime Minister announced the attack class submarine program C1000 Phase 1B would no longer proceed And then it says 2021-22 includes net write-down and net impairment of $2,128.6 million in relation to the Attack Class Submarine Program, resulting from accumulated capital costs that will not be reused or repurposed for the construction of the future defence asset. Can you give some more details when we get in that footnote about what the net write-down and net impairment involved?
Yes, Senator. Stephen Groves, Chief Finance Officer. The total defence costs associated with the Attack Class program were $3.4 billion, which have been quoted in the public domain. This $2.128 billion relates to the capitalised component of that $3.4 billion. They were recorded on the defence accounts as an asset under construction. On the decision to cease the program, they were written off as no longer representing value on our balance sheet.
So this was $2.128 billion worth of buildings, equipment, material that was constructed for under the previous contract that's either been torn down or is just not fit for purpose. Is that right?
Not necessarily constructed. They were costs that were capitalised under the program.
Well, so what did the taxpayers get? What did taxpayers get for $2.128 billion? What does that actually involve?
I might refer to...
other than not a sub. What did they get apart from not a sub?
Yep.
Senator Tony Dalton, I'm the Deputy Secretary for Naval Shipbuilding and Sustainment. So the Attack Class Submarine Program, which you can see referred to in the notes, is known internally in Defence as Defence Project C1000 Phase 1B, had a total expenditure at the time of, now we have completely closed the contracts, of $3.4 billion. That's consistent with what's been in the public domain. As Mr Groves has said, some of that was capitalised, and that's the element of it that has been written down. A lot of that concerns design artefacts that are associated with the new design for the Attack Class submarine. That was done both by Naval Group and Lockheed Martin Australia.
So when you say design artefacts, again, what does that mean? I'm trying to work out what taxpayers spent $2.128 billion on that is now of no use. What are design artefacts?
So that is activity that was done by the two prime contractors and their subcontractors, Senator, towards creating the design for 12 regionally superior conventional submarines.
So these are blueprints and other
intellectual property.
Intellectual property that's now of no use to Australia.
It's of now not of use in constructing that particular conventional submarine, but there was a lot of knowledge, know-how, experience that was gained through the program by both people working in defence and the industry participants themselves that's still resident in Australia.
Were there any physical assets created for that $2.128 billion write-down? Were there any physical assets that are of no use anymore?
I don't think there were physical assets created under the Attack Class submarine program. There were certainly leases for facilities entered into, but I think I would have to take that on notice, Senator, and come back to you whether there were actual design, prototyping artefacts that may have been produced as part of the program.
So it doesn't include the naval shipyard costs, for example, that ANI, I think, sunk $470 million in ANI's off-defence budget.
That's correct, Senator.
The The footnote then says, further, the supplier expenses for 2021-22 includes termination expenses associated with the Attack Class Submarine Program, which were a one-off expense in 2021-22. That's in addition to the 2.128
correct,
billion.
Senator. Yes, but part of the 3.4 billion that Mr. Dalton was mentioning.
And how much is that? The gap, the whole of the gap, is. It doesn't appear to be from the public commentary.
Senator, the total of defence costs associated with the project were the 3.4 billion. Some of that was capitalised, which is the 2.1. There was other costs of a significant size that were associated with the termination program that are reflected there. The balance of that difference up to 3.4 billion would be other non-capitalised costs incurred by the program over its life.
All right. So, but the termination payment was in the order of 800 million? How much
830.
Was that?
The termination payment for Naval Group, Senator, was 555 million euros. On the exchange rate over the period where those payments were made, that's the equivalent of about $832 million.
All right. So between the capital costs, which are, you tell me, largely intellectual property that for a submarine we're no longer building, is 2.128 billion. We've got 830 million being the Australian dollar cost of the breaking the contract that was just paid over to France. So that brings us to 2.958. We've still got an unexplained $442 million. It's a lot of money. What did we spend $442 million on specifically in not getting a sub?
An element of that, Senator, will be the termination costs associated with the other prime contractor, that's Lockheed Martin Australia. And there will be elements of that cost that included things like above-the-line contractors and activities that were supporting the program but weren't capitalised.
So how much did we pay to Lockheed Martin to get out of the contract?
Well, we paid the direct termination costs, so there was no settlement involved with Lockheed Martin Australia.
How much?
I can give you the total value of expenditure against Lockheed Martin, and that was
some of that was for performing the contract, and some of that is for exiting the contract.
The termination cost, Senator. That was 438 million over the life of the program, and that does include the termination costs. Now, that was a smaller contract. There was less subcontractors involved with Lockheed Martin Australia, and there was no settlement element of that termination.
So then we've got capital costs, capital write-downs of 2.128. We've got the payment to France of $830 million, and we've got $438 million going to Lockheed Martin. That leaves only, on my reading of it, only a tiny amount for any other costs associated with the program, and we're talking maybe $6 million or so.
Senator, sorry if I may, I think part of the Lockheed Martin costs may be part of the $2.1 billion. We don't have a split of how much of that. What I would say is the difference between what you're calculating there, between the 3.4 billion and those other, in the main, the two components, being the capital component and the Naval Group termination, are, as Mr. Dalton mentioned, a range of costs that we would not have capitalised over the 6-year life of the project. So they may have been above-the-line contractors, they might have been around project management costs, a whole range of... Yeah, there was science elements that were done as part of that as well. They were components that weren't capitalised.
But payments that have been made to Lockheed Martin, how would that end up being attributed, whatever they produced, how would that end up being attributed as a capital write-down for the Commonwealth?
Because they may have been capitalised, or they would have been capitalised as part of the design work for the combat system that was being developed.
Well, there must be somewhere in defence, somewhere, an itemised list of what actually has been paid to make up the $3.4 billion. And it's not in the budget, it's not in the public domain. I'm trying to find out what it is here, and we've got numbers that don't match. Because actually I've just gone and done the sums, and what went to Lockheed Martin and the capital sums and the French break costs actually exceeds $3.4 billion.
I can give you another number, Senator, which is the total expended on naval group across the life of the program. So, and that was 2.25 billion.
So we had 2.25 billion that went to naval group.
And that includes the settlement cost.
$438 million that went to Lockheed Martin. And then, but that may be, some of that may be part of the break costs, some of that's part of the capital cost. You can't break them down.
So of that 2.25 billion, the 830 million is included in that.
All right. And that includes does that include the whole of the one-off expenses in 21-22 referenced in the budget?
Yes.
What about the $291 million that Defence is paying to ASC Corporation because the attack class sub program halted? And then my understanding is Defence has entered into a 3-year, $291 million contract with ASC Corporation to maintain critical staff. Is that part of the $3.4 billion?
No, Senator.
Where do I find the $291 million going to ASC in the budget?
It's below the line in the top.
It's not a specific measure. It is incorporated within our general cost base. So it's not a specific item in the budget, Senator. It was money that the previous government had agreed that would come out of the attack class program, or the provision, to support that workforce, to ensure that we had the workforce for the work around nuclear submarines moving forward.
So apart from the $3.4 billion on not achieving the French subs, there's a further budget for the attack class subs that's in addition. Is that a historical budget? Was that operating parallel to the $3.4 billion budget during the life of the C-1000 Phase 1B?
No, Senator. So the total government approved provision for C-1000 Phase 1B was $5.3 billion. The $3.4 billion came from that approved provision. At the time of the cancellation of the attack class submarine program, which I might add, Senator, was made because of our changing strategic circumstances, not because of any performance of the attack class submarine program or its prime contractors. The government also approved or reauthorised some of that approved but unexpended budget to cover the cost of the sovereign shipbuilding talent pool, which is a forward-looking program, Senator, to grow and help contribute to the growth of the shipbuilding workforce that will support the nuclear-powered submarine.
So that came out of the $1.9 billion that were left after we spent $3.4 billion on not getting the French subs. Is that right?
The government reauthorised the expenditure against the sovereign shipbuilding talent pool from that remaining provision, Senator.
All right. And so that's a $291 million contract over 3 years. That's what ASC said.
I think that the actual contract value, I understand, is $293 million, Senator. That's a not to exceed amount. So ASC's paid on work that's done. That includes the salary of the individuals that were eligible to join the program and the additional work that they may undertake, including training, education and development, secondments, and potentially into the future overseas secondments to grow that workforce's skills in supporting the nuclear-powered submarine.
Senator Shoebridge, could I ask you just maybe if you could just have to wind up, because I'll need to move the call around. Thank you.
Apart from that $293 million, are there any other defence expenditures that have been authorised or paid in relation to the Attack class submarine out of that $5.3 billion initial allocation?
Senator, the other component, there was a agreement to use the provision for the Attack class submarine program to support the costs associated with the nuclear-powered submarine task force over 2 years.
And how much is that?
I think that was 300 million.
300 million? 200, 300?
300, sorry.
Any further bits? No, 300 million. All right. And then finally on the ASC contract, ASC Corporation advises that is for 219 jobs over 3 years. That works out at more than $1.3 million a job. Is that your analysis?
No, Senator. So as I perhaps tried to explain poorly just before, the sovereign shipbuilding talent pool has 5 work streams within it, and the cost with ASC, the contract, is a not to exceed contract for those first 3 years, and it does include more than salaries. So it includes training, development, education, secondment, travel, and a whole range of other activities, including the sponsorship of additional postgraduate education in nuclear sciences and a whole range of other activities that support the growth of that workforce into the future to be able to support Australia's nuclear-powered submarine program.
We might come back to this.
Thank you very much, Senator Shoebridge. Senator Wong,
I had a response to Senator Molan when it's convenient. I'm happy to...
Could I just ask if we can come back?
Yeah, I'm happy to. No worries.
I understand there might be some follow-up questions.
Yeah,
on
yeah.
that
If
line
you're
of
on this topic,
questioning.
I can
Senator Van.
hold.
I'll go to Senator Van, then Senator Fawcett, and then I'll come to you, Minister. Thank you. Senator Van.
Thank you, Chair. Mr Dalton, please don't run away. Sorry. You look like you're about to take off.
I have it.
He was hoping.
He's still in the confinement of this room. Don't worry, Senator Van.
We all hope to. I think this question's best addressed to you. Over the life of the previous Parliament, you took an awful lot of questions in this forum about the Attack class submarines. Would that be a fair characterisation?
I think, Senator, that the department answered multiple questions on the Attack class program.
Would you, and I assume this will be on notice, be able to provide the committee with how many questions were put to the department about the Attack class submarines?
It's a question on notice about questions on notice.
No, not necessarily. No.
I really
Sorry.
hope you're not going to, with everything that people are doing, going to ask them to go back and read every Hansard over the years, really. I mean, yes, I think, I'm not sure what the political point is, if it's we asked a lot of questions about the largest procurement in the nation's history, which was subsequently cancelled. Yes, we did.
And would it be fair then, Minister, to characterise those questions as largely critical of that program?
Well, it's up to you to characterise them.
Well, I think it's safe to say that the questions put in this forum, and chiefly by yourself, I'd imagine,
sure.
were very critical of the program.
We were critical and remain critical of your government's failure to deal with the capability gap that was looming in relation to submarines.
But
Yes, we were critical about that, and we
So
are
you're
seeking
critical
to address it.
and about the
But that
program
is an
and of the
issue.
French
Senators,
submarines.
please.
You put the question to me,
Can
I
we-
will answer it.
Senators,
Were you critical of the French submarines?
Were?
My recollection, and it's been, we were in opposition for a long time, so my recollection is a very substantial progress of the last few estimates rounds before the election, over the last, what was on the interaction between the life of type extension of Collins, when you would see attack class, and what that meant for Australia's capability. And if I may say, we were right. But we've now got to deal with that. And obviously there was also then the subsequent AUKUS and nuclear-powered submarines acquisition announcements, which the then opposition gave bipartisan support for. So if you want me to acknowledge, rather than making the department with everything else that they have to go away and read every Hansard for many years, yes, many questions were asked about this critical capability, and we do remain critical of some of those capability decisions.
Which
Deputy Prime
included the
Minister.
performance of Naval Group.
What's your question, Senator
What's your
Van?
question, Senator Van? If you want to make a
What's
speech,
that?
it's fine.
That was a question.
You're asking
You
me,
included-
were
your
we...
questions included criticism of Naval Group, correct?
I asked many questions. I don't recall every question I asked.
I think we'll leave it there, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Senator Fawcett, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. I might just continue on that topic. I was going to go to MRH, but I'll continue on that one. Mr Moriarty, in October of 2021, in estimates, when the now Minister made a similar comment that there was a capability gap because of the attack class program cancellation, you said, I wouldn't accept your framing about the capability gap. Do you stand by that comment?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. Can I just go to the Collins class? In the PBS on page 121, table 55, I noticed that compared to March this year, when expenditure was $691 million and LOTE was 104, we now have expenditure of 740 and 188 for LOTE. Just wonder if you could give us an update on why that additional expenditure has been required for the routine maintenance. I understand why LOTE has gone up, and that's appropriate, and I welcome that. But in terms of the routine maintenance and support of Collins, because most of the stories we've been hearing are fairly positive about the fleet's availability and performance. BCDF or Chief of Navy, Vice Admiral Hammond, I think this is your first appearance at estimates in this capacity?
Yes, Senator. Vice Admiral Hammond, Chief of Navy. It is my first appearance.
Well,
here
welcome.
at Senate.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. With respect to Collins availability, you will note that we are below the benchmark target for the last 12 months. That is due to impacts of COVID-19 and also the impact of the fire that we experienced on HMAS Waller, which had to go into the maintenance program as an additional overhead. We're expecting to recover benchmark performance this year, within the next 12 months. But the submarine availability overall, in my last role as the Fleet Commander, has been exceptional given the context of the day. And I'd just like to note that one of our submarines, HMAS Farnham, is deployed in the waters off Japan at the moment, working with our allies and partners, part of what has been a very extensive and very successful deployment.
And I think it's fair to say my last visit to Indo-PACOM is that they were very complimentary about the Collins capability, that it was, for a diesel-electric submarine, in their opinion, the best in the world. Is that still the opinion that our allies have?
Yes, Senator, it is my opinion as well. I participated in the first-to-class trials in HMAS Collins as the navigator many years ago. I've had command of one of our submarines. I've been to sea in 5 of the 6. And I honestly believe they are the most capable conventional submarine.
That's good. Can I just go to unit availability days then? On page 55, table 22, the figures there for 22-23, 3,407. At the end of the forwards at 25-26, it's down to 3,058. And I notice that table is the same between the March budget and the October budget. The notes underneath talk about the fact that it's the Hunter transition and ANZAC capability upgrades that explain why there's a decrease in unit available days. I'm just wondering, in terms of Collins, with your comments about the fire and the impacts of COVID, does that mean within that figure, which is one of the few ones we get to see publicly, that Collins availability as a proportion of that is actually increasing over the time?
In the context of the unit available days from a steady state of 6 submarines in the mix, that is steady. The unit availability performance, which was impacted by the fire in HMAS Waller and the COVID-19 delays, is on a recovery path.
Mm-hmm. So in terms of this current budget cycle, are there any particular risks that you are able to talk to the committee about in terms of the sustainment of Collins, or are there any risks to the life of type extension program that you're particularly focused on?
Senator, from a capability manager perspective, I'll offer a macro level view, then I'll hand to my colleagues in Capability Acquisition Sustainment Group. From a macro level, and again looking at the residual impacts of COVID-19 on the global supply chain, the additional impacts of disruption to global supply chain stemming from the conflict in Ukraine, etc., and then added to the inflationary environment that we're experiencing across the nation and overseas, I think there are a number of pressures on the sustainment system. The cost of spare parts is increased just as it has for automobiles. The cost of fuel has increased in an inflationary environment. We're managing all those risks and pressures. What they add up to ultimately is a high cost of ownership, and I think that's true across everything, all of our capital assets in defence and the employment of them. I'll leave my comments there and hand over to Kaz.
But Senator, if I could add, Mr Miles has made it very clear to us that LOTE is absolutely critical now to keep the Collins and to successfully conduct the LOTEs, and we will, as these cost pressures become more evident, we will go to the Minister, and if we need to readjust to make sure that the LOTEs are able to proceed, we will be doing that. It is important, and Minister Miles has made it very clear that LOTE is a very high priority.
Sure. Can I just clarify that the scope of LOTE has remained unchanged, that we are still looking at all 6 boats, and that we are looking not only at the drivetrain issues, but things like the non-hull penetrating periscope and that full scope of upgrades that was envisaged, that they are still part of the plan for LOTE?
Yes, Senator, that is correct. It is fixed propulsion, power conversion, optronics, all 6 submarines. And incidentally, I've engaged with my counterparts in Sweden. I'm learning from their life of type extension experience that they've gained with the Gotland-class submarines, which I'm sure you're familiar with, is a much smaller version of the Collins. A great deal of shared DNA. To the Secretary's point, this is one of my highest priorities, setting the conditions for success for LOTE. It's about 4 years away before we commence the first life of type extension. And we are doing everything possible to de-risk that highly complex and highly challenging activity.
Sure.
Senator,
sorry, Mr Dalton. Yes.
I was just going to reinforce what the Chief of Navy has said, Senator, that the life of type extension of the Collins-class submarine is a combination of actual life of type extension project work and the integration of that into Collins-class sustainment. And the ongoing rolling capability upgrade programs that are operating under Project C1439. So a number of programs are being fed into it. The core work package for the life of type extension, which will be done in those full cycle dockings starting with HMAS Farncombe in 2026 is stable, and that includes the new main motor, the DC switchboard, the optronics package, which will be part of it. That is stable, but the extending the life of the Collins-class submarine across the next another operating cycle is still a risk manoeuvre that we need to appreciate, and the actual extension of the Collins to the end of that 10-year operating cycle is still a risk-based program. So we will continue to refresh and relook at what goes into those bits that support the core work package that will be inserted then in subsequent dockings in Western Australia across that additional 10-year operating cycle.
Sure. So to go to Chief of Navy's point about his engagement with colleagues in Sweden with the Gotland, I've made the point here previously that based on my aviation background, to do a major upgrade of an aircraft, the OEM would be one of the key stakeholders in terms of design input. My understanding from our previous discussions is that ASC has only minimally involved Saab, who've now done the Gotland upgrade. And given the learnings that they have there, around particularly the non-recurring engineering parts of it, could you just tell the committee, and it's probably a question to you, Mr Dalton, I guess, what workforce increase have we seen within ASC? What engagement have you had with Saab in terms of the size of their workforce and the nature of packages of work they're doing? And other players, just so the committee gets an idea of what workforce is being thrown at this full cycle docking LOTE activities, because the engineering effort is actually where you diminish the majority of the risk.
So we are clearly on a journey, Senator, from first pass to second pass for the core work package in the life of type extension for Collins. There is absolutely ASC has the lead on that work. They are the design authority for the Collins class submarine. They have a relationship with Saab Kockums, the original designer of the Collins class submarine. We have, as a department, facilitated ASC's engagement with Saab Kockums. We have also negotiated directly with our Swedish acquisition counterparts to modify the two deeds that exist between Australia and Sweden that manage the intellectual property from Kockums to Australia. We're in the very final process of getting that agreed in Sweden. That will allow a much smoother transition of intellectual property directly from Kockums to ASC. At the moment, effectively every piece has to come through the Commonwealth. So those changes to that arrangements will allow a much fuller and richer relationship to develop between Saab Kockums and ASC.
Sure, but what you're describing there is around access to design artefacts, which are an important input into any design activity. But if you're looking particularly at the NRE, the non-recurring engineering around the upgrades, to Admiral Hammond's point, given the experience of Saab with Gotland, it strikes me that just as in the past we've had Electric Boat to have technical oversight of some of the things ASC are doing, for some of these upgrade programs or elements of it which have very similar outcomes, if you like, and technical challenges, that it would appear to me that one of the best ways to mitigate risk would actually be to have the OEM have a significant role in terms of that oversight and partnering with ASC in terms of that NRE before we actually start the process.
So Saab Kockums does have a footprint already with ASC. It will grow over time. And those deeds will allow Kockums to share IP, not directly going back to Collins, but also IP that they have generated in support of their life of type extension for Gotlands, for example. So that is important for us to finalise. And as I've said, we're just in the final throes of having negotiated that with our Swedish counterparts to get that approved in Sweden. That will allow a more direct contracting route for ASC to Saab Kockums. We've had the president of Saab AB in Australia in the last 6 weeks. He's spoken to us. He's engaged. He's had a direct relationship with the with Mr Wiley from ASC, so that relationship is growing as well.
Okay, the chair is giving me the evil eye, so I'll just give you two more questions to take on notice, if I could. One, I asked you before about changes to the ASC workforce. Could you take on notice, come back to us and just let us know how stable their workforce is, whether it has grown as a result of LOTE or whether they're struggling to attract key skills, particularly in that engineering space?
Mr Wiley did address some of that on Monday night, Senator.
Sure. Well,
But we will take it on notice.
You can give me a link to his evidence then, or you can provide it on notice, which would be great. And you've very satisfactorily distracted me from my second question, so I'll think of that and I'll come back to you. Thanks, Chair.
That's all right. Maybe the evil eye worked. Could I hand over the call now to Senator Steele-John?
My first question's to Mr Moriarty. Just for the benefit of the committee, would you just be able to briefly summarise for us, from Defence's perspective, the key driver behind engaging the US and UK on nuclear submarine technology instead of continuing with the French partnership?
Thank you, Senator. The previous government came to a view that the circumstances in our region were changing and that a nuclear-powered submarine was the best option, the best capability option for Australia moving forward. The previous government engaged in discussions with the US and the UK as to whether they would support Australia acquiring that capability through a new arrangement. The leaders of the US and the UK agreed that that was worthwhile, and so the previous government pursued the AUKUS initiative with partners that we have had long-standing intimate defence relationships with in terms of high technology. The previous government made that announcement that we would work with the US and the UK to arrive at an optimal path for Australia acquiring that capability, and that work has continued since the announcement led by the Admiral Jonathan Meade and the Nuclear Submarine Task Force.
Thank you. And in making that decision, did Defence assess the potential of acquiring from the French government a nuclear-powered variant of the attack class submarine that we were at the time in the process of procuring?
Senator, it's fair to say that a range of advice was provided to government on potential options. The government chose to pursue the AUKUS pathway, and for the reasons that have been outlined by previous ministers and by officers of the department.
Thank you. So just to clarify, Mr Moriarty, was one of the pieces of advice provided to government at the time of the decision advice around whether a nuclear-powered variant of the submarine under then contract was a potential option?
The department provided advice on a range of submarine options.
Was that one of the submarine options?
We looked at all of the available submarine options from partners and allies.
So that would have been one of the options then?
France is a partner.
Okay.
A very valued partner, Senator.
Yes, they didn't feel so at the time. Now, in terms of, with the fact that we are now moving down a pathway of acquiring a nuclear-powered submarine capability for Australia, what is the process for upskilling personnel in the development and maintenance of an Australian nuclear-powered submarine fleet?
Good morning, Senator. Vice Admiral Jonathan Mead, I'm the Chief of the Nuclear Powered Submarine Task Force. This optimal pathway that the Secretary spoke about has got sort of 9 components, which I've spoken about previously. In workforce training and education and industrial base are 2 of those components. We have worked with our partners to extensively understand what are the specific nuclear requirements in addition to those standard submarine shipbuilding and sustainment. We've looked at education pathways. We're working with universities. Currently in 2022, we've got 20 people that have undergone nuclear training or are about to undergo nuclear training. We got another 9 this month. In 2023, that number will probably exceed 50. We intend sending some of the people from the sovereign shipbuilding talent pool onto nuclear training courses next year, and that we are working with ASC, ANI and some other major primes and working with them on how we upskill that workforce. We do believe that embeds overseas and reverse embeds will need to take place next year to upskill the industrial base. We'll obviously need to upskill government employees and obviously Navy workforce as well.
And the rotation of foreign forces on Australian to Australian vessels will be required. So I'm wondering when you expect this to commence.
I think, correct me if I'm wrong, can I interpret that saying embedding Australians in US and UK submarines?
Yes, you can.
So we currently do that at the moment. The Chief of Navy can probably talk to that, but we have been doing that for many a year. We have got people on nuclear training courses in the US and UK, and the plan is that we would then embed them into US and UK submarines, as the Secretary mentioned before. UK have already offered through HMS Astute to embed some of our personnel in there. We do see that as a very essential pathway in order to upskill Australian naval workforce, but also in order to upskill Australian industrial base when those submarines come to Australia, when they come to Rockingham, and we could do a little bit of basic maintenance on those submarines.
Yep, and so I'm also, so we'll send our people there for that training, for those training purposes. Will our partners rotate some additional forces of their capabilities to Australia for purposes beyond actually serving on submarines? I understand that they wouldn't do that, but the other aspects of maintaining...
It's an excellent question, Senator, and the answer to that is yes. I do see that reverse embeds where we have US and UK people come into the task force, come into the regulatory environment, come into our shipyards to train up our people, to upskill our people, to train the trainer. So I see this exchange of people happening at a very intense and wide spectrum from next year. And in fact, we've already started sending people overseas. We've had numerous people from the US and the UK come to Australia. We've got another large delegation coming next week to HMAS Stirling and the Henderson precinct. They've been to Osborne. We've already started this program. We'll intensify and deepen it next year.
All right. And how many reverse embeds do you expect will be required?
Can I take that one on notice? We're still working that through with our partners and what is the best way. We have sent teams to Guam as well, to Pearl Harbor to look at their facilities. We've sent people to the shipyards in the United Kingdom at Barrow, at Rolls-Royce. We've sent them to the shipyards in the US, but I'll come back to you with the answer on the reverse embeds there, Senator.
All right. Thank you very much.
Senator Vice Admiral Hammond, Chief of Navy, if I may, good morning.
Yes.
The relationship between our 3 submarine forces, Australia, UK, US, is a deep and enduring one. It is in many respects, reflects the beginning of the AUKUS relationship. We've been riding their submarines forward of the nuclear bulkhead for decades. We've been participating in the United States Navy Submarine Command course since the year 2000. The majority of, if not all of our commanding officers have graduated from that course as well. And I myself have ridden in French, UK and US nuclear submarines, including conducting operational patrols. So it's a deep and enduring relationship. The new component really is the additional training after the nuclear bulkhead, and that's where we're focusing a lot of our training and development over the coming decades.
Okay, thank you. Now moving to advice that the government is receiving and has received around the partnership and the acquisition of the capability. My understanding is that Paul Sullivan, a retired Vice Admiral, who for a time was hired as a submarine consultant after working at an American national security lab that conducts sensitive research projects for the US Navy, was employed by the department under a contract valued at about $414,000 over a period of 4 years. Would you be able to confirm that? That's Vice Admiral Paul E. Sullivan.
So I'll hand that question over to Mr. Tony Dalton. I have not directly employed ex-Vice Admiral Paul Sullivan. He is working in the US. We do receive advice, and we've sought advice from our partners over the past 12 months, as you can imagine, Senator, but I have not actually employed Admiral Paul Sullivan.
Senator, I can confirm that Admiral Sullivan was a member of the Naval Shipbuilding Advisory Board. I can take on notice to get the periods during which he was a member of that board.
And the figure of $414,000, 228 for his employment over the 4-year period?
I'll take that on notice, Senator.
Okay, thank you. Well, these are figures in the public domain, so if you would be able to come back to the committee before the end of the day with that information, that'd be ideal. Would you be able to do that?
I'll certainly do my best, Senator.
Okay.
Just last minute, Senator Steele-John.
Oh, is it? All right, Chair. I'll also ask you, if you could, so that we can circle back to this before the end of the day, to come back to the committee with a confirmation in regards to some of the employment of some of the other people that have been advising Defence in these capacities. So I might, for the purpose of time, Chair, I might table or circulate the individuals that I'm looking for additional information on, and then we can come back to it later in the day.
Yep.
Does that
Thank
work?
you.
Yeah. All
Does
right.
it work with you, Secretary? Yep. Okay. All right. Thank you very much, and I appreciate that. And I'll just quickly hand over to the Minister. I think you had a follow-up from Senator Molan.
Who's now left.
Who's unfortunately not here at the moment, but you had some
Yes,
updates from his line of questioning from earlier this
Is he
morning.
coming back? Do you want me to wait till he's back?
He was coming back after lunch. Yeah.
I'm happy to wait till then. It just was, I was going to put on record. Well, I'll do it.
Did you
I'll
want
do
to
it
put on
now.
record?
I'll do it now, and I'll just let him know. And he asked a question about the 2%, and I wanted to go back to the budget papers and also to the announcement that the Deputy Prime Minister made at the time of the budget. And the budget papers make clear that in this current financial year, Defence receives $47 billion. 52.2 for the next financial year, 54.2 for 24-25 and 25-26 receives 56.6. The Deputy Prime Minister made the following statement, which is also reflected in the joint press release on Budget Day, in which he said, Defence spending goes up every year through the forward estimates. Defence spending in this current year is more than what was budgeted in March under the former government for the financial year. Defence spending is going up. That is what we have said will happen. It will go north of 2% of GDP, and we've made clear that in a rational world, defence spending is a function of strategic threat and strategic complexity. It is a complex world out there, and we are rational people. So I think that's a pretty direct response to the 2% point. I understand for whatever reason we don't actually, neither party of government has calculated the proportion of GDP in budget papers, but it's a simple mathematical process if people would like to do it.
Thank you very much for that, Minister. I'll now hand over the call to Senator Reynolds.
Thank you very much, Chair. And good morning, Secretary and Minister, and it's good to see you. I'd, as a Senator for Western Australia, perhaps unsurprisingly, like to turn the conversation westward if I could, and on a number of matters in relation to Western Australia, and particularly in terms of the dry dock and also the broader master plan for the Henderson area. So first of all, while we might be swapping over, Admiral, could you perhaps, Secretary, just give me your thoughts on how you would currently characterise the geostrategic circumstances in the Indo part of the Indo-Pacific, which is something that we don't focus on as much for very clear reasons, but can you give me an update from our perspective and from our allies' perspectives and friends, how you see the strategic importance?
Thank you, Senator. Certainly, I mean, the government does focus on the Indo part of the Indo-Pacific. Mr Miles has visited India since becoming Minister for Defence. He's talked about strengthening our defence cooperation with India, and there's a number of initiatives underway in that regard. The government, the Defence Strategic Review, led by Professor Smith and Sir Angus Houston, have certainly spent time in Western Australia. They've engaged with a number of key stakeholders over there, including the West Australian Government, think tanks, defence industry in Western Australia. They are very conscious of the increasingly contested nature of the region. We've also been speaking, of course, to the Indian Navy about what they are seeing, and those discussions are quite fruitful, as you'd be aware, Senator. So we're doing more with the Indian Navy. The participation in the exercise Malabar, again, successfully conducted this year, and the Chief of Navy's been engaging with his counterpart on how we might take that exercise forward. So I think the Defence Strategic Review leads are very focused on the Indo part of the Indo-Pacific. We're looking at, as part of that, what the future disposition of the ADF across not just the north of Australia, but the north is vitally important, including further force posture initiative work that will be done in WA, the Northern Territory and Queensland. And I think it's true to say that the leads for the strategic review are very conscious of the need to use Australia's strategic geography to grow capability to both shape, deter, and then, should circumstances ever require a response. So certainly the conversations I've had with Mr Miles, other ministers, but also the leads, Western Australia and its part in our defence posture has been very much front of mind for them.
Quite often in Western Australia and elsewhere, when you talk about force posture, quite often people immediately go to boots on the ground. But obviously the review and the work that's been done is far more than what traditionally we would have seen as force posture and boots on the ground. Is that correct?
I think it is certainly the case, Senator, that you're talking, I think we would like to focus on the ability of defence to deliver effects. Sometimes that requires a permanent presence. Other times your force flow planning allows you to come from other areas but still deliver either the combat or another effect in a particular piece of geography or on the sea. I think we're doing a lot of thinking about how we can do that across Australia's area of primary strategic concern. So I think where you have your permanent bases, your deep echelon support isn't the same as where you can deliver combat or other defence effects. But these are areas that are really appropriately for our ADF experts, and I might throw to the Vice Chief to comment on that.
Senator, good morning.
Good morning.
Johnson, Vice Chief of the Defence Force. Very much as you would expect, we have an appreciation of in and through for force projection. Where do we mount from? Where do we operate from? There are significant advantages of being able to operate from northern locations, and Western Australia included for it. It is why it's the home of half of the fleet in the submarine base at the moment. So with the geography of Western Australia and Northern Australia for that matter, very conscious in our planning, Cocos Keeling and the opportunities of working through the areas offshore are very much a factor of our consideration and the engagement that we have with Indian Ocean countries.
Thank you. Now, in terms of the role, given that Henderson is not exactly in the north of our nation, so you're having a look at that, Henderson didn't make it into the 2016 white paper as the second major naval base, but shortly after it's been sort of more formally recognised as our second major naval base. So would you characterise that area, not just Stirling, but Stirling and the Australian Marine Complex at Henderson, as part of the deep echelon support, or do you look at it in a different way?
Senator David Johnson, very much that is a core part of our national infrastructure for particularly supporting naval operations out of Western Australia and beyond.
So does that include also in your planning now and in terms of the review and some of the work I know Rear Admiral Malcolm is very effectively doing in the West? Does that include considerations of not our future naval capability, including the submarines, but also what more we could offer our friends and allies who are now increasingly operating in the Indian Ocean?
Senator, yes, the infrastructure at Stirling, more broadly the infrastructure and the expertise available at Henderson are parts of how we would see naval capability expanding, particularly for the way some of our closest partners might seek to have the opportunity of conducting maintenance or logistics resupply through Western Australia.
So in my estimation and having a look at Stirling recently, it seems like the works there are going very well. They're on track and they are, perhaps this is one for Vice Admiral Hammond, but are you satisfied with how the works are going at Stirling at the moment?
Good morning, Mark Hammond.
Morning.
Yes, I am satisfied. I'm naturally impatient, especially in the current strategic environment, to see progress accelerate. But we, as you know, Senator, are undergoing the most significant recapitalisation across the defence estate, across the nation, that we've seen in decades. So broadly, yes, I'd just like to reinforce the Vice Chief's comments. Absolutely, Henderson Precinct is a key enabler for our Navy. The operations from Stirling and maintenance across the waters at Henderson are interlinked in every respect.
So in my judgment, the work at the Australian Marine Complex has not progressed as fast as we would have liked. And I won't ask you for a subjective assessment on that, but in my subjective and objective assessment, things haven't progressed as much as we'd planned, for the last couple of years. Now, as I understand it, the Australian Marine Complex is quite different in terms of its ownership and utilisation than Osborne. It is not a defence facility per se, but you use WA state government facilities and also commercial facilities as well. So it's got quite a different arrangement currently, is that right?
I would characterise it as an array of partnerships, some of which are contracted, some of which are deeper. But I'd throw to Admiral Malcolm for a more professional characterisation.
Hey, Senator Tony Dalton, DepSec, Naval Shipbuilding and Sustainment. As you're well aware, Senator, Henderson is, and Latitude 32 behind it, is an important part of the infrastructure that supports our naval presence in the Indo-Pacific. There is quite a lot of activity happening across the Henderson precinct that will support naval shipbuilding. Some of it is more broader, some of that is being led by the West Australian State Government. I co-chair with Miss Brown, who's the DG of Jobs, Tourism, Infrastructure and Science in the West Australian state government, that's JITSI.
JITSI, yes.
I co-chair the Henderson Working Group that looks at the strategic use of Henderson into the future. Right now, there are 3 shipbuilding projects being delivered from Henderson, with a 4th in tender evaluation. So as a principal shipbuilding location, we are progressing along those lines as laid out in 2017.
We are also... before we move on from that, can I ask on notice if you can give me an update of the timing of those projects? Because I've been advised by shipbuilders that there's an impending another workforce valley of death that's coming up very quickly. And with some of the timings of those projects, there may well be some larger layoffs at the same time that one shipbuilder will be laying off people and another is still desperate to find workforce, as I understand it. So is there a workforce plan for Henderson that is done in conjunction with all of the companies there? And on that, have you looked at possibly consolidating, discussing with shipbuilders, consolidating facilities into the proposed defence precinct, but also consolidating some of the work they do?
So you want me to take that on notice, Senator?
The first half on notice, but the second one, if you can, on the numbers, if you can provide those on notice.
Yeah, so we certainly take an enterprise view of the workforce at Henderson. We are working with the shipbuilders and the sustainers. So the other part of the operation at Henderson is sustainment of the fleet. The Anzac class frigates are sustained from Henderson. There's a significant amount of sustainment work that's done supporting Collins class submarines from Henderson, and there's also some disposal activity that's done, and right now the former HMAS Sirius is being disposed of on the hard stand at Henderson. So it's a very important precinct for us.
So are you aware that there is a discussion that there is a workforce valley of death impending again?
Well, we've certainly had discussions with different shipbuilders on the strip. As I said, there is the next package of work.
So is that a yes, no, or maybe?
Well, no, so different shipbuilders have different views, Senator. So some of the projects will run across this entire decade, and some of those projects that are being delivered now will come to a conclusion in 2023, 24.
Okay. So I don't want to get, because I want to come back to the actual infrastructure works proposed. So can you just take on, as I said, take on notice and provide us a detailed, and I know they exist, the detailed workforce planning and flows for Osborne, but also for Henderson as well, just so we can
take it on notice, Senator.
Thank you very much.
Senator, I'll just have
so,
the call around to other senators.
Sorry?
I have to move the call around to other senators.
I've got to be in another committee and I won't be back here. Is there possible of indulgence of another 5 to 10 minutes? Because I won't be back.
I'd like to, just in fairness, there is another senator who also has to go to another committee that I need to move the call around. So I was hoping to move the next call to Senator Steele-John.
And then come back?
Yes.
Thank you.
Come back to coalition senators, but yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Senator Steele-John.
Thank you. Would I be able to ask, and I think it'll be, again, sorry, I can't see your nameplate past your jug.
Mr Dalton.
Mr Dalton. So can I ask you, Mr Dalton, Rear Admiral David Gale, on active duty before he'd submitted his paperwork to the Pentagon to be able to come and work for Australia, I believe he's been employed by the department to the tune of $222,000 US. Just wondering if you can confirm his employment status with the department.
I'm not familiar with that particular case, Senator, but I will take it on notice.
Yeah, it's Rear Admiral David Gale. He was a consultant, or I believe is still a consultant on the Future Frigate programme. Then we've got a Mr Thomas Eccles, former Rear Admiral, United States, retired in 2013 and has served, I think, for the last 5 years or so as a consultant. Well, you can tell me. What role does the former Rear Admiral
So
have with the department currently?
Admiral Eccles was one of the founding members of the Naval Shipbuilding Advisory Board, and his role has continued under the new Naval Shipbuilding Expert Advisory Panel.
Right. And can you confirm the value of the contracts that we've signed with Mr. Eccles?
I will take that on
point?
notice.
Thank you. And finally, Mr. William Hillardies, former Vice Admiral. I think he is currently in the role of a member of the Australian Naval Shipbuilding Advisory Board.
So I can confirm, Senator, that Admiral Hillardies is he's again a foundation member of the Naval Shipbuilding Advisory Board, and he now chairs the Naval Shipbuilding Expert Advisory Panel.
All right, and again, the value of the contracts that we've had
Senator,
with...
if I could...
Yes, of course.
Admiral Hillardies has, in fact, on a couple of occasions provided evidence to this committee.
Yes, I'm aware of that. So if you could do that, that would be fantastic. And then finally, in relation to former Admiral Donald Kirkland, he was, I believe, a member of the Australian Submarine Advisory Committee.
I can confirm that Admiral Kirkland was a member of the Submarine Advisory Committee. He's no longer serving in that capacity.
No, he is not. He was found to be, well, it's kind of made public that he was also acting at the time as chairman of the Huntington Ingalls Industry Group since 2020, I believe.
We were aware of his other roles. He had declared that, and he wasn't involved in providing advice on aspects that touched on
And he's
Huntington.
now stepped back from that position as of April because of a potential conflict of interest.
He has...
He has stepped back from that position.
From the Submarine Advisory Committee?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, because of a potential conflict of interest.
With the expansion of the submarine program
Yes.
to include a nuclear-powered submarine program in which Huntington Ingalls would have an interest.
Indeed, yes. Can you give... All right, so could you...
So I just reinforce, Senator,
Yeah.
in his capacity as a member of the Submarine Advisory Committee, he did not provide advice on nuclear-powered submarines.
I believe his contract was worth about $255,000 USD, but can you take that on notice for me as well?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. And just finally, can you give us an idea of, are there any other former members of the Navy currently advising Defence in relation to the AUKUS negotiations, other than the individuals that I've listed?
I'm probably not best placed to talk about who's providing advice in relation to AUKUS, but I can certainly advise you the members of the Naval Shipbuilding Expert Advisory Panel.
Yes, you could, or somebody else at the table.
Senator, we will get you a list of all former members of the US Navy who are providing advice to Defence across any program.
That would be excellent. All right. And a final question. This may be to the department, it may be to the minister. Are there any plans or safeguards in place in relation to the AUKUS Pact that take into account an unexpected change in the global environment, particularly a case in which a partner was unwilling to continue to provide technologies or capabilities or other collaboration in relation to the acquisition of the capability or indeed its operation?
So, Senator, we've certainly, in the discussions that we've had with our partners as we've worked towards this providing advice to government on an optimal pathway, we've done a lot of work around over time what forms of agreements, MOUs and other documents, including treaty-level documents, may be required to underpin the long-term nature of such an agreement.
Can I add to that? I think the key word there or phrase there is long-term nature. The very nature of this capability and whatever choices government makes about how it is to be acquired and obtained, it is a capability and a project which will extend in all three partner countries beyond the life of any one government and will inevitably involve governments of all political persuasions in each of those countries. So the importance of the bipartisanship, I think, in all three partners is manifest. And I would make the point, as I've had previously, our relationship with the United States and our relationship with the United Kingdom has endured and continued and been strengthened in context with very different political leadership in each of the countries. And these are relationships which are deep and they are also institutionally based. So there are very strong relationships between, for example, the defence entities in all three nations.
Is that the end for your line of questions, Senator? Thank you.
Thanks,
All right.
Chair.
I'll now hand the call to Senator Reynolds.
Thank you very much, Chair. And if we could go back to Henderson, I'd just like to focus now on infrastructure projects and programs. And Mr Dalton, in relation to the working group that you're on with the WA State Government, does ANI have a role in that working group?
ANI participate in that working group, Senator.
Okay, so they are formally members. What is the ANI role in terms of the working group and some of the projects that are happening at Henderson?
So ANI's involvement was introduced by the previous government when they selected ANI as the model, if you like, through which we would look at large vessel dry berth infrastructure in Western Australia.
So thank you. So 2 years ago, we co-funded an inquiry into, I think it was the Advizian land use report, which was a very comprehensive report of, as you said, of Latitude 32 and the whole precinct, which then led into the WA Government's AMC infrastructure strategy. Are both of those documents still being utilised by the working group and forming the basis of further work?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. Are there any other documents since then? So that's sort of 2 years ago. Are there any other documents that you're now using to inform the working group's undertakings?
Well, there's probably one other document, and I might get Admiral Malcolm to talk about it, but one that's slightly confusingly called for us the Integrated Infrastructure Program, which is also known as the IIP, is something that we're working with the West Australian State Government to make sure that investment is targeted appropriately across the Henderson precinct.
Okay, because I think it's safe to say that Henderson is really not up to the requirements of defence today or into the future. So from memory, the things that need to be done in the precinct, upgrade wharves, we need a vessel lift capacity and capability, particularly for the larger naval vessels. There's not enough hard standing for larger vessels, and sort of the list goes on. So there is quite a long list of works that does need to be done at Henderson. Is that correct?
Well, there's certainly opportunities to improve the infrastructure at Henderson, Senator.
Very diplomatic, Mr Dalton.
Senator Rural Wendy Malcolm, Naval Shipbuilding and Sustainment Group. I might just try and reassure you on some of those things, and you've rightly pointed out that Henderson is a very important part of our capability, and indeed the planned increase in size of our Navy and the requirements for sustainment and shipbuilding that we will need into the future, we have been looking at very closely. I might talk a little bit about the work that we've done with WA and as part of our infrastructure considerations, and I also might ask Mr Dan Fankhauser to talk about the other things we're doing in the Henderson precinct. The Defence funded planning studies, which I know was an initiative during your time, Senator, which was $9 million that we put towards building on top of the plans that have been done by WA, and that was the focus of the task force that has been led by Tony Dalton. So that was approximately $9 million that's been spent over the last couple of years with studies that range from infrastructure, integrated transport, range of independent studies that actually looked at how we might further progress the precinct. And all of those studies are due to deliver by the end of this year. As part of that, we also
Can I just ask, so on that study, so that'll be a comprehensive report that is delivered to the Minister or to the WA Government as well, and to the A&O Minister as well?
It's a product that goes to the task force. So it looks to the issues that we were co-developing with the WA State Government. Okay. But I would also note that we have done some separate studies looking at feasibility options around nuclear infrastructure. Those will be provided to the Nuclear Submarine Task Force. They're just initial feasibility options. And I would note that we would then look at what else needs to be done. But as part of that report that will be provided to the task force, that's a comprehensive suite of options that look at docking arrangements, be they graving docks, floating docks, ship lifts, slipways, looking at what is the best requirements and the supporting infrastructure that's needed in the West to support the growing Navy and also the growing shipbuilding programs that will be there and the ongoing work for our submarines. So I might ask Mr Fankhauser.
Just before you do, thank you, Malcolm, that was very helpful. So the current review that will report at the end of the year to the task force, that also includes the dry dock proposal and the funding that's associated with that. Is that correct?
No. What I would note is that looks at, we are working together with WA to look at what are the optimal ways that we could deliver the precinct. The announcement that was made by the former government...
Sorry, when you say the precinct, are you talking about the entire Henderson precinct or a defence precinct?
The Henderson precinct.
The whole precinct, yep.
So, for instance, we've worked very closely with WA on a number of their fast-tracked infrastructure projects, which include... so that's $89 million that the state government has actually put into that, including wharf upgrades, vessel transfer pathways and transport improvements in the area.
Could you on notice give me a list of all of that 89 million and what's funded under that in terms of works and what the schedule is for those works?
Yeah, I will seek that from the WA Task Force,
Thank you.
Senator.
I could add to that.
Yes.
Senator Dan Fankhauser, First Assistant Secretary Infrastructure. So up till the 30th of June of this year, we had spent $47 million directly from the defence budget on projects in the Henderson precinct, and this financial year we're expecting to add a further $65 million to that expenditure. That's primarily to support future capabilities, the offshore patrol vessel. And
Could I ask for that on notice, so a list of that as well, of how that 47 for last financial year plus the upcoming 65 million, sure, and what projects and the timeline for those as well?
Certainly.
Thank you. So can I ask then, in the budget this year, the $4.3 billion for the dry dock does not appear in the budget documents. Could you just unpack, but it does in the ANI report to say, their annual report that's just been tabled this month, it does say that that money is in the budget for them. It's on page 29 of their annual report. So can you perhaps explain what's happening with that funding and the project?
So that was the model, the delivery model that the previous government selected. So that would use ANI and ANI's funding stream to deliver the infrastructure on which the government will need to make a decision next year. This is pre-decisional. The defence budget will then, as those infrastructure elements are delivered and are then leased to industry, the lease costs that then will be passed through on those military projects would come from those defence project budgets. So it doesn't appear in the defence budget per se. That upfront investment will be managed by ANI through their budgeting measures, and they will make a return on investment by leasing that infrastructure to industry to deliver naval programs.
Okay, so just to be clear, the $4.3 billion that the previous government committed for this project to proceed in 2023 and be operational by 2028, is that still proceeding on track?
So I understand, Senator, that the previous government selected ANI as the delivery model, and in their public announcement said that the facility infrastructure would cost up to $4.3 billion. That budget was always going to be managed through ANI as the ANI delivery model.
So ANI have got it in their annual report. So from that annual report, as I said on page 29, whatever it was, said that is under the model that you've described is still proceeding in those development phases. So as far as Defence knows, and from yourself from the working group with the state government, that project is proceeding.
We are still working with ANI to develop options that government will consider in, post the Defence Strategic Review next year.
So are those options then the one that Rear Admiral Malcolm has just talked about in terms of new floating docks, new dry docks, whether you have one berth, two berths, those sorts of things?
Correct.
So that hasn't been... So I think what you're saying, in effect, is that there is no certainty that will go ahead yet, that you're reviewing it and you will make a report to the task force at the end of the year that it may or may not still be in that review. Is that correct?
So there's a range of activities happening in...
No, Mr Dalton, just to make it very clear,
Yeah.
There is a possibility that proposal might not proceed in the task force report that's due at the end of the year.
It's still a pre-government, it's still pre-decisional by government, Senator.
So, Secretary, are you able to assist with clarification on this?
No, Senator, it is pre-decisional, and I would hope that the Defence Strategic Review leads will be looking holistically at Defence's infrastructure
you
needs.
hope that they're looking at this, or you know that they're looking at
they
facilities
are
at Henderson?
They are looking at defence-related infrastructure in a holistic way.
Okay.
So when is final investment decision expected in relation to Henderson?
Well, we're planning to take... we're planning to approach the government in the middle of next year, Senator. So it will be... We will need to understand the outcomes of the Defence Strategic Review and how that fits into the future operating model that Defence would then move forward with. So in light of the Defence Strategic Review, our plan at the moment is to bring options for the government to consider mid-next year.
So Mr Seaton previously told estimates that FID was expected by end of this calendar year. So you're now expecting that to not occur until middle of next calendar year.
Well, he's certainly, from an ANI perspective, Senator, we need to have an understanding of what our options might be by the end of this year. That allows us some time to craft advice to government. The Defence Strategic Review, which will report in March, may or may not influence it, but we can't make that pre-judgment. So we are giving ourselves some time to understand how the Defence Strategic Review might impact on what we may recommend to government.
So,
But to be clear there, Mr Dalton, Mr Seaton's previous evidence wasn't that by end of this calendar year ANI would have an understanding of options. It was that an FID would have been made, that a final investment decision would have occurred. In fact, I think it was in response to questions from Senator Wong in estimates earlier this year that he made that statement. So you're now indicating that FID in relation to Henderson will occur, you estimate, around middle of next calendar year.
That's correct. So we're now, we are not going to bring forward a decision to government until we understand the outcomes of the Defence Strategic Review.
So, Mr Dalton, can I just confirm that I have got the totality of your evidence here today correct? So we've had $47 million of defence funding in projects last year. We've got another $65 million, of which you're going to provide the detail of both on notice. Now, initially, so there's been 2 good years, if not more, of detailed planning work between Department of Defence, ANI and the state government on options for Henderson. Very detailed planning work. So that is correct, isn't it? That's occurred.
There is a detailed planning work that the investment in
Mr.
Henderson
Dalton,
that Mr Fankhauser talked about, Senator, was infrastructure.
Infrastructure,
investment.
yes, and all of these projects we're talking about are large infrastructure projects. So for the dry dock, for the $4.3 million dry dock, thank you, a very important omission. It was going to start next year to be delivered and operational in 2028. So with the delays due to the review and also that we've just discussed and resolved questions from Senator Birmingham, what is the delay? When is the earliest possible opportunity now that we will have a functioning single or double berth dry dock in Western Australia?
So, Senator, if I can just talk to that, and I would note that we are using this time to ensure we understand what the different options might be of how we deliver the capability, which is to berth a ship in order to undertake the maintenance. Yes. So it might be that we have a dry dock that does that. It might have a floating dock. We might have a combination. So one of the issues we may look at is an interim capability where we might have a floating dry dock that could berth our largest ships prior to a graving dock being put in place, or it might be a combination of floating docks, or it might be a ship lift. So the point there is we are considering the capability required as a throughput through this decade to ensure that we do not have a gap in capability, and we manage maintenance and upgrades to the Captain Cook Graving Dock facility in Sydney alongside that to ensure that there is not a capability gap and that we have contingency options ongoing.
That is very prudent planning. I totally concur with that. But what does that actually mean for Henderson? With the review, last question. So with the review, can you perhaps take on notice with the task force reporting options at the end of the year, as you've just described? What does that then push the time frame out to fully deliver the new works over the next decade or so at Henderson? And what sort of quantums of funding are you now looking at? What is the funding profile for all of that work in totality? Thank you.
I'll now hand the call over to Senator.
Can I just see whether officials on the last part of Senator Reynolds' question there, in terms of the funding, quantum and profile, has it changed between the 2 budgets this year? Is it still $4.3 billion? Or is it less? And has the profile changed?
Okay, Senator Green.
Sorry, Mr. Dalton is able to answer, Chair.
Simon Birmingham. I'm being quite generous with the time.
Sure, and I saw lips starting to move, and I would like to hear the answer.
Senator
Chair,
Green has a call, and I didn't
if an official has an answer, we should get to
I know this is...
I didn't also provide you with the call either. So I now hand the call over to Senator Green.
I know this is a portion of the program where there's some localised interest, so I appreciate the opportunity just to jump in and ask about the HMAS Cairns expansion, which I flagged with you previously in a briefing, Mr. Forkeiser. When did the previous government announce an expansion of the HMAS Cairns precinct?
There's a few elements to it, Senator. We have for a number of years now been looking at significant investments in the Cairns Marine Precinct to be able to support both current but more importantly future naval capabilities. And as part of that, there was an announcement which is contained in the budget that was only just recently released about a co-contribution of funding from both the federal and the state government.
I am so across that, and I'm going to get there.
Okay.
But what I'm asking you about is, under the previous government, there was an announcement to expand HMAS Cairns.
Right.
So I'm just talking about the actual base there, and then I'll get to the precinct if I have time. But back in, I think it was 2019, I'm not sure what month, is that when the original announcement around the expansion of the base occurred?
That's right, and those works are being done as part of a capability project.
Sure.
So there's 3 projects that are contributing to the expansion of HMAS Cairns, which are separate to the Cairns Marine Precinct commitment.
And I think everyone in Cairns was very pleased to hear your contribution to that debate and the sort of promise of that expansion, Rear Admiral. Everyone's really pleased. But my question is, where is it up to? I mean, it's 2019. We talked about expanding it. It was a long time under the previous government. I think we had many a press conference on the base from former ministers talking about it. What's happened?
So the works associated with the upgraded wharf and facilities that will be needed to support the Arafura offshore patrol vessels have just finalised the detailed design on those. We're expecting works to commence early in the new year. In the budget that has just been released, there's forecast of $61.1 million of investment between now and the end of the financial year. So that's one of those 3 projects. There's also a $15.6 million midterm refresh that's happening concurrently. That's another $11.1 million of expenditure this year. And there's also a third project which is facilities to support the fleet information environment modernisation. And that's a further $22.8 million. So in total about $95 million on the HMAS Cairns related expansion.
I'm going to get cut off because of lunch. My only other question then, so we've got the design finalised. Well, I've got 2 questions. When is construction going to start? There's obviously a community expectation that should be happening soon.
Yeah, in early 2023.
Okay, and then my question is around the Cairns Marine Precinct. You spoke about the commitment in the budget to develop the Cairns Marine Precinct, which sits along. Was Defence waiting to see what would happen around the precinct before moving forward with your design? Because the two things really do fit together.
You're right, Senator, that they do. Where we had been in ongoing discussions with the Queensland State Government related to the potential use of a parcel of land known as Lot 485 and differing views in our respective master plans for the best utilisation of that space. That has since been resolved and that will now give us the clarity going forward to align respective master plans.
And you're obviously aware that the previous government didn't support or have an election commitment around that precinct, but our government does, and now that's in the budget. So that has allowed you to then move on with design processes.
I think the funding arrangements for the significant investment that will need to be made in developing that marine precinct have since been resolved.
Yeah, by a change of government. You can...
Yes.
I acknowledge. Yeah,
Thank you.
it was a commitment of both the federal and the Queensland State Government.
Thank you. Sorry, Chair.
Thanks.
Senator Green. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Chair. I know we've got a very short amount of time.
Very short.
So I might just quickly ask, perhaps to you, Secretary. I asked a series of questions about the $3.4 billion that Defence has said is the costs for the cancelled French submarine contract. And I think there were a variety of numbers and they didn't quite connect the numbers that were given. Can you on notice provide a full detailed costing of where that money has gone, including to what was not purchased, if you like, or purchased, and where the payments were made to?
Yes, Senator, we'll itemise the money that was spent.
Thank you. Is it time?
Yeah, it is time. It is time. It is time. So we will now suspend for lunch and come back here at 1:30 p.m. We'll continue on with a line of questioning here at the Senate Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Committee in the Senate Estimates, and I'll hand over to Senator Shoebridge.
Thank you, Chair.
Chair, whilst David is getting ready, whilst the Senator is getting ready, could I just say to the Minister that I did see from my office, and thank you very much.
No worries. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks for that, Senator Molan. Yeah, it's all right.
Through you, Minister, to the Secretary. There was a report in the Washington Post on the 18th of October this year that stated that 6 retired US admirals have worked for the Australian government since 2015, including one who served for 2 years as Australia's Deputy Secretary of Defence. First of all, are you aware of that report?
Senator, I am aware of that report, and this morning, in response to a question from Senator Steele-John, the department has undertaken on notice to provide a list of all of those former US Navy personnel who may have been engaged by the department across any program. So we've taken that on notice.
Yep.
I was aware of the media report. I think the article in that relation is referring to former Admiral Steve Johnson, who at one stage worked in Australia as the Director General of Submarines, and then subsequently served for a period as a Deputy Secretary in the sort of Naval Shipbuilding Group, and in that role attended this committee on a number of occasions, Senator.
And did that Deputy Secretary have a role in the decision to cancel the French submarine contract?
No, Senator.
The article also said that one of the 6 retired US admirals had to resign this year as a part-time submarine consultant for the Australian government because of a potential conflict of interest over his full-time job as a board chairman of a US company that builds nuclear-powered submarines. Is that true?
Admiral Kirk Donald has in fact resigned from that submarine advisory committee, very conscious of the need to avoid any perception of an inappropriate conflict of interest. But Admiral Kirk Donald had served for a number of years previously on the submarine advisory panel.
When did Admiral Kirk Donald commence on that panel?
While you're looking at that, Secretary, just to confirm, Senator Shoebridge, are you seeking to table this or just making reference to it?
I think it might be clearer for the record if I do table it.
Okay, thank
so
you.
it's available to all senators and
just for the
and to the public. So
hand side.
I'll seek
Thank
to table
you.
that now.
Thank you.
Mr. Dalton.
G'day, Senator. Tony Dalton, Deputy Secretary, Naval Shipbuilding and Sustainment. I don't actually have the exact dates for Admiral Donald. I can tell you the Submarine Advisory Committee was formed in 2017, and I do understand, but I'll just need to confirm and take on notice that I think Admiral Donald was actually a founding member of the submarine.
So, and at the time that the Admiral joined that subcommittee, did he have that same potential conflict of interest, being on the board of a US company that builds nuclear-powered submarines?
Senator, that was long before Mr Morrison and his colleagues decided to cancel the French program and to pursue a nuclear submarine.
That doesn't answer my question, though, Secretary. Maybe Mr Dalton?
Well, we'll take on notice when Admiral Donald's interest in Huntington Ingalls was formed, but it would have been declared to us at the time, and it wasn't perceived as a conflict of interest.
What was the name of the US company?
Huntington Ingalls Industries.
Huntington Ingalls. When did the Admiral advise the ADF of his role in that company?
We'll take that on notice, Senator.
Did he have that role in company? Did he have that role or any other relationship with that company at the time that the subcommittee, at the time that the decision was made by the Australian government to cancel the French submarine project and instead opt for either a US or a UK nuclear submarine program?
Admiral Donald's role was a member of the Submarine Advisory Committee, which has terms of reference that's structured to look at Collins class submarine and the Attack class submarine. So that particular committee didn't provide advice on other aspects of the program.
But surely that committee was consulted before the decision was made to cancel the Attack class submarine program?
No, Senator.
All right. Did that Admiral provide any advice or have any other role that impacted on the decision of the former government to cancel the Attack class submarine project and instead opt for nuclear-powered submarines?
No, Senator.
Was it the ADF that identified the conflict of interest, or was it the US government that identified the conflict of interest?
Senator, I would point out that we don't believe there was a conflict of interest. The terms of reference for the Submarine Advisory Committee specifically talked about the Attack class submarine and the Collins class submarine. Even though that has not changed after the announcement of a nuclear-powered submarine, Admiral Donald, to avoid even the perception of a conflict of interest, resigned from the advisory committee. So we don't believe there was a conflict of interest, and we think Admiral Donald has managed himself without, in an exemplary fashion.
Have you satisfied yourself of the other shareholdings or financial interests that these 6 retired US admirals have had while engaged for work for the Australian government?
They make a declaration of their other interests as part of their employment, and subsequently, should that change, they're obliged to update that declaration.
Do any other of these retired US admirals, or do they or have they had an interest in companies that build nuclear-powered submarines?
Not to my knowledge, Senator.
Well, you say not to your knowledge.
Not to my knowledge, Senator.
But do you say, sitting there, that you have full knowledge of their disclosures?
I haven't personally seen their declarations, Senator.
Well, would you take it on notice as to whether or not, if at any point they've had an interest in any company that builds nuclear-powered submarines?
We'll take that on notice.
Obviously, whilst engaged by the Australian government, I'm limited to that period.
Indeed.
And if so, could you advise which companies and when those interests were held?
Indeed.
as at today, how many retired US admirals are working for the Australian Defence Force, and in what capacities?
I can certainly answer the question as in how many retired US Navy admirals are providing advice on shipbuilding and sustainment. So right now, the retired US admirals sitting on the Naval Shipbuilding Expert and Advisory Panel. It's chaired by Vice Admiral William Halades, and one of the members on the Naval Shipbuilding Expert Advisory Panel is Rear Admiral Thomas Eccles.
Is that the only one you're aware of?
They are the only serving US Navy retired admirals that I'm aware of at the moment.
When you say serving
Serving
US retired admirals?
on our expert advisory panels or committees.
Yeah, all right. What about having a role as, say, a deputy secretary?
I'm not aware of any former US Navy admirals currently with a role as a deputy secretary in the department.
Just so that there's no ambiguity about a question asked earlier, can you provide on notice if any of those US Navy admirals had a role in the government's decision to cancel the French submarine deal?
Well, I'm sorry, I thought Mr Moriarty answered that bluntly and clearly with a single word, so I'm not sure what you want us to take on.
No, that was about one particular admiral, that question. So I'm asking about...
In relation to all of them, none of them had a role.
And Senator, just so I can close the loop on one of those questions you had, Admiral Donald started work on the Submarine Advisory Committee on the 4th of December 2017.
And concluded...
Do we have a date for that? I'll get back to you on that.
And again, the potential conflict of interest, the reason why Admiral Donald resigned, was that raised by the United States or raised by the ADF?
No, he raised it.
And you'll inform us when that was raised. I'm going to move on to another point, Chair.
Sure. A few more minutes.
Okay, thank you. Just going back again to the budget papers, this time to page 33. This is about the defence contribution to national support tasks. And I think primarily this is about, Secretary might advise me if I'm wrong, that's primarily about ADF doing flood relief and fire relief in Australia, is that right?
There's a range of... I'll take advice from the CFO. It may cover some of the COVID assist work that the ADF has done, but certainly in relation to natural disasters, the flood relief is the largest recent component of that. So.
But the 21-22, there was $211 million expended. That was a mixture of COVID, flood, is that right?
That's correct.
And then this year's budgeted at $98 million, and that's, I assume, primarily for flood relief, is that right?
Yeah, I'll just check my notes, Senator.
Senator, while the Chief Financial Officer is having a look, I could indicate it could be a combination of both the ADF support to COVID measures concluded on the 7th of October. So it would have been into this financial year. And of course, as we have been, we remain in support of our community with flood relief efforts.
All right. So apart from the COVID expenditure, which wrapped up on the 7th of October, which was more modest this year than last financial year.
Yes.
the $98 million is primarily flood relief, I assume. Is that right?
I'm not certain of the basis of the figure. I'm just I'm
but I
telling you what
appreciate
the
it.
ADF is doing.
I
at the
appreciate it,
moment.
Vice Admiral. I suppose, how are we going with that, Mr Groves?
I don't seem to have that info with me,
Right.
Senator. I might have to get back to you on that.
Well then, we'll go to on the assumption that, well, are there any other major defence contributions to national support tasks that the ADF is engaged in at the moment, apart from the flood relief, that would explain the expenditure? I'll go to you, Secretary. Not aware of
Certainly
any?
the additional funding that we received this year, Senator, that is outlined in the measures table was in relation to overseas operations. At
But
this
these are
point,
national support tasks in Australia, it says, in Australia.
yeah, and some of those may be funds that aren't funded under no win, no loss, but I'll just have to get back to you on that
But
table.
these aren't
that you're
overseas. These are, you reference some overseas projects. These are in Australia, that's what it says.
Yes.
All right.
Senator Shoeridge,
I suppose
one more minute.
Yeah. I'm just having a difficulty with the forward estimates in relation to this this table, because it basically suggests that next year the spend will go from, well, it was $98 million this year to $22,000 next year. Is that on the assumption that they're
Which line item? We're in the PPSA.
still on page 33, Senator? Prime Minister? So it goes from 98 million this year to 22,000 next year. Is that on the assumption there will be no flooding or no substantial assistance required?
Funding for our for operations such as flood assist, we really only receive that funding on an annual basis, based on a no win, no loss basis. Those $22,000 amounts may have been residual costs related to a previous measure that had a bit of a tail to it. Normally for things like flood assist, we haven't got any additional funding for flood assist for this financial year at this point in time, because it hasn't hit the threshold for no win, no loss arrangements.
But
So
you can't base your forward estimates
Yeah,
on,
but hang on, sorry.
on waiting for the weather events in future years.
No,
You've
please,
got to be...
there's a budgeting point here. This is subject to no win, no loss, is it?
the flood assist is, Senator.
Right, and so...
Yeah, there's a $10 million.
So as I understand the official's advice, up to a certain threshold, Defence will absorb employee and supplier expenditure.
Yep.
Yes. Above that threshold, they would be funded on a no-win, no-loss arrangement, which is not, it is a normal part of budgeting processes that certain things, certain tasks or events, including military conflict, for example, is not budgeted for because you can't project that necessarily, but you have a no-win, no-loss arrangement in a number of portfolios for certain scenarios which would be difficult to assess and cost as part of your budget process.
No, I had understood that.
It's been a while since I was finance minister, so if I've got that wrong, I'm sure an official will correct me. But I think that's what the reference is to.
Yeah, no, and I had understood that. So my question is this. Given what we know about extreme weather events, given the regularity it's been happening to date, the idea that it's not predictable, that there will be substantial Defence Force expenditure on national disaster relief seems to be a 20th century concept.
Well, I don't think that you are trying to connect a political statement to a budgeting decision which goes to the.
I'm trying to.
Well, if I can just try and find the words. You're trying to connect a political statement to a budgeting practice which goes to as yet unquantifiable cost because of the scale of disasters. I don't think anybody, certainly now that this government has been elected, I think we are very aware of the likelihood and risk associated with natural disasters. In fact, when I was Climate Change Minister, I was asserting this. I was asserting this before your party then voted with the coalition against a carbon price. But that's, I suppose, a history you'd rather not talk about.
And
we were asserting that. Now,
and sorry, you're talking about political points here, and that's your answer, is it? That's your answer.
If you want to.
I'm asking whether or not there's going to be forward budgeting.
Senator Shoebridge, can we just let the Minister conclude her answer, please?
My recollection is that DRA is in Home Affairs, disaster relief.
Yeah.
So disaster, yes. I mean, the difficulty is some of what you're asking questions about relate to the totality of federal government architecture and funding for disaster support and relief, some of which involves the ADF and Australians and the government, and I'm sure the Senate is very, very appreciative of the work that ADF personnel are doing in the floods now and have done regularly. But this is not the sum total of what government is doing, and my colleague Minister Watt has made some announcements and made many public statements about this.
I'm endeavouring to determine
Senator Shoebridge,
if
I now
there's
have to
an
hand the
adequate
call
allowance.
over. I'll be handing the call over now to Senator Birmingham.
Thanks very much, Chair. Just quickly, and Mr Dalton, you might want to come back to the table, please. Can I just refer, I want to go back to the Henderson questions that we were covering before in relation to the large vessel dry berth facility there. Page 71 of budget paper number 2 from the March budget of this year indicated that $4.3 billion had been allocated within the Defence IIP for construction of the dry berth. Can I confirm that that remains the allocation within the DIIP for that project?
Sorry, I apologise, Senator Birmingham. Which project?
Henderson.
Henderson,
Dry berth.
right, okay.
So can you just repeat that question for me, Senator?
Sure. So, page 71 of budget paper number 2 from the March budget of this year indicates that $4.3 billion has been allocated within the Defence IIP for construction of the large vessel dry berth at Henderson. Does that continue to be the allocation within the DIIP?
Senator, I understand in the integrated investment program that allocation sits in the second decade. So the ANI and that provision still resides in the future provision in the second decade for large vessel infrastructure in Western Australia. So the decision to use ANI as the delivery model allowed that infrastructure to be built using a different funding line through ANI, and the money that's in the provision in the second decade would cover the lease costs that would be passed on to us by the shipbuilders and sustainers that would lease that infrastructure. So that hasn't changed.
So there's been no change to the allocation or to the profiling of it, which you say is...
Would you mind? I was just confirming that the evidence was when the previous government announced this project that no money was brought forward in the IIP, and no change since. And there's been no change since the change of government.
Yep, so I think that's what Mr Dalton just said.
I wanted to make sure that I understood the evidence clearly.
There had not been a change to the quantum that that 4.3 referenced there, but profiling has also not changed.
And,
what
and,
Mr.
and,
Dalton.
and you didn't bring it, and the previous government did not bring it forward when they announced it.
And so can I now just go to the questions of timing in that regard? So we had the discussion before about final investment decision, which had been slated for end of year 2022. And my understanding is that timelines were looking for construction commencing 2023 and initial operating capacity 2028. And that was all discussed at estimates earlier this year. Mr. Dalton's nodding. Yes?
That was the evidence given at the time, Senator.
Is there any variation to those timelines, noting the discussion we had before about a delay to FID beyond end of this calendar year?
Senator Stacey Hall, First Assistant Secretary, Naval Shipbuilding and Sustainment. As officers testified earlier this morning, there are a number of ongoing studies underway looking at different capability options to inform a final investment decision. Depending on the ultimate decision in relation to the capability option, there will be impacts on schedule, which we're not able to quantify at this point in time, but we still anticipate that additional operating capability can be delivered by 2028 as originally anticipated.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Ms Hall. Can I just quickly, while we're on infrastructure, just ask about the AUKUS task force work on infrastructure and whether any proposals have been brought forward or decisions made by government in relation to infrastructure needs associated with the nuclear-powered submarine program.
I think if I heard your question correctly, has there been any decisions made by government on infrastructure for the nuclear-powered submarine program?
Essentially, Vice Admiral.
And Senator, the answer to that is no decisions have been made by government. We provide advice to government on a regular basis, and as the Deputy Prime Minister has indicated, government will be making decisions in early 2023.
Will infrastructure decisions have to await the totality of decisions, Vice Admiral, in relation to is there work that can be undertaken at Osborne in master planning, in land procurement, that could be undertaken regardless of the decision about which class of boat or other related decisions?
So there's been a number, in fact a lot of work has been done down at Osborne, working with ANI and ASC on land, different land options, as you know, there for the build of a nuclear-powered submarine. A number of studies have been undertaken, seismic studies, historical weather studies, geological studies, urban development, soil, groundwater, security studies, geoscience studies. We're doing that. We're looking at what parcel of land. We're looking at build options. That all continues, and that advice will then be provided to government for a decision early 2023. We've done a lot of work with the South Australian State Government. I've met with the Premier on a number of occasions. I've met with the local minister there as well. We're doing a lot of work with Defence South Australia. We're working with Tony Dalton's team, obviously because of the other infrastructure aspects down there at Osborne. We're trying to bring this up into a package for government consideration, Senator.
Okay. Is there a possibility of some of those decisions being made in advance of the other decisions that will come back by March?
So I think that the best way to do this is this optimal pathway comprises, as you know, a range of infrastructure considerations. It also has the industrial base, the security aspects. We don't intend to isolate any one of these packages as part of the optimal pathway. We do think that the most elegant and best way forward is to bring this forward to government as a package. As you know, there are about 9 components to make up this optimal pathway. The platform itself is just one of those. It would be, I think, it would not be the best practice and would probably induce risk if we didn't provide a full scope to government, and we are doing this with our AUKUS partners there, Senator.
Has the South Australian Government, in your discussions with them, offered to provide additional land?
So we are working with Defence SA on that. We are looking at what land is available down there at Osborne, what additional land is available. We've done a lot of work on that. We are providing options to government on a particular site or sites that we believe would be suitable for the build of the nuclear-powered submarines.
But in working through those possibilities, is there an offer from the South Australian Government to provide that land, or is Renewal SA indicating that they'd have to sell it to you?
So I don't think we're at that stage yet, Senator, but we are deep in discussions with Defence SA and ANI and ASC on the best model.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Vice Admiral. And just Mr Dalton, you might want to take this on notice to respond. But my understanding is ANI, in their previous evidence about the $4.3 billion, indicated clearly it was for construction and sustainment of the dry berth. Your indication before essentially was an operational payback model. Can you just...
So, Senator, as you're aware, ANI model works on a mixture of equity and debt that they raise, and it's not funded through defence. They then build the infrastructure and they recoup a return on equity or a return on their investment through charging a lease to the occupants of those facilities. And in the long term, that lease then cost is embedded in the price of the contracts that our primes have for those facilities. So we have an allocation in our integrated investment program that will cover the cost of those additional project costs that relate to the lease aspects of those facilities. But the ANI capital investment is not actually, as in this model, is not part of the defence budget.
Okay. Thank you, Mr Dalton. Van, do you want to...
Thank you, Senator. I'll hand the call over now to Senator Green and then I'll come to Senator Fawcett.
Thank you, Chair. I just have some questions. Well, they relate to the work that's happening around the review, but I'll just start off by asking you, Mr Moriarty, what the strategic importance of Australia's defence partnerships with Pacific Island countries are.
Well, thank you, Senator. There's a number of dimensions to that, and I'll ask colleagues. So the region is important in terms of neighbourhood and family, and then there's the importance of the strategic geography.
Okay.
But the government has made it very clear that it wishes to be the strategic partner of choice for all of the countries of the region. We wish to be, and we have over many years, provided quite extensive defence cooperation to those countries that have a defence force. We, the AFP and other agencies, provide security assistance to a number of the countries that have police forces. We provide assets to help with their maritime surveillance. We build capacity to help them respond to disasters, to deal with internal security challenges. So we see ourselves as a security partner of choice that helps build security resilience in the region to meet the needs of the region. So we are very responsive to their priorities, and our annual defence cooperation talks with all of them respond to priorities from the region.
Yeah.
Then the other dimension, of course, is that broader one of the South Pacific is an important region for Australia in terms of the defence of Australia and our maritime approaches. And so we think about it in a very important way in terms of the future conduct of military operations, and the government has again said that a presence in the region that might complicate our security planning or our security operations would be of great concern to the government. So we do contingency planning around issues in the region, but the primary focus, and Mr Miles has put a very strong emphasis on building our security partnerships in the region to respond to the needs of the region. But I might...
I've got a few more questions. I'm sure you'll be able to answer them, Mr. Jeffrey, as well. But I did want to ask so we can understand. Obviously, no one wants to preempt an outcome of the strategic review, but can you tell me how the Pacific region will be supported through the Defence Strategic Review?
Senator Hugh Jeffrey, Acting Deputy Secretary, Strategy, Policy and Industry. As the Secretary's mentioned this morning, we're not going to prejudge the conclusions of the review. The review recommendations will be provided to the government early next year, and the government will then go through the process of considering those recommendations and making a public announcement.
But in terms of the way,
Senator, the review leads are very conscious of the government's focus on the South Pacific.
Sure. And I think it lends to, simply the strategic geography that you were talking about, Mr. Moriarty, that there has to be consideration in the review about those partnerships. Is that correct?
That's correct, Senator. As the Secretary has noted, the Pacific has been a key strategic focus for Defence for a number of years.
Yep.
This is on the back of whole-of-government consideration of Pacific strategic and economic and demographic and environmental trends, all of which underlined that those trends would require greater Australian engagement and are underpinned by the conviction that that Pacific security is Australia's security, and our security is their security. So we share in each other's prosperity, but we'll also share in each other's risk.
Yeah.
So Defence has lent heavily into that agenda. If you look at Defence budgets over the last decade, they have increased significantly, and we've done a lot more in terms of responding to the security needs that our partners in the Pacific identify.
Right.
And they're in a whole range of lines of effort, which I can identify for you, should you wish.
I might be asking you about those, Mr. Jeffrey, so if you just hold off. What I did want to understand, though, because there has been, I think, a shift that's been pretty visible for people in my region, which is very close to the Pacific, about the engagement that's been happening recently. Can you tell me what the reaction has been from Pacific Island countries to the increased tempo of visits from the Australian Foreign and Defence Ministers?
Well, I think...
Talk about Defence Minister if you want.
Yeah, apologies.
I won't be offended. You go right ahead.
I think the minister...
He should talk about his minister.
The minister could probably speak for herself, but...
Minister Miles, but also Minister Conroy, who is in our portfolio but has that broader responsibility for the region in the DFAT portfolio. Presence is very important. So our ministers turning up, our ministers being prepared to travel to the region, it is very important to them.
Yeah. And is it that building of personal relationships that's really key?
Well, yes, Senator.
I'm talking about, I guess...
In the Pacific,
to the
personal
Pacific,
connections.
for those Pacific partners, is that a key... They are looking for that personal relationship.
Yeah, and the frequency of visits to Australia and the frequency of visits to the region by Australian ministers and other seniors is important.
Can I ask one of the other key shifts? Sorry, Minister.
Sorry, can I just add one thing to that?
Yeah.
I think we've been really lucky with Minister Conroy, who obviously has been very energetic and also deeply engaged, and also the PM. But I did want to say, I think the Deputy Prime Minister's personal commitment to the region and personal history with the region and knowledge, not just of the sort of geopolitical history of the region, but personal history with many significant figures in the region is a huge asset for the country. And he has been very committed to utilising the very extensive security and defence ties we have with a number of countries in the region, I think to the nation's benefit. And we appreciate, I appreciate both his but also the portfolio's engagement and the many ways in which the portfolio engages with the Pacific. The offshore patrol vessels or the Guardian class being a very important part of that, but not only.
Thank you, Minister. The other key step change, I think, has been climate policies. I don't mean to ask you about those policies, but I'd like to understand how the government's new climate change policies have provided a basis for new areas of defence cooperation with our Pacific partners. It's obviously a key item for them on their discussions.
Senator, our personnel on climate may come to the table, but as you've rightly acknowledged, climate is a key security concern for our Pacific family. As I mentioned earlier, our Pacific partners' primary security concerns are non-traditional security threats, what we would call non-traditional, and they evolve primarily around the impacts of climate change and how those impacts are going to be exacerbated by economic and demographic and other flow-on effects.
Yep.
So it's important for us as their principal security partner to be able to engage with those concerns as they experience them. We obviously understand that when you look at the impact of climate change, they will disproportionately affect small island states, or large ocean states as they like to be referred to, and also maritime Southeast Asia as well. And so we need to ensure that we're tailoring our engagement with our Pacific partners so that it works to address those concerns. Now, as you've noted, Defence is not an agency that has portfolio responsibility for climate policy, but the key driver, one of the key drivers behind our approach towards greater integration of Pacific security and police forces and security capability is to ensure that we have a regional response capability to address the effects of climate change. And you said increasingly in the way in which Defence is engaging in what we call humanitarian and disaster relief capabilities. And it's not just building a response capability that Defence can, that the ADF can use to deploy in the event of risk. It's also about building a common joint capability so that, you saw, for example, Fiji and PNG deploy forces to Australia when we had our bushfires. And so it's about building that common response capability and integrating our forces in a way that we can do it more flexibly and more responsibly, including in things like developing storage areas that exist both in Australia and in the Pacific.
Senator, could I just give you a very practical example?
Of course you can.
Johnson.
Thank
so
you.
The Chief of Defence Force is in the Pacific today with 70 other heads of security from the Pacific, policing, customs and others. It has two themes. One of them is maritime security of the Pacific. The second theme is the impact of climate on security. So it's a very live issue that we are engaged with, and that's where the CDF is today.
Thank you very much. You've preempted a little bit of this question, Mr. Jeffrey, but I was wondering, in these new engagements, what have Pacific countries told us about their defence priorities, and how has this influenced our plans to support them?
If I could characterise it, so there's impacts of climate change, natural disaster response, and state fragility. A lot of these countries still have some real challenges in terms of development, demographic pressures, institutions that still need strengthening, and so they are police forces, defence forces often see their responsibilities as to sort of protect against any potential breakdowns in civil order, but to respond to natural disasters. Their security forces are important nation-building institutions. So we participate in our annual defence talks with all of them. They bring us their priorities, maritime surveillance, or protecting their borders, helping grow natural disaster response capabilities, and we shape our programs very much driven by the needs of our partners.
Okay.
And I'll just add, Senator, a key component of that is the security of ocean resources. As you know, as I mentioned, these are large ocean states, incredibly large ocean territories, unique in the world. And their key resource is a key national resource are those oceans.
Yeah.
Their ability, those ocean resources and their ocean territories are coming under more pressure.
When you say oceans, are you talking about exclusive economic zones?
Exclusive economic zones
Yeah.
where they're able to, for example, exploit the fisheries within those zones. Climate pressures are driving more illegal traffic into those zones, not just around fishing, but also transnational crime as well. And so a big part of our how Defence supports our Pacific partners in this area is through what we would call broad area of maritime domain awareness. The centrepiece of that is the $2 billion program to provide each of our Pacific partners with patrol boat capability that's combined with sustainment and maintenance through the life of the capability, but also with the surveillance necessary to ensure that they can know where their maritime domains are being illegally accessed, and so that they can exercise both their rights and responsibilities in those domains.
Okay.
Could I
Minister?
add to that? One of the government's election commitments was a doubling of funding for aerial maritime surveillance. I just managed to create a new compound noun. And for the reasons that Mr Jeffrey outlines, which is so to try and double the number of flights or increase the number of flights, which you combine with the maritime capability to which he's referred, to try and extend coverage and increase the regulation of the EEZ. If I could add to that, one of my topics of engagement with both the Pacific and Southeast Asia is that the combination of climate change and its effects on fish stocks and fish patterns, and growing populations and increasing pressure on food security, I think the maritime domain will become ever more contested as a consequence of climate change. And I think that is something our Pacific partners are acutely aware of, and frankly also Southeast Asian partners.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you very much, Minister, and thank you, Senator Green. Senator Fawcett.
Taipan helicopter. But Mr Dalton, if you could also just come back. Despite the Chair firing flares and chaff before, I have reacquired my second question I was going to put on notice, so if you'd like to come forward, I'll give you that while the others are coming up. Thank you, mate. Just coming back again to Collins and Lote. You'd be aware that since the Coles review, one of the key successes is the whole enterprise for the Collins and the engagement of the Australian industry, whether that's through reverse engineering the Hedemora and support from companies like McTaggart Scott with periscopes, etc. But having that local industry that has supported ASC and Navy very effectively, that essentially I think is our baseline. And what I'd like you to take on notice, if you could, is to provide an indication as to whether the much talked about 90% is a figure I think people talk about of Australian industry support for the through life support of Collins, whether that's in dollar terms or percentage terms of contracts, number of contracts. I'm not quite sure how Defence has defined that in the past, but could you baseline that for us and the current work in Lote? And then forecasting forward as we replace the powertrain, as we replace periscopes, etc., with products that come from overseas, my concern is that we will potentially end up where we were with Collins, and that we'll be relying on overseas maintenance contracts and IP, and then down the track have to recreate an Australian capability. So I'd like your planning at this stage for where we will be at the end of Lote in terms of the number of contracts or percentage value that is still with Australian industry versus gone overseas, including the OEM in that mix.
Tony Dalton, Deputy Secretary, National Naval Shipbuilding. We'll take that on notice, and I can assure you that over 90% of the platform-based Collins sustainment is is work that's done in Australia. So, and we're not anticipating a significant change in terms of the platform support pre and post load.
Sure. As you said before, we're on a journey. I'd like to know who's on the journey with you and whether they're at arm's length or whether you've linked arms and are working with Australians and the OEM to a significant extent. Thank you. Could we come to the PBS, page 120, table 55, top 30 capability sustainment projects, the line there for MRH. I'm interested in the fact that from the March budget to this budget, we've gone from 303 million down to 296, but the corresponding rate of effort has gone from 7,500 hours down to 6,000 hours. So it's a 2% decrease in funding, but 25% decrease in flying hours. Just like to get some comments on why.
Yep. Senator Lieutenant General Simon Stewart, Chief of Army. Good afternoon. Thanks for your question. Can I answer your question with 4 points? Firstly is we've taken a programmatic view of all of our rotary wing capabilities with the specific aim of implementing the Houston Review into Army aviation. In 2020, we conducted a comprehensive review of the MRH, known as the Yates Review, because it was conducted by Air Vice Marshal Peter Yates, a two-star Air Force engineer.
Sorry, General, either could you speak up or could broadcasting boost the volume a little bit? Thank you.
Sorry. And as you're aware, and as a matter of public record, despite efforts by all stakeholders, the MRH system has not been able to deliver the expected rate of effort and is more expensive to operate than we can afford over time. So that has led us to develop some options in terms of how that might be dealt with, and those options are currently being considered by the government. To your point, that the rate of effort has reduced. We have deliberately reduced the demand to a rate of effort that we think the system is able to produce, and certainly share concerns about the cost of that reduced rate of effort, and that is one of the principal drivers for the options that have been presented for consideration about the future of the MRH capability.
Okay. On page 57, table 23, I notice Navy have ceased flying the Taipan over the Fords. There's no recorded hours, but it says there, this is footnote B, says their flying hours have been included under Army Aviation, as Army is a joint capability manager for the aircraft. Could you just confirm, and perhaps this is Mr. Fairweather or Chief of Army, normally when we allocate flying hours, there's funding associated with that. So we've got less funding recorded against Army, we've got less flying hours. So when footnote B says that their flying hours have been included, does that mean any funding has been transferred? Have those hours essentially just evaporated because you don't think the combined fleet is capable of delivering more than 6,000 hours? What's that cross-reference does not make sense.
Yeah, listen, if I can begin, Senator, and then I'll hand to Mr. Fairweather. As I understand it, the funding for the rate of effort for those Navy aircraft has been now included to fund the rate of effort for the replacement, which is the Romeo aircraft. And I'll throw now to Mr. Fairweather for some further amplification.
Shane Fairweather, First Assistant Secretary at Rotary Aerospace and Surveillance Systems Division at CASG. I think from memory the MRH hours have always been delivered as a bundle because it's the same contract, supports both programs. Your question as to why there's not a commensurate reduction in costs with reduction in hours is that there are two elements to the contract. There's a fairly significant fixed-based element, and there is a smaller proportion that's variable on the basis of flying hours. for repair by the hour for a number of components. The issue of the MRH that the majority of the maintenance is time-based, not hour-based. So whether you fly or not fly, the base cost remains pretty much the same. And that is because over time the maintenance policy has not yet been engineered out to on-condition type replacement. So it is a big cost driver for the platform.
So in Table 54, under Air 9000 Phase 2...
Sorry, which table was that?
Table 54. It says under Air 9000 Phase 2, so this is the project rather than the sustainment table, your top 30 projects. Talks about introduction into service of the remaining MRH capabilities required to ensure maximum availability and utility of the aircraft. My understanding from previous estimates was that essentially you were, in the light of the decision to look at the UH-60, that you were essentially looking to shepherd or husband the capability and keep it sustainable until the introduction of the new type. Could you just explain what you mean here by the introduction of new capabilities for the MRH?
Yeah, thanks, Senator. I think what that's referring to is the just trying to find the text. Yeah, so that is elements like the mission troop seat that were on contract that need to be completed. Some of the aeromedical evacuation fit out that we will still need to see the aircraft into operation, and they were already on contract. And C-17 loading, we are then looking at basically anything else, whether it's needed or not, depending on Army requirement for capability. But those things that have been introduced are things that have been on contract for quite some time and have needed completion. And for the remaining service life of the aircraft, whatever that is, they will add significant utility to the platform.
So can I just confirm from that statement then, it says the capability is required to ensure maximum availability. That maximum availability now you have, I was going to say arbitrarily, but on the basis of past performance, you've determined that 6,000 hours is the most you will get out of the fleet?
It is the most we'll get out of the fleet safely without increasing the level of stress and
you
risk
expect
in the
to
system.
achieve that figure, having set that as your new KPI?
Can you say that again? Sorry?
And you expect to achieve that figure given your new KPI?
That's our expectation. We will achieve it, but as we go through the system to the support system, it'll be up to how the system reacts to delivering that number of hours.
And you're
we've sized it to make it dependable.
Are you getting a consistent availability between the school's operation, which I understand is being put online by Airbus, and the regiment's operation, which is by Defence?
Yeah, so Oki does deliver a higher level of availability. That's the school. That is a very standard operation, standard flying program every day. Very known capacity, and with a workforce that doesn't deploy. It is their industry-based workforce there is every day, and it does achieve for both ARH and MRH a higher level of availability because of that fact.
So are you anticipating of that 6,000 hours that the majority of that would be flown by the school rather than the regiment?
Well, between the school and Six Aviation down at Holsworthy is where the majority of the hours would come from, and 5 will deliver what it can.
So final question to you before I go to Chief of Army on utility. Your rationale there about non-standard flying programs, meaning the regiment has a lower availability, is it your expectation that that will also be true for the UH-60, and is that true for Chinook, for example? Do they have a lower availability because they're an operational unit? That's not my experience in the past.
No, the Chinook does have a very good level of availability, but it has a very different maintenance system, much simpler, and is able to be supported far more effectively. To get the higher level of availability out of MRH at Holsworthy and Oki has required extensive support from industry, and particularly for Holsworthy, it was never anticipated we would require it is a complex platform to maintain, and also for Holsworthy has its first priority on spares and repairable items, so that helps drive its availability as well. I do have to acknowledge the incredible hard work by industry workforce, CASG and Army to get the best they can out of MRH as we go forward. It's a very difficult platform to generate availability and rate of effort from.
But clearly Airbus is doing it at Oakey, so the question has to be, is it because Defence has not adapted their processes to the airframe if people working for Airbus can do it at Oakey?
It's an interesting question, obviously one that we've looked at in some depth. The processes and the procedures are the same for both workforces. I think the conclusion that we've come to is the difference is the experience of the workforce at Oakey, because it's a industry workforce that hasn't moved or hasn't been posted, and the fact that it is a much more repeatable flying program. So don't have to have role changes or configuration changes the aircraft from mission to mission. It is much more stable. And those two factors combined make that difference. But you have to remember this is a battlefield helicopter that needs to deploy, so it needs to be maintained to the same effort by Army workforce, just as Chinook is and just as in the Navy Romeo is, with good effect. So we think that is the major difference between the two sites.
Okay, Chief of Army, could I come back to the utility side then? Are there mission elements that you don't believe MRH will be able to provide to Army, even with this focused effort getting 6,000 hours, etc., and bringing in the remaining capabilities to the platform? Is that your position still? It certainly was for your predecessor when the decision to go to the UH-60 was made.
3 points, if I may, Senator. Firstly, there isn't yet a decision on UH-60. It's still being considered. Secondly, just to add to Mr Fairweather's evidence, while the availability figures at Oakey, at the school, as you point out, are better, the rate of effort is still not what was contracted for and is required and indeed costs us. And then thirdly, I think it's certainly been a topic of discussion in this committee over a number of years. There are several mission sets, particularly in our special operations, domestic counter-terrorism mission sets, that will not be able to be executed with this aircraft, mainly because of the self-protection aspects. And I know you're well aware of the efforts that have been applied over a number of years to try and resolve that. That has not been successful. There were a range of operational capability milestones for the amphibious, maritime, land and special operations. And I can certainly provide the detail of those for you separately, that have not and in some cases will not be met. Obviously the maritime, there are two operational capability milestones that were associated with the maritime helicopter. That won't be because it has been retired from the Royal Australian Navy. So I think there are around 6 of those operational capability milestones that have not or will not be met.
So one of the issues that concerns me, and we've had this discussion previously with AH-64 and Tiger in the transition, is workforce. And clearly, and you've already indicated that workforce is one of the key issues in terms of having platforms available to support the regiment. So the indecision that's occurring, the delay in decision, will have an impact on workforce. So I'm just interested to understand what is the status of advice to government. Could you just tell me, I don't need to know what the advice was, you're clearly not going to tell me that, but did Defence provide a brief to the previous government about the option which led to us requesting approval from the State Department for the FMS sale of the UH-60?
Yes, Senator. Look, the process has been a standard one, first and second pass. First pass was considered by the previous government. Second pass will be considered by this government in Q4 of this year.
So, Senator, if I could say, advice has been provided to the government. A decision will be announced by the government when it is ready to do so.
So, given the...
I'll just, sorry, Senator Fawcett, just your last question, because I'll have to move the call around.
Sure. Well, I'll put a few on notice with this, but given the imperative to retain workforce, but also Sikorsky representatives in an interview with Defence Connect late last year indicated that there were potentially 6 UH-60s on the production line this year that may be available if Defence made the decision, or if the government made the decision. The rest may not be for some years to come. And given that the Minister, Senator Wong, in estimates indicated that she felt that the current aircraft was not capable of doing the job that we expect of it, do we risk losing those 6 aircraft and delaying a capability and putting a workforce at risk because the decision has not yet been made?
A decision will be announced at a time of the government's choosing.
I realise that, but I'm asking about the consequence. Minister, would you care to comment on that?
No, not really.
Well,
I'm happy to have a conversation after the events, as Mr Moriarty has laid out, take place.
Okay, Senator Shoebridge, you have the call.
Oh, thanks, Chair. Just remaining on the MRH 90, again looking at the table on page 57, table 23.
PBS.
The 0 deliverables in terms of flying hours for the Navy, are you saying that the previous year's flying hours have been reallocated to the Army and are included in the table 25 figures?
I have to confirm from memory, I think that the MRH flying hours have always been reported as one block because it's delivered through the one contract through Airbus.
Right.
But I'll have to confirm that for you.
Right.
I just can't recall from memory.
Where it says Navy ceased flying operations with MRH 90s in April 2022, is the Navy still notionally responsible for or in control of a certain number of MRH 90s?
No, those aircraft have been removed from Nowra and are currently in preservation storage in Brisbane.
All right, so they haven't been moved to Holdsworthy or anywhere. They're in a separate warehouse somewhere.
In Brisbane at the Airbus facility.
All right, how many of them are there?
7.
And in that warehouse facility, what's their status in that warehouse facility?
They are maintained in an airworthy condition to preserve the value of the asset.
There's no intent to use them?
Unknown at this stage until when the government makes a decision on the future of MRH, they may or may not be required.
Sorry, so we've got 6 MRH 90s, did you say, or 7?
7.
7 MRH 90s in a warehouse in Brisbane somewhere being retained at combat readiness, is that right?
At an airworthy standard. There's a maintenance regime you go for aircraft that are in preservation storage that preserve the life of the airframe and all the components on them. You couldn't take them out of that storage hangar tomorrow and get them to fly. There would be some servicing. You'd have to return them to full airworthiness, but it's what is called preservation maintenance to preserve the value of the asset.
They're not being flown by the Navy because I assume they've got the same issues you were raising in relation to the fleet more broadly, is that right?
They're not being flown by anybody at the moment. By Navy are no longer operating MRH.
Yep, but the reason is because of those issues you were raising with the fleet more broadly, is that right?
Correct. For the Navy to operate the aircraft at sea in the back of a ship, it was proven extremely problematic to achieve that outcome.
In terms of effort and in terms of cost, that's what I understand from your answers.
And the available hours that were being produced, and the flights at sea. Navy had a requirement. Chief of Army, able to correct me, I think it was 2 or 3 flights at sea, and we're able to only generate 1 flight at sea.
Sorry, they were only able to generate 1 flight?
Yeah, so a flight is a detachment on a ship.
Yep.
So we could only generate 1.
Out of the entire 7 naval
that's all we could
fleet,
generate.
you could just get 1 in the air, one on the back of a ship ready to go at any one point.
Correct.
Given that, why are we... Well, sorry, what's the cost then of the maintenance program? What's the cost to taxpayers?
There's no delta cost to the capability for that preservation. It's done within the existing contract. So there's no extra cost for that preservation at the moment.
But this is the contract which I think you critiqued earlier, of saying it's got a very high fixed rate and a very low, effectively, maintenance or marginal rate.
Yeah, correct, Senator. So there's a decision to be made about the preservation of the value of that asset. Those assets have value if they're preserved in that condition. If we did not do that, they would lose value incredibly in terms of not only the platform itself but the spare parts, and that would be a far greater cost to the Commonwealth than the cost of maintaining them at the moment.
No third country in their right mind would buy a fleet of 7 helicopters that you can only put 1 in the air at a given time, would they? So there's no real resale value to them. Who on earth would buy them?
That is yet to be determined.
There might be a sucker out there that buys them.
Well, no, they have value in various ways. They could have a value as a going platform. The major components like gearboxes, engines, radars, mission computers, they will have significant value, and they need to be preserved. And the cheapest way to preserve that equipment is on an airframe under preservation maintenance.
Well, that's because you're stuck in a contract which already has those high fixed payments on it, isn't it? It's because the contract was wrong in the first place, and we're paying that very high fixed rate regardless of whether we put them in the air or not.
And that is true. That is one of the core issues of the contract, and that the contract has not delivered the number of flying hours that was expected to it at the time we took on the MRH.
Well, the long and the short of it is, the sooner we terminate that contract and get the hell out of the MRH 90 business, the more we'll have resources to do effective things with the defence budget, isn't that right?
So, Senator, we are preparing for 2 options. One option that we continue with MRH, one option that we don't. In either case, there is extensive work going on to drive out much enhanced value for money now that we understand the base level performance of the platform.
Can you give an indication, perhaps on notice, about what the annual cost there is to defence, even if it's under the existing contract, of maintaining those 7?
Yeah, we'll take that on notice, Senator.
And then I note that on table 25, this is the Army deliverables, on the MRH 90, the footnote says that the 6,000 hours is estimated to be the upper limit, and it seems to be subject to the ongoing MRH stabilisation planning. It's been like the better part of 2 decades, and the MRH has not stabilised yet, has it?
No, that is true, Senator.
So you're not suggesting that you're going to fix it, are you?
Depending on the decision the government makes, will be the strategy we take to go forward with.
Mr. Stupid, the official's been very assisting as much as he can, but as Mr. Moriarty indicated, these are matters for government decision.
Well, obviously, whether or not they're replaced or not, I'm not asking you that. The fix I'm talking about is the MRH stabilisation, the fixing of the platform itself.
Well, you're asking him about you're making an assumption about what decision may or may not be made
No,
in
no.
that question. So it's not fair on him.
Oh, I'm noting, just simply reading from the footnote, that it says future year forecasts are subject to ongoing MRH stabilisation planning. So is it true that the 6,000 hours is subject to you sorting out some of the issues with the MRH platform?
6,000 hours is what we would expect to achieve.
It doesn't say that though, does it? It says it's the upper limit.
Yeah, well, that's what we're aiming for, but there are other factors that drive rate of effort other than just the platform availability.
Do you have an indication of what the cost per hour of operating the MRH 90 is?
Senator, if
We'll
I
come
might
back
be
on
able
notice
to
with that.
assist 2 points, if I may. We do. It's in the order of $48,000 an hour.
Whew. And what?
And if I can just go back to your previous point, it's what we have at the moment to meet our contingency and other tasking. So we're always working to try and get a better outcome from it.
It's almost cheaper to keep an F-35 in the air for an hour than a MRH 90, isn't it?
I'm not sure what the F-35 hourly cost, but your point is that it is expensive, and we would agree with that.
What? And do you know what the original target was for the cost per hour?
I don't, Senator. I'll have to come back to you on that.
Yeah.
Oh,
sorry, I just have one more.
I appreciate people have questions, but Senator Schubert, you still have the call.
Thank you. Well, we might come back to it, but thank you for the information. Lieutenant General, was helpful. You said you had 2 points, though. Was that it?
Those were the two, Senator.
Secretary, just yesterday, the Defence Minister signalled a new doctrine for the Defence Force of impactful projection, and he did that months before the Defence Strategic Review has reported. Does he know something we don't about the Defence Strategic Review?
Well, he's also the Defence Minister of the country, so I suppose him thinking about what sort of projection the country wants is not a bad idea.
Mr Miles has been talking for some considerable amount of time since he became Minister about the need for the ADF to develop capabilities to be able to hold adversaries at risk at longer distance. So I think that's very consistent with what he said yesterday.
But is this a new input into the Defence Strategic Review? It seems if you've got an independent review being done by two people who have been identified as eminent in the space, surely the Minister doing this undercuts the independence of that review. He's basically judged their own work before they've delivered it.
Well, I mean, are you asking me to respond to a comment?
Do you accept that the Minister coming out and making conclusions midway through the review undermines the independence of the review?
No, I do not accept that. Senator, I believe the Minister, in terms of articulating the government's defence policy and its desire to acquire capabilities, the longer range capabilities, is trying to communicate to stakeholders, as he was yesterday, and the Australian public, the general direction of Australian defence policy.
He's also communicating it to what is purportedly an independent review. If they come out with a response different to the Minister,
they can do so.
It's going to be a very challenging environment for their review, won't it?
It's the former CDF and former Defence and Foreign Ministers, and I think they are people who will speak their mind. But I would also put the view, if you had the opportunity to read Mr Miles' speeches and public contributions in opposition as well, this concept is something he has been referencing for some time.
Last minute, Senator Shoebridge.
Well, I'm happy to hand over to my colleague.
Well, the Greens block, you've got 1 minute left, and then I'll have to hand over the
Back
call.
to me, Chair. I'm in no hurry.
Sure?
Yeah.
Okay. Senator Green.
Thank you. And just in the interest of consistency, I have some questions on the MRH90 program as well, so we may as well do them here. The project was on the project of concern list for the entire life of the former government, isn't that correct?
Not the entire life.
From 2013 to 2022?
Pretty much for 11 years.
The whole time, yeah. And there's been several reviews into the project. Would you take on notice for me who undertook each of those reviews and what the cost of each of those reviews were? Thank you. There's a question that's been raised about the process to make a decision around a possible alternative to the program. In a media release dated the 10th of December 2021 titled Strengthening Army's Helicopter Capability, the former minister, who's now the opposition leader, said the Australian government is exercising its right to understand what options are available to provide necessary capability at a reasonable cost into the future. So am I right, that's when the process started, the first pass process you mentioned, back in December 2021?
Senator, it was the process started before that, if I recall. It was sort of around the middle of 2021.
Okay. And then since that, I guess that's when the public announcement was made, since the issuing of that media release in December 2021 and the commencement of caretaker period, which was in 2022, was a contract to buy Black Hawk helicopters signed by the government?
No, Senator. You may be referring to a congressional notification.
No, I'm
by
just
the United
asking you.
States.
I can assure you I'm very clear on what I'm asking because I want to clear this up. Was a contract signed?
No, Senator.
And that is an interesting answer because at a media conference in Townsville on the 14th of October 2022, so not that long ago, the leader of the opposition, who was the minister at the time, said, "It is very clear to me that the Taipans were not fit for purpose and this was a done deal." He went on to say, "One of the reasons I took decisive action in ordering the Black Hawks was that I feared that we would have an accident in one of the Taipans." It's not correct. The opposition leader's comments are an inaccurate characterisation of where the process is up to, is it?
Senator, I won't comment on Mr Dutton's public remarks, but I can confirm that there is no contract in effect for Black Hawk.
And no contract was signed before caretaker period?
That's correct, Senator.
So to say that the deal was done is incorrect?
Senator Vice Admiral Johnston, the department would have needed an authority to approach the US to have gained the price and availability assessment, so that would have been a decision of the government to authorise us to make that request.
Okay, but the helicopters haven't been ordered. There's no contract signed.
No.
Thank you for your assistance. Thank you, Mr Fairweather.
Thanks a lot, Senator Green. I'll hand the call over to Senator Van. Oh no, Senator Van's not there. Senator Patterson. He was there 2 seconds ago.
Unexpected bonus. I have some questions about AUKUS. Are the relevant officials at the table?
While they're coming to the table, can I ask?
Yes, please.
Chair, while they're coming to the table, can I ask Chief Avami a question before he disappears?
Sure.
General Stewart. He's throwing smoke and egressing as quick as he can. Very quick question for you back to battlefield helicopters. What rate of effort are you expecting in terms of flying hours for a capability into the future? If 6,000 is the cap you can currently achieve, what rate, what is your expected demand that you would like to be able to satisfy in terms of supporting your various units?
Lieutenant General Simon Stewart. Senator, can I come back to you with a more precise answer? But we had contracted and expected in the order of 10,400 hours from the MRH system. It would be in that region.
Thank you. Senator Patterson.
Thank you, Chair. Before I commence, there's nothing worse in estimates than senators asking questions that have been already asked, and I have been in and out today, so I just want to make sure that there's no high-level questions about AUKUS and departmental resources and yet today. No one's telling me there has been, so I'm going to proceed.
There's been some, but that's all right. You ask your question.
Okay. All right. How many departmental staff have been allocated to work on AUKUS?
Senator Vice Admiral Jonathan Mead. I'm the Chief of the Nuclear Powered Submarine Task Force. I'll speak specifically on the Nuclear Powered Submarine Program. As you know, there is another pillar called Pillar 2 on advanced capabilities.
I am interested in those answers, but I'm also interested in the other non-submarine components of AUKUS. So you answer, but then anyone who can add to that, please.
So in the submarine area, there are currently 343 people associated with the task force. That's not just entirely Department of Defence people. We have a number of cross-agency, it's a whole of government task force from Attorney General's Department, Prime Minister and Cabinet, DFAT, Education, and also the other nuclear agencies, the Australian Nuclear Scientific Organisation, the Australian Regulatory Organisation, ARPANSA, the Waste Organisation, and another government bodies.
Thank you. That's. Does anyone have an answer on the total?
Senator Patterson, Hugh Jeffrey, Acting Deputy Secretary, Strategy, Policy and Industry. The Strategy, Policy and Industry Group is responsible, has carriage of AUKUS Pillar 2. That's advanced capabilities in the Department of Defence. The specific numbers, though, are more difficult to isolate because there's not a specific task force.
Yeah, okay.
So you have the whole group, and in addition to myself, there is AUKUS sits within Strategic Policy Division. And within that, there's a branch that has specific carriage of ensuring that we're preparing for trilateral meetings of the Advanced Capabilities Group. But of course, advanced capabilities cut across a whole range of different areas in the Department of Defence. And so in taking this work forward, Senator, I engage very closely with the Vice Chiefs of Defence Forces Group. I engage closely with the Defence Chief Scientist and her group. And indeed, I engage with all the capability managers that would take these items forward. Thank you.
Thank you for that context, and I appreciate it's not a simple answer. Perhaps you could come back on notice with your best estimate of the ASL.
Happy to do so, Senator.
Thank you. And I'm also interested in, and perhaps on notice is going to be more efficient use of our time, the number of consultants who are working on it, who are external to APS, who've been brought in.
Senator, with respect to Pillar 2, we have not brought in any consultants at this point.
Senator, we can get you a list of consultants that we have engaged with over the past 13 months.
Thank you. That would be helpful. I'm interested in some more details about the trilateral joint steering groups and any other working groups. How many departmental staff are involved in each of those? But perhaps on notice is going to be, again, more efficient.
I could tell you that now if you want there, Senator.
Great.
So there are currently 9 working groups. One's on strategy, the second one's workforce training and education, trilateral contributions, capability, the industrial base, security, stewardship, non-proliferation and communications. Those working groups are replicated in the UK and the US. They meet probably twice a week. They meet 24/7 literally because we're trying to work within time zones. We operate on a top secret and unclassified network. We've had 10 joint steering groups. We conducted one virtual one last week. I chaired the last in-person one in September, and we have another one coming up at the end of the year. Those joint steering groups are where we bring together all the information of the working groups to provide advice up to our respective governments.
Have any new groups been established since the election?
No, Senator.
So it's just the same ones who are continuing. Have there been any changes to the terms of reference of any of those groups?
No, Senator.
Thank you. And so I assume then also none of them have been discontinued since the election either?
No, Senator, they've just continued at pace. In fact, I would say that the pace and the frequency has increased as we are reaching the end of the consultation phase.
That is good to hear. Okay, I'm just working out the priorities here.
Yeah, all right.
I'm interested in exploring further the high-tech interim capabilities, advanced capabilities. Obviously, we've seen in Russia's conflict with Ukraine cyber has played a particularly important role. What progress update can you give me on the cyber component of the advanced capabilities?
Senator, there are 6 capability focus areas of AUKUS advanced capabilities. Undersea warfare, quantum technologies, artificial intelligence, hypersonics and counter-hypersonics, electronic warfare, and advanced cyber. There are working groups for each of these capability focus areas, and there are also working groups on innovation and information sharing.
Thank you.
Senator, the government will make decisions about what of AUKUS advanced capabilities they choose to announce. Obviously, some things that will be developed within AUKUS will need to remain classified. Others may well be announced, at least in broad terms, but I'm not in a position at this point to make any specific comments on the content of those working groups and the capabilities and advanced technologies being advanced within them.
Sure, and I do appreciate that. Perhaps let's just talk in generalities then to avoid you getting into trouble there. Would it be fair to say that some of the capability gaps that we're all concerned about could potentially be filled by some of these capabilities?
Senator, that's certainly our intention. The purpose of AUKUS, as you know, Senator, is it's a capability and technology partnership. It is informed by the Defence Strategic Update, which acknowledged we're seeing an unprecedented rate of change in our region and the most complex strategic circumstances in our region since the end of the Second World War. In that environment, it's those countries that are going to be able to pool their resources and combine their strengths that will have a distinct competitive advantage. So, as the Foreign Minister mentioned earlier, you know, we're able to do that most intimately with countries with whom we have a common institutional basis, a sort of common, an understandable legal framework that's that the 3 countries recognise. So between the 3 of us, we can cooperate at a level that it's rare for sovereign countries to do so. The challenge, of course, is operating across sovereign boundaries and being able to do it at speed. And so the objective of AUKUS advanced capabilities is not only, Senator, to deliver cutting-edge capabilities that will contribute to deterrence, but also to break down those barriers that will able to operationalise our partnership in a much more effective way in future.
Yeah, I'll come back to those barriers in a moment. Thank you for highlighting that. Obviously, though, one of the advantages of at least some of the capabilities in this space is that, no disrespect to nuclear submarines, of which I'm a very strong supporter, but no shipyards need to be built and no steel needs to be cut, and so hopefully they'll be able to be delivered much sooner. And in the context of a deteriorating strategic environment and increasingly bleak assessments about the potential for conflict in our region, hopefully some of these capabilities will arrive much sooner. Again, without going into more detail than you should, of those capabilities that you mentioned, including undersea and artificial intelligence and quantum, which are the ones are you most optimistic about that could be delivered on the shortest timelines?
Senator, again, I'm not going to comment on the rate of progress within the individual working groups. We obviously, of course, provide advice to government at regular intervals. It's up to the government to determine how and when it chooses to make public what progress is being made within AUKUS.
Okay, but we can expect that there will be an update on these things in line with the update that we'll be getting on nuclear submarines in due course?
Senator, it's a decision for the government, but I would offer you that it would be not unrealistic expectation.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned overcoming barriers. In your view, what are the biggest barriers, legislative or policy, in other jurisdictions that could prevent this from being a successful enterprise?
That's right, Senator. We operate with the United States in a way that few others can. We're allies that are incredibly close. We're also incredibly close with the United Kingdom institutionally, and it's underpinned by a long history of interoperability and exchangeability. But that's not to say that there are not significant barriers, and those barriers often exist in areas where sovereign interests come into play, particularly around defence industry, and where defence industry is not solely the preserve of the government, but also significant private sector corporations that have their own intellectual property interests. And
Senator, if I could, I mean, data sharing, it's not AUKUS. We're hoping that that there will be some momentum from the AUKUS announcement that will lead to an improvement in data sharing practices. There's the ITARS set of restrictions which our ministers are very focused on, ministers over a number of years. The way in which all three countries slap their national eyes-only restrictions on, we want to try and see whether around some of these capabilities we can improve the pipeline of data which is not locked down to national eyes only. I think we've got strong support across all three that there's a need to accelerate that. It is a matter of working through it. When Minister Conroy was in the United States recently, this was a big part of his agenda, as I know it has been for various parliamentary delegations. So intellectual property, individual company practices, but the big ones that I think that governments can solve are data sharing, ITARS, NOFON and the UK and Australian equivalents of that.
Yeah, certainly industry has been very vocal. I know that ITAR has been something they've come up against for many years, not in the context of AUKUS. And there are, of course, good reasons why you'd want to put export controls on military technology, even to your friends. But is it your view that, just talking about ITAR specifically in the United States, that legislative reform is necessary in the US system to unlock that, or are there policy changes that the administration could make that would facilitate that?
Senator, I think we're having good discussions with senior people in the Pentagon and other departments and agencies about whether streamlining the existing regulatory framework is going to get us there, or whether there might be a need for an instrument, whether that instrument is a directive or legislation. I think we're still working through that, but all three partners are sort of thinking, what is the best way of doing this? Close to landing, a sort of a way forward, and in fact, at the recent joint steering group on the Pillar 2, this was a topic that was sort of discussed. So all I can say is we're trying to land what's the best way forward, and all three countries are committed to improving the system.
Can you just give me a minute?
Certainly.
Not much.
The Secretary had referenced the earlier answer in relation to this being one of the topics on which Minister Conroy focused on his last trip to Washington.
Yes, thank you. I certainly noticed that in the media coverage, and that's appropriate and welcome. Chair, given the time, why don't we see if Senator Van can do his questions now?
That would be most helpful. I'm sure Senator Van would appreciate that. Senator Van, you have the call.
Depending on how long you're going to allow me, Chair.
Oh, if you kick off, I'll let you know when your time's up.
All right, we'll go. May I have Chief of Army and Major General Bottrell at the table, please? And Secretary, while they're coming up, would you confirm in the recent briefing you gave the Defence Subcommittee, I can't remember if it was you or CDF, said that Defence's primary job was providing options to the government? Would that be a fair characterisation of the statement made?
Well, certainly we provide military options to the government for the conduct of operation. We provide policy advice for the government to make decisions, and then we generate capability for the Defence Force for the government to employ as it sees fit.
Terrific. Thank you, Secretary. Chief, thank you for being here today. Always good to see you. Your recent comments about infantry fighting vehicles, would be fair to characterise them as saying that they are an integral part of Army capability because they're a part of combined arms capability, which is important to land forces, which is important to the bigger joint forces. Picture of how the ADF fights or seeks to fight.
Lieutenant General Simon Stewart, Chief of Army. Senator, I think that's a fair characterisation of the advice and my comments in the context of the various conferences I've been part of over the previous months.
Thank you. Are you aware of the US General McMaster's, I think now infamous quote from earlier last decade about being 100% correct about never being right about the future of war?
Yes, Senator.
Do you think we're any better at it than the US Army?
Look, I think General McMaster's quote was generic, and I think is generally correct.
So they're going back to the Secretary's things we've got to provide, or ADF has to provide options for all sorts of war moving forward. Would that be correct?
Senator, yes, I think that is
so you wouldn't
a fair
rule,
characterisation.
So you wouldn't rule out the possibility of a war being fought in Queensland?
Senator, I think what I'm responsible for doing is making sure that the government has the broadest range of options to employ against the sorts of demands that it might have to respond to in the future.
And even if we had to project force forward, that wouldn't just be sea and air. Land would go with it to provide protection, and that part of that protection may very well be IFVs.
Senator, what I'd say is two things. Firstly, we operate as a joint force and across 5 domains, cyber, space, maritime, air and indeed land. And we are more than the sum of the parts. And obviously my responsibility is to ensure that there are options for Army's contribution to that joint force within the tasking and within the resource envelope that is apportioned to the land domain.
Thank you very much.
As the force designer that advises the CDF and the Secretary, so of course we do look at the environment that our country is likely to face and then provide government with options of the type of defence force based on its view of the missions it might wish us to perform and design a force accordingly.
Thank you, Vice Admiral. Major General Blaine, are you the person I put questions to about Land 400 rather than Major General Bottrell?
That's correct, Senator. Major General Jason Blaine, Head of Armoured Vehicles.
Thank you. I know, and the only reason I asked for Major General Bottrell, I know he has done, and I assume you have done a lot of work on Land 400 Phase 3 Bravo. A lot of that work has been working with the 2 primes about how they build an ecosystem of SMEs around them, Australian manufacturing capability around them, and that's an important part about if we were to build an IFV for the Australian Army, that ecosystem is a necessary part of the building process.
It's important to have that capability around those platforms to sustain them wherever we may operate the vehicles. So Australian industry plays a really important role in sustaining our armoured capability fleet that we currently have and also our future fleets.
And so that's building them and sustaining them. And the two primes that have been down selected are ready to go should a decision be made?
The two primes are ready and they are ready to proceed once a decision has been made.
And so now that that decision's been delayed, because correct me if I'm wrong, it was first penned for September 2022?
The timeline that was announced previously by the previous government was for a decision in September 2022, Senator.
So is there a risk if a decision is made to have an IFV that this delay is going to degrade that or potentially degrade the ecosystem needed to build them, should that decision be made?
Senator, if I could, I think the companies involved understand that the Defence Strategic Review is a very important process. A lot of the decisions or a lot of the leads are looking at fundamental issues to do with force structure and force posture, and I think that they understand that the government is very appropriately waiting for that report before decisions on major capabilities are taken.
I thank you, Secretary, and I agree with you. I do believe that the two primes understand that and are prepared to wait. It's the SME network that's going to underpin the ecosystem needed by the primes that don't understand this and are being, I'm hearing from very regularly that they're coming up to making decisions on do they go and work on something else, another defence project, a mining project or whatever it happens to be, rather than waiting around for Land 400 Phase 3 Bravo to be decided. So that's my concern. Minister, can you tell us, is Land 400 Phase 3 Bravo, is that being delayed because of DSR or is it just waiting for a Cabinet decision?
Take on notice if there's anything further I can give you, Senator, but I think the advice from Mr Moriarty and consistent with the answers is all capabilities are being considered in the context of the DSR.
So that's a yes, so there won't be a decision on this
I'll use
till...
my words, thanks.
Okay, so then please tell us, will the decision, if a decision is made...
You're just asking me to preempt, well, that's a hypothetical, if...
So it's reasonable to assume, for
Also
these companies
hypothetical?
to assume
No,
that
also
a decision may not be announced until post the DSR.
So this is a timing question?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Senator, if I think that the government's made clear that because of the consequence of some of the decisions that will be flowing from the DSR, it's important to not preempt. So, clearly we're proceeding with some activities. We've taken some decisions to government. Government has taken some decisions, but I think fundamental, large decisions about future force posture as well as capability will wait until after the DSR.
Last question, Senator Van.
So, therefore, it's then incumbent on Defence to pass on the news to the SME networks that are involved in either project that this delay is happening and it's not going to be an imminent decision.
I think that, how you characterise it, Senator, it's important for us to communicate with not just the primes, but the broader Australian defence industry.
So will you undertake to do that?
I will confer with the relevant official. We'll make sure that we communicate with the companies.
Thank you, Secretary. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Van. Senator Whish-Wilson.
Thanks, Chair. Could I give the Chief of Air Force, Air Marshal Chipman, please? Thanks, Air Marshal. Just before I start my questioning, did you graduate from ADFA in 1989 or start at ADFA in 1989?
Senator Wishwasson, Air Marshal Rob Chipman, Chief of Air Force. I started at ADFA in 1989.
Oh, I graduated from there in 1988, so I was interested if you were there while I was there. Yeah. About a year ago, I asked previous Chief of Air Force Air Marshal Hupfield about the release of a US Defence Intelligence report or a preliminary report on UAPs, unidentified aerial phenomena. And I've just got some follow-up questions for you. There's obviously been a lot happening in this space in the last 12 months, and of course you've taken over the role. Just to fill you in briefly, following the release of that preliminary assessment by the Office Director of National Intelligence, there was a defence legislation amendment in December of 2021 that required the ODNI organisation to report to Congress every year on any updates in relation to UAP. There was a series of congressional hearings in May this year, and then only a few weeks ago, NASA set up their UAP study team or task force. And I was hoping by the time I got to ask you these questions, they may have released their first preliminary assessment to Congress, which was due last week, but we are waiting for that. So with that kind of timeline, that rough timeline used as context, could I just ask you, since you've taken over as Chief of Air Force, in what capacity, if any at all, have you been briefed on the UAP phenomena since you've taken over the role in July?
Senator, I haven't had any specific briefings in relation to UAP since I've taken over.
Okay. Have you followed it on a personal level, just as a matter of interest?
I do not follow it on a personal level.
On a personal level? Okay. At the US congressional hearing on UAP back in May, the Deputy Director of Naval Intelligence, Scott Bray, confirmed that since the release of this preliminary report in 2021, they now had 400 case reports they were considering. Most of them were for pilots like yourself. And he was quoted at those hearings as saying the US had brought many allies and international partners into their discussions on UAPs. Given how close we are to the US, has there been any discussions with Australian intelligence services or the Air Force in relation to their approach?
I'm not aware of
to
any
this?
formal discussions that we've held with the US.
So you're not aware. Is that means that it just hasn't come across your desk, or
I imagine it would have come across my desk if those discussions were held in the last 4 months, but I can take on notice and see if there's any other discussions that have been held.
Thank you. I mean, being a pilot yourself, when our military aviators or defence personnel spot something they don't understand or can't identify in our airspace, what encouragement and reporting mechanisms are afforded to the men and women of the ADF in relation to that?
Senator, we have a really strong reporting culture. If there's anything related to safety or airworthiness issues, then we strongly encourage our pilots to report those. There's also mechanisms through standard operational means, our air traffic control, and also our air defence personnel who maintain constant surveillance of our airspace.
So also back at the congressional hearings on UAP in May, the same Deputy Director of Naval Intelligence stated Navy and Air Force crews now have a step-by-step reporting procedure on UAPs on their knee board in the cockpit and in their post-flight debrief procedures. Does that surprise you?
We've seen no reason why we would institute those measures in Australia.
Can you see a reason why would you understand why they are implementing?
No, Senator.
But is there a reason you haven't had a discussion with our chief ally about why they're implementing those procedures? And
I was not aware of those procedures, Senator.
Okay. I mean, as Chief of Air Force, would the establishment of a comparable reporting procedure be relatively straightforward to implement in Australia?
I think so. If we saw the need, if there were the issues that we became aware of that affected our safety or security of our operations in our airspace, then yes, it would be a simple matter for us to implement those procedures.
Yeah, and I ask you that in the context of obviously our strong alliance with the US, but the recently executed joint vision statement with the US Air Force. I mean, would you be prepared to make a commitment to establishing comparable reporting procedures, and what process would be required for that to occur?
Senator, perhaps before the Chief of Air Force answers you, Vice Admiral David Johnston, we have routine practices across all of our defence capabilities. If a operationally significant event occurs, including those that they might be able to explain or not, that there's a reporting practice. So not limited to UAPs, but of anything that they would accrue, whether it's on a vessel or an aircraft in the field who might see something, that there's an obligation to report those in.
So obviously incursions in defence training ranges by unidentified objects, intrusions by unknown aircraft or objects would represent serious hazards to the safety of flight and potential threats to security of our operations. You've obviously got strategies in place to do that here. Are you aware of reports, I did raise this with the previous Air Marshal as well, of US military exercises being cancelled because of concerns around air safety and observations of UAPs?
Is this a UFO question?
You could call them a UFO if you like, Senator Wong.
Really?
They're now technically
just
classified
so
as
I'm clear,
unidentified aerial phenomena. What do you think? Do you think it's funny?
I haven't been here for. Well, I don't think I've asked questions about this.
That's, okay. Well,
I'm not sure we can.
Asking.
Can we assist at all, the Senator, with this line of questioning?
Senator, what I would say is I'm not aware of that. I am aware that there is reports due in the United States. If there is anything in that reporting that raises anything that would be a concern to us in our airspace, then we'll take that seriously.
Okay, yeah, thank you for that. Well, perhaps the last question for me, and I'll put some other questions on notice. I understand in 1996, the Air Force ceased handling reports on UAPs, determined there was no scientific or compelling reason to continue to devote resources to that investigation. I mean, part of the reason these US structures have been set up is to provide an evidence-based or a data-based, including NASA's involvement in this, a data-based approach to can we eliminate this as a potential threat to national security? Are these foreign flying objects from, or are they from other places? Who knows? On what basis are you aware of is there any documentation around the process that led the Air Force to move away from devoting resources to investigating?
There's no history of that, Senator. What I can say, though, is we have confidence in the reporting mechanisms that the Vice Chief mentioned before, so that if there were any issues that were of concern to us, then they would be reported.
But if there was new data, that would shift your determination to investigate this as a potential issue?
If there are issues raised,
such
Senator,
as the US reports?
If there are issues that we thought were relevant to the safety and security of operations in our airspace, then we'd be seriously concerned about it.
All right, thank you.
Thanks a lot, Senator Whish-Wilson. Senator Birmingham, you have the call.
Thanks very much, Chair. Can I just ask what proposals the government has received from Navantia in relation to possible additional shipbuilding?
First Assistant Secretary, Major Service Combatants and Combat Systems. The government has received an unsolicited proposal from Navantia to build 3 additional DDGs, destroyers.
To build an additional 3? Is that what you said?
An
Yeah.
additional 3.
Thank you. Thank you. Has the government provided any response to that proposal?
That response is being considered under the Defence Strategic Review.
Okay, so that is a matter of consideration under the Defence Strategic Review. Was the matter raised during the Prime Minister's trip to Spain?
Not to the best of my knowledge, Senator, but I will take that on notice.
Does Defence have a cost or an indicative cost for the proposal?
There are 3 different options in the proposal, so they have different costings.
What are the 3 different options?
3 different options are build in Spain with some modules in Australia and all fabric integration and consolidation in Spain. Second option is build in Spain, but combat system integration is largely done in Australia. Third option is build in Australia.
Thank you. I might just, for further questions, ask you just to bring the microphone a little closer, please, Ms. Lutz. Thank you. And so each of those options is live for consideration as part of the DSR, or would the DSR only be considering the potential need and value of getting the 3 additional ships, and the means of procuring would be a separate matter?
Senator, I think it's best for the department to suggest that Navantia has submitted an unsolicited proposal to the department. There is a standard process that we use to deal with unsolicited proposals. We are aware that Navantia has made a submission to the Defence Strategic Review, and the Defence Strategic Review will weigh that in the process, I'm sure, like they will with all the other submissions that they have received.
Okay, so Mr. Dalton, there's actually 2 streams there in that sense. There's the unsolicited proposal stream, and then there is a separate submission made to the DSR.
That is the way I understand it, Senator. So we have received an unsolicited proposal from Navantia. In fact, we have now received 2. They have just recently submitted a second unsolicited proposal to us. They will follow a standard process that we use when we receive unsolicited proposals. And Navantia have told us that they have made similar submissions to the Defence Strategic Review. How the review weighs it is a matter for the review.
What was the timing of the first unsolicited proposal?
The first unsolicited proposal was Navy was approached in May 22.
And what engagement with Defence, Navy or Government has Navantia had since May 2022?
The proposal is there's a risk reduction study being conducted by RAND, so RAND is conducting that analysis.
That's part of the standard process for considering an unsolicited proposal, or is it?
It's part of the process, Senator, to assess that unsolicited proposal.
I assume not all unsolicited proposals.
No, it's quite a complex unsolicited proposal, Senator. So we have taken some more time and have sought some external support to conduct that assessment of that proposal.
Sure, but presumably you also just say no to a good number of unsolicited proposals too.
Well, probably if he did that, you'd tell him off for not considering it, right?
No, but Minister, I imagine that an agency that undertakes the scale of procurement that Defence does
You seem to know a lot about this unsolicited proposal. Perhaps you could tell us, Senator Birmingham.
And they wouldn't all be going and receiving independent analysis or further advice on risk or the like.
I think it's fair to say, Senator, that some unsolicited proposals are easier to deal with than others.
That's like some constituents too, Mr. Dalton. So government has asked RAND to undertake this work on. Sorry, you described it as risk
reduction.
Risk reduction assessment.
Assessment, yeah.
As to how. So, is that assessing capability or acquisition?
It's assessing, really assessing both capability and acquisition, given that we've got the different options, looking at all the possibilities, and it needs to look at the capability, whether it's required, and obviously CN could answer that one, but it also needs to look at the infrastructure and the continuous naval shipbuilding strategy as well.
Okay. So when you say risk reduction, I'm just trying to understand there, RAND is looking at the risk reduction from a procurement process as to if the government was to say yes, given the options presented, how they would be procured, or is the RAND work also providing a risk reduction assessment on the capability side of is this a useful capability for the ADF?
They're looking at the capability, they're looking at the risks, the issues, and how it would be actually implemented, especially given there are 3 options.
How frequent is it for government to ask for that type of risk reduction analysis on an unsolicited proposal?
It's unusual, Senator.
It is unusual. And does when is that assessment due?
That assessment is in the progress stage at the moment. It's due early next year.
Due early next year, in time for conclusion of the DSR?
It will be in time for completion of DSR.
And it will be provided as part of the DSR? For consideration
Well, it will be provided for consideration.
Yes. So have Professor Smith and Sir Angus Houston had any engagement with Navantia?
I can't answer that. I'm not sure.
Perhaps if anybody else can, that would be helpful. Is there a broad order of cost attached to the proposals?
There are different orders of cost attached to the proposal, given the different options.
What are the rough magnitudes?
The option 1 was 2 billion, excluding any government furnished equipment, which is per ship, which is significant. And then option 2 and 3, increasing costs, but there was no costings for those, except that they were expected to increase, given that there was more work conducted in Australia.
And are they just acquisition or sustainment inclusive costs?
Only acquisition.
Only acquisition costs. Chief of Navy, have you been asked for an assessment about the merit of such possible acquisition?
Yes, Senator, Vice Admiral Mark Hammond, Chief of Navy. The RAND review was commissioned prior to me arriving in this role. Part of one of the reasons for commissioning that review in response to the unsolicited proposal is the nexus with other elements such as the Aegis combat system, the CEA radars, etc. So understanding the holistic cost of the proposal, which includes the GFE components, rather than just the ship, was one of the motivators, as well as just acknowledging the inflationary environment, etc. So in order to inform any advice to government, those risks and issues need to be understood in context, particularly where they relate to cost and schedule. So that's the motivator. As highlighted, the report will complete to enable that more fulsome advice to inform the DSR process.
Thanks, Vice Admiral. Just in terms of naval assessment of capability, is the proposal for 3 additional destroyers one that would be of benefit to Navy capability?
Senator? The future of the fleet is a fundamental issue for the Defence Strategic Review, Senator, and I think that it's, how Navy generates capability to deliver the effects the government wants is really an appropriate matter for the review team to look at, and I don't think it would be helpful for us to speculate on the considerations that the review team might be undertaking.
I had to try, Mr. Moriarty. Can I just go...
Isn't that an excellent answer?
Not especially, but nonetheless. Mr. Moriarty is very good at delivering such answers. Can I just loop back then to the engagement process? When I asked whether there'd been any engagement with Navantia since receiving the first unsolicited proposal, we got on to talking about the risk assessment. Has there been any other engagement, meetings with Navantia, any other feedback provided to them or the like?
RAND, I understand, has met with Navantia.
The department has not?
Senator, I can confirm that soon after I came into the office, Navantia paid a courtesy call on me to highlight the previously submitted unsolicited proposal. I acknowledged that it was in play. I have not had anything other than courtesy calls with Navantia as appropriate. We are, as you know, operating several classes of ship built by Navantia, and we continue to partner with them on sustainment issues. So the majority of my conversations with Navantia have been in that context.
Thank you. And thanks, Vice Admiral. And the department?
The only engagement I have had is through my responsibility as bilats with Spain, but that was specific. That was with Spain and their Defence Department.
And any of the ministers?
I'm not aware of. Navantia is an important partner for us. That they may well have sought to call on ministers as part of their normal engagement. I can take that on notice and see if ministers wish to respond.
Thanks, Mr. Moriarty. So, when was the second unsolicited proposal received?
I don't know. I don't have the date for that.
Weeks, months will do. I'm not...
It's recent.
It would be within the last 4 weeks.
Within the last 4 weeks. So the first one was received in May, the second one within the last month. And what differs between the second proposal and the first?
They have added some more capability options to the 3 destroyers.
More capability options?
Yes, so they're offering potentially to build corvettes for the Navy.
Okay, so the same 3 delivery models, but now
3 destroyers
additional...
and some corvettes.
3 destroyers and some corvettes. Yep.
Correct. Off the top of my mind, I think it was at six corvettes.
Right. Is that now being added to the RAND work? Are they being asked to look at 6 corvettes as well as 3 destroyers?
No, Senator.
No?
No.
And does that mean that that part of the proposal is getting the no, or is that also being looked at by the DSR?
No, that part of we will work that proposal through. It has only recently arrived, and again, Navantia has informed us they have made a similar submission to the Defence Strategic Review.
Was there anything that triggered the second?
Not from us, Senator.
Not from the department. And I assume from Chief of Navy's response before, not from Navy.
That's correct, Senator. In fact, I have not seen the proposal.
Mr. Moriarty, could you add to the question about ministerial engagement, whether potential for corvettes as well as destroyers was part of any ministerial discussions, please?
I will do that, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you. Just checking on these. Has the South Australian government made any submission to government in relation to Navantia's proposals?
Not that I'm aware, Senator.
No? So there's been no correspondence proposal either encouraging or particularly encouraging that if it were to happen, they be built partly or wholly in Australia and out at Osborne?
Not that we're aware of, Senator.
No efforts on that regard. Okay, thank you. Can I quickly then just ask, 'cause I'm sure my time's coming to an end on this, but somewhat related, and just while you're at the table, in regards to the Hunter class, has the 18-month delay gap that had been previously announced been closed at all?
The cut-still date is still no later than mid-June 24. However, in May 23, we are on track to start this first prototype blocks that we call schedule protection blocks that will go into Ship 1.
In terms of expectations of delivery of first vessel?
Expectation of delivery of first vessel is still December 31.
So there's not been a variation there. On August 26, I think you were both, Ms Lutz and Mr Dalton, with Mr Lockhart, as he was talking about making better than expected progress. Is there an expectation that the schedule can be accelerated?
Obviously we're working closely with the Prime to do everything we can to deliver the ships as early as possible. At this stage, the expectation still is December 31.
Is the Prime reporting a belief that it will deliver earlier?
The Prime would have to answer that.
Well, no, I'm sure they're reporting to you.
They're reporting to us at the moment December 31. Remembering we're not under contract currently for batch 1, so we're under contract for the design and productionisation phase. So the batch 1 contract will be in place by early 2024. And batch 1 is the first 3 ships.
Is there a hope that negotiations for batch 1 will see an earlier delivery date of the first vessel?
We would always, of course, hope that, but we also need to have a realistic schedule in place.
Is there more likelihood of it coming forward or going backwards?
The project is a high risk. We've noted it's a high risk. There's obviously pressures with supply chain. We've still got people impacted by COVID. So it's still a risk. We expect it to be delivered in December 31.
Okay.
Senator, if I could, across a whole range of programs, what we're seeing globally, and Ukraine has only made this more difficult, is we're seeing really complex supply chain interruptions, delays, inflation, particularly inflation around fuel is really impacting. So the department is absolutely committed to managing these projects to deadlines and within budget. We are facing cost and supply chain disruptions that will impact a range of capabilities. I think we're not the only department that is experiencing these, but because we have a lot of complex projects and exposure to overseas suppliers, defence is impacted more than some others. But inflation and supply chain disruptions are impacting the private sector, they're impacting defence projects. So we will do our best. We will work within the budget the government gives us and deliver the capabilities as best we can. But some projects will experience stresses around cost and schedule, others less so.
I appreciate that, Mr Moriarty. Look, I've been given the wind-up call by the Chair, and others will probably come back to a Hunter or those sorts of projects and delays or improvements if they're being had. Just to close off on Navantia, there is a tender being an Oz tender from the department, CN 392294, that has been awarded to Rand Corporation for a body of work from 10 October 2022 to 15 January 2023 for strategic shipbuilding review, awarded by a limited tender with a project contract value of $900,000. Is that the work that RAND is undertaking in relation to Navantia's unsolicited proposal on the destroyers?
No, Senator.
No? Again, just seems to overlap in a timeline. So are you able to give a contract valuation for RAND's work on the destroyers?
We'll have to take that on notice, Senator.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks a lot, Senator Birmingham. Senator Barbara Pocock, you have the call.
And thank you for taking my questions. I'm a new senator from South Australia, and I've got a few questions in relation to submarines, and I haven't been in this room all day, so I hope I'm not covering ground that has already been covered. I'm not sure who to call to the table, but I'm sure you can help me, Mr Moriarty. Just a few questions. Is it the case that the total public spend on the attack class project was $3.4 billion overall?
Senator Tony Dalton, I'm the Deputy Secretary for Naval Shipbuilding and Sustainment. We had quite a long discussion around this morning with Senator Shoebridge, and I can confirm that for the attack class submarine program, so very specifically, 3.4 billion is the current expenditure.
And I understand the local content goal for that spend was 60% for the project. I understand that figure was used in a previous estimates hearing around local content for the attack class. Is that correct?
So the attack class submarine program, Senator, was initiated as a design process. So we were still working out the design of the submarine. And an Australian industry capability target was introduced later. That target was 60% of the Naval Group contracted expenditure over the life of the program, which would have run into the 2050s.
So how much of the spend that was made of the 3.4 billion was actually spent on Australian content?
So, Senator, I will take that on notice. We will be able to give that figure to you, but I would say to you that some of that initial design effort was predominantly done in France. That's what we were expecting. There was a transition of knowledge and know-how and experience coming from France to Australia that was in process. So the figure will be less than 60%, but we will take it on notice and get an answer back to you.
It's a very good question, Senator Pocock. I mean, I think Mr Dalton is valiantly trying to do what he and I battled over for a number of years, which is to pitch the 60% as a whole of project figure.
Thank you.
But obviously in the near term it was less.
And I'm sure you'll give me the context for that figure, which is less than 60%, when you give me the...
So the vast majority of the content would have been in the production of the submarines themselves, and we can demonstrate that.
Thank you. How many Australian jobs is my related question? So I'm asking you about local content. Now I'm asking if you could also give me in that question on notice how many Australian jobs, say equivalent full-timers, were involved in that spend of 3.4 billion.
So at the time of cancellation, Senator, there were about 560 people directly employed supporting the attack class submarine program in industry.
And can you give me an overall picture of employment over the period that 3.4 spend occurred? So I get a sense of the employment in Australia over the timeline of that project.
We'll take that on notice.
Thank you. And the same questions I'm asking in relation to South Australia. Could you give us...
We can break it down by state.
Break it down by state. If you could give us every state and amongst the total, that would be very helpful.
We have broken it down into South Australia, Western Australia, and then we tend to clump the other states, if that's okay.
I'm happy
Senator.
with that clumping. I'd love to see South Australia highlighted. I'm now wanted to ask a question in relation to the future contract, also related to employment. Has the question of Australian-based employment and local manufacturing content figured at all on the agendas or in discussions in relation to the tripartite meetings that I've heard referred to here today?
Good afternoon, Senator. Vice Admiral Jonathan Mead. I'm the Chief of the Nuclear Power Submarine Task Force. We've done a lot of work with our partners on industrial base build strategies and infrastructure, including workforce. We've had our partners who have come to Western Australia and South Australia. I've personally taken delegations down to South Australia at Osborne to look at the yard, to go through ASC, ANI, to look at a submarine. We're working with our partners on how we can grow our workforce, how we can upskill the Australian workforce, and what would be the optimum build strategy for the future nuclear-powered submarine. We're also looking at opportunities for the shipyard, our shipyard, to feed into the shipyards in the US and UK into their programs, and therefore to generate employment for an Australian vendor base feeding into those type of submarine programs overseas.
Can you translate that last sentence? Do you mean Australians employed in other places as part of the build?
So no, what I'm specifically meaning is that the workforce in South Australia down at Osborne, if we're partnering with a US or a UK program there, could be feeding into their build program as well.
Oh, I see.
So we could be building components for a US or a UK program.
Are you taking any aspirations or planning or contract parameters into these discussions in relation to local content and local employment, Australian employment?
So we haven't settled on anything yet, Senator. We're still working with our partners. As I said, this is a very complex program. We're working on, their 60 years of experience with the US and UK. We're working on what is the safest way to do this, noting that it's got the nuclear dimension to it. So we need to work out how we best do this, how we optimise it, how we can obviously maximise Australian content and the build and that, but we do that in a safe and effective manner.
Do you expect that figure of local content and local employment to be lower than 60%?
It'd be way too early to speculate at the moment, Senator.
So at this time, in terms of employment and local content outcomes of a massive project, you can't give me any guidance about local employment or local content. Is that correct?
The key decisions on those capabilities have not been made and announced by government, and the aspects to which you refer would necessarily flow in part from those decisions.
But I must say, as a South Australian, it's somewhat disappointing that I don't hear an aspiration about local content and local
There is
employment.
always an aspiration from the Labor Party about local content. In fact, we've been campaigning on these issues for some 20 years, particularly, and I know you have a deep interest in this, Senator Pocock. The transformation of the South Australian industrial base and what is required, given the history of Playford and the car manufacturing sector, and the need to transition to an advanced manufacturing and highly capable economy. And Labor governments were the drivers of the Collins class, which has led to some of the employment, as you know, Saab, etc., in related but not the same areas, which have subsisted for decades. So we understand the importance of it. I'm making, I suppose, a logical point, which is these are very large decisions with very long run considerations in them. We and the Deputy Prime Minister has made clear his view about the importance of Australian jobs. I think that what the official is saying to you honestly is that if you're asking for a figure at this point, he's not in a position to give that.
Thank you, Senator Wong, and thank you for your energetic aspirations for Australian employment. Let's hope they're realised. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Look, thank you very much. On that note, we'll break now and then come back at 4:15 as per the schedule, and hopefully everyone can just have a cup of tea and come back this afternoon at 4:15. Thank you.
I should have used your page 4, but now I found it. I just couldn't remember what it was.
Welcome back, everyone. Secretary, I'd like to just ask you a couple of questions with respect to the use of the special purpose aircraft. Could you please advise what are the requirements that govern the use of the special purpose aircraft?
Thank you, Senator. I'll ask the Chief of Air Force to join me, who has functional responsibility for the SPA operations. Couple of general comments to start with.
If you could.
Yep. So,
thank you.
Senator, travel using the special purpose aircraft is available to the Governor-General, parliamentarians, senior defence officials and international dignitaries in support of their official responsibilities. Can be provided for other persons in particular circumstances where the Prime Minister or the Deputy Prime Minister considers it appropriate. The guidelines for the use of special purpose aircraft, which are old now, remain current. They're 2013. These guidelines are currently being reviewed by Defence in a consultation with the Department of Finance and the Australian Federal Police. And those guidelines will be presented for government consideration to ensure they remain fit for purpose. Once that review is done, the revised guidelines will be published. But Chief of Air Force.
And when you make reference to the Deputy Prime Minister, I'm assuming that's in his capacity as Minister for Defence.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Chief of Air Force?
Chair, Air Marshal Rob Chipman, Chief of Air Force.
Did you have anything to add to the Secretary's
Not to
response?
those initial comments, Senator, unless there's further questions.
Secretary, so where is the use of the special purpose aircraft reported?
Senator, we are responsible for preparing a schedule of special purpose aircraft movements that is subsequently tabled in Parliament and published. But it is a Defence responsibility to prepare that schedule.
So when you say we, as in the Air Force or the Department of Defence?
Air Force prepares that.
And then that's passed on to the Department of Defence?
Air Force will prepare the submission, it'll be cleared through the Secretary and the CDF, and it'll be tabled by the Deputy Prime Minister.
As in the Minister for Defence?
As in the Minister for Defence, yes.
Just to be clear. What kind of information is contained in such reports?
The schedule of special purpose aircraft contains all of the flights. It contains the passenger manifests, the locations that the aircraft went to and the dates of travel.
And when you say the passenger manifests, the names
of
those individuals?
That's correct, and all the members of the delegations that were travelling with the principals.
When did the former government last table a SPA report?
The last schedule was tabled for the period 1st of July to the 31st of December in July of 2021.
Sorry, could you just repeat that date again? The
period that it was valid was 1st of July through to the 31st of December 2020, and that was tabled in July of 2021.
Okay. So when were the guidelines last updated? I mean, Secretary, you mentioned that they were old guidelines?
Guidelines were last updated in 2013. They remain current, but are also currently under review.
And how often are the guidelines updated?
I'd have to take that question on notice, Senator. I'm not sure when it was last updated, before 2013.
Secretary, you're not in a position?
No, I'm not aware.
Okay. So just so I understand too, when the manifest, does that also include not just the MPs or the delegates on the aircraft, but it also records staff that might travel with the said minister or MP?
That's correct, Senator, yes.
Okay, and that will list all their names and positions, or just staff
Senator, I'll have to
member
take that
of?
on notice. I'm not sure if it includes position.
Okay. When do you expect that the guidelines or the new guidelines will be in effect, or?
They're currently under review. As you know, Senator, there was a recent security incident. The AFP are investigating the circumstances of that security incident, and that investigation now is extending to the way in which we manage the special purpose aircraft schedule. so that the AFP will provide their advice on whether it is appropriate for us to be making public all of those details on the special purpose aircraft schedule. Once they've made that determination, we'll revise the guidelines.
So the guidelines have been updated as a result of the AFP's concerns?
No, we were undertaking a revision of the guidelines. It's now going to incorporate the AFP's concerns, which will delay the update to the guidelines.
So do you expect that the guidelines would be ready for approval in effect next year?
I don't have an estimate of the time. I'm sorry, Senator. It is dependent upon the AFP review, and I do not have a good sense at this stage for when the AFP will complete their review.
Do those guidelines require ministerial approval?
They will be cleared by the government before they're tabled, yes.
What aircraft comprise of the special purpose fleet?
Thanks, Senator. We have 3 aircraft in the special purpose fleet, 2 Boeing business jets, 3 Falcon 7X aircraft, and we have a supplementary KC-30 multi-role tanker transport, which can be modified into what we call a government transport and communications configuration and used for special purpose aircraft tasking.
I'm not sure if you're able to bring that microphone a bit closer, or if the broadcaster might be able to just up the volume, but I'm just having some difficulty hearing your answers. Could you also elaborate a bit and provide answers to how old the aircraft that you've just spoken to are?
The BBJ aircraft have been in service now for 20 years, and they are approaching the end of what we assess to be their service life. The Falcon 7Xs are more recently in service, and we anticipate they'll be in service longer.
Do you have or able to provide the dates of when they were acquired and when do you expect them to have their life, end of life?
The BBJs were acquired in... Sorry, not acquired. We are leasing the BBJs.
Lease, yep.
That's the Boeing business jets. And as I said, they've been operating now for 20 years. So from about 2000, from the year 2000 was when we first took out the lease on the BBJs. But I'll clarify that date and get back to you.
Is it common for them to be that long, for 20 years? It seems quite
It is long.
Old for a plane, I would have thought.
The lease expiry is in 2024, Senator, but we are finding it more challenging now to sustain them, to keep the availability rate. I mean, aircraft that are getting that old become increasingly challenging. So it is, Air Force and our private sector partners are putting more effort into keeping those aircraft available for government. They are at the end of their serviceable life.
Okay, so there's the expectation that you normally lease for about a 10-year period?
We normally lease for a period where we would normally terminate the lease at the point where we think it's no longer value for money, and we're at that point now.
Okay. So, soon there would be a plan for replacement. Have any new aircrafts been ordered, or are you looking at new aircrafts to replace the aircrafts that are quite old?
Sorry, Senator. We are looking at replacing the current 2 Boeing business jets with 2 new Boeing business jets from 2024.
Any particular Boeing jets?
It's the 737-8. Okay.
Did you have something to add? Yep. And I'm responsible for the leasing of the replacement aircraft, so if you had some more questions in that area, I'm happy to take those questions.
Well, you would have heard the questions I've asked. Is there anything that you could provide me in the committee with?
Yeah, certainly. We've signed leases for 2 replacement aircraft, and those aircraft will come in June and September of 24. They are 2 replacement modern 737-8 BBJs with a contemporary fit-out.
So the decision to order those particular planes is CASG, is that right? Or?
Those options were put to government, and the government selected that aircraft as being the most viable option, balancing all the capabilities such as range and cost of ownership.
And when you say government, as in the Minister of the day or the Department
the-
Secretary?
The previous government.
And which minister signed off on that?
That is, I'll have to take that on notice as to who made that determination.
If you could, that would be great.
And Senator, if I can add, the Falcon 7X, the smaller of our two special purpose aircraft, first arrived in Australia in 2019.
Sorry, in 2000?
2019.
For which one again, sorry?
That's the Falcon 7X.
Okay. All right. Well, I might just leave my line of questioning there. Senator Van. Senator Van, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. Secretary, I'll put this line of questioning to you and VCDF. I think it's the most appropriate, but please tell me if it should go to others. On the 10th of October 2022, the Minister for Defence said in his press conference that and I quote, "We saw 28 different projects running a cumulative total of 97 years over time," end quote. Can the department explain the main reasons why there was 28 projects running a cumulative total of 97 years over time?
Yeah. I'll ask Mr. Deeble to take that.
Chris Deeble, Deputy Secretary of CASG. There's a number of reasons why programs get delayed. Many of them are very complex programs. You know, we aim to deliver to the ADF the best warfighting capability that we possibly can, and we're often very ambitious in the way in which we aim to deliver those and set ambitious goals to be able to deliver effectively and efficiently those capabilities to the ADF. I'm happy to take any specific questions on specific programs.
Sure. Then I'll go. Thank you for that answer. I think a very good answer. Can the department or you, Secretary, since it's got your signature on it, I'm happy to table this. In the most recent major projects report from the Australian National Audit Office, you write that the impact on defence contracts as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic has continued to be felt, and that schedule delays to projects can largely be attributed to the effects of supply disruption, national and international travel restrictions, and city and state mandated lockdowns. I assume since you signed that statement, Secretary, you agree with it. Mr. Deeble, do you agree with that statement?
Yes, there are many reasons, and COVID is one of those why projects have been delayed.
VCDF, as CDF's step in here today, do you agree with that statement as well?
Yes, Senator.
Minister, can I ask you then, do you agree with that statement?
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening to you.
Ah.
I apologise.
Would you like me to table the statement, or would you like me just to read it again?
I thought you asked the Secretary to confirm his signature on the Projects of Major Concern report,
Correct.
or whatever it's called, correct?
Yes, but
Well,
also I put to the department and him the words in that statement.
Sure. Well, it's their document.
Sure.
So I'm not sure how, unless your question was something different to me.
No, it was
what
exactly
are you
the same.
asking me? You're asking me, just so we're clear, you're asking me as the Minister representing to confirm the veracity of a report produced for your Minister by department officials who have already given evidence about that report. Yeah, I don't think I add anything in those circumstances.
A strange answer, but okay.
No, I think it's a strange question.
No, it's very.
I'm trying to be
agree,
polite.
Do you agree that COVID-19 had an impact on major projects?
Yeah, well, COVID-19 had an impact on many things.
Great, thank you, Minister. Now the travel restrictions and state and mandated lockdowns have ceased. Does the department have a well-consulted and comprehensive and completed plan to finish those projects?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you very much. That's all I have, Chair. I can go to
No,
other
it's
things
all
if
right.
you like.
I just wanted to check first with the Deputy Chair.
I can fill out that block.
Well,
Senator Molan has a few questions he'd like to ask as well.
Okay. Senator Molan?
Thanks, Chair. I'd like to ask some questions now about the Strategic Fleet Shipping Task Force, and I'm aware that it's a very, very new task force, but it's certainly been a long-held Labor policy, and I would expect that you have given some consideration to these matters. Could I have at the table, please, someone who can speak to us about Defence's involvement in the task force so far?
Senator, you're aware this initiative is being led by a different government department, but the Defence is contributing to it.
Correct. Thank you. Yes, I was aware of that.
So,
yes.
so we can potentially, that's why I was looking confused, because I was pretty sure it wasn't this department which was lead. We can talk about Defence portfolio engagement, but the broader questions about that task force would have to go to Ms King's portfolio, is it?
Infrastructure.
Yeah, the infrastructure, transport, etc. So that's Ms King's portfolio.
No, thank you. And General, could you tell me what is the role of the permanent ADF member on that task force, please? What do you see as your role?
Senator Major General Jason Hawke, Commander Joint Logistics. So the contribution I will look to make as member representing Defence is to describe the Defence requirements and opportunities that Defence may draw upon that strategic fleet in whatever way, shape or form it takes, which again is going to be a series of recommendations offered to Government in terms of what that task force might comprise of.
And what other resources, please, is Defence providing to that task force?
Principally informational in terms of providing the advice that largely I just described, the requirements that Defence might draw upon, the scenarios in which it might draw upon that task force.
Thank you. And our experience during the Vietnam War was most unfortunate on a number of occasions, not all occasions, on a number of occasions, where union members refused to load and refused to cruise ships critical to the war effort. And I wondered if, and I would certainly see this as a threshold issue for Defence in relation to this. Is this issue being addressed to your knowledge?
Senator, so the task force has had one meeting thus far. It's fairly nascent in terms of the considerations that are being put forward. The inclusion of workforce considerations is certainly part of what the task force is considering. Where that conversation or where that opportunity might go is yet to be determined by the task force.
And I thank you. And I guess this is really a sovereignty issue. No government of any persuasion, I imagine, would be keen to have a third party determine how it prosecutes, how it uses this shipping fleet should it come into being in the future. So I know you've only had one meeting, but has consideration been given, or is it feasible that the civilian crews on board these ships be at a certain stage taken into a naval reserve situation? Is that feasible?
Senator, the responsiveness and accessibility of the fleet has certainly been one of the principles that have been discussed by the task force thus far. How we gain access to the task force, how we might gain access in terms of the sovereignty element. A number of options have been considered, but none have gained any traction in terms of maturity.
Thank you. And my final question on this particular issue is that the Shipping Task Force terms of reference mentions supporting Defence on national mobilisation requirements. What's Defence's understanding of what this means? I wasn't aware that there was a national mobilisation plan, a framework responsible for plans and responsibilities. So perhaps there is, I just wasn't aware of it.
Senator, I might answer the mobilisation component of that question. So Defence is doing work on mobilisation planning for defence purposes. Your comment earlier this morning where we started, of course, is a broader national resilience requirements around that. But we have increasingly mature plans that we are developing on what, in a variety of scenarios where a government might require more of defence than is within our current resources, how that would be progressed. So I'm not sure of the precise application of the terms of reference, but from a defence perspective, well placed to provide input on what we might need in order to enhance defence capability.
Thank you. That's
and Senator, this is a whole of government. I mean, this is a whole of nation response, mobilisation, national resilience. So we are engaging with a number of departments. I want to draw particular attention to the Department of Home Affairs, which has some key responsibilities in this regard. But there's Prime Minister and Cabinet as well. So that there are discussions ongoing with a number of other departments.
Thank you, and that's the end of that line of questioning, please. And I would like to move on to a second line of questioning, and that really goes back to the DSR, and I wonder if we have conducted an examination on the relative strength of our key allies, such as the US, and their capacity and inclination to come to our aid, for the simple reason that it would seem to me that this goes to the issue of self-sufficiency in relation to how the DSR brings its report out.
Senator Molan, of course, we think about our ability to respond to a range of contingencies, including in circumstances where our allies and other partners were fully committed elsewhere. So, I mean, that's important work that we do about what we may have to do on our own in the context of an alliance, and then those type of scenarios where we would need to draw more heavily on the capabilities of the United States and other partners.
No, thank you, and that's quite logical. But the issue that I think certainly concerns me is not just the fact that our major ally might be busy somewhere else, but what I'd like to know is has it been have you considered a recent report, the Index of US Military Strength completed by the Heritage Foundation, something which they do every year, which concluded that the US is, and I quote, at growing risk of not being able to meet the demands of defending America's vital national interests, much less our own, and that they assessed the US Army as marginal, the US Navy as weak, and the US Air Force as very weak. I wonder if that was something which has been examined by our defence people and whether that impacts on our thinking.
I'm aware of the report. I know a number of people in defence have read the report. I wouldn't wish to comment on the judgments, many of which we wouldn't necessarily share.
Sorry, would you say that again, please?
I wouldn't wish to comment on particular judgments, but many of them we wouldn't necessarily share.
That's interesting. Is there some way we could continue this as to why you don't share them?
No, Senator.
Okay.
Thanks for the frank answer. Lines of questioning, Senator?
I have one.
Okay, excellent.
One more line of alliance questioning. Thank you.
All right.
Alliance or lines of questioning?
Lines.
Lines or alliance?
Alliance. Okay, sorry.
Yeah. And it really goes to the US alliance more broadly. And that is that did Australia as a key ally, particularly under the AUKUS partnership, have any input or engagement on the 2022 National Security Strategy?
Senator, yes, we had the opportunity, and we were grateful for that opportunity. We've also received briefings, confidential briefings, as well as having received the published documents.
Certainly, but any input into it prior to it coming out?
We had the opportunity to input views, Senator. I imagine that your consideration of the national security strategy led you to make judgments on that strategy. I mean, their judgments were essentially about a part of the world which is our part of the world, the same part of the world that we must work in. Were there any of the judgments made in the US national security strategy that you did not agree with? I don't think it's appropriate to comment on that. But the Australian government has got well-articulated views about the type of engagement, the multidimensional nature of US engagement that we seek in the region, economic, people-to-people, cultural engagement, as well as the importance of our defence and broader security partners. So I think the United States government is very clear about the type of US engagement in the region that the Australian government would welcome and support.
That's fine, and we do get the answer a lot, and I understand that kind of answer a lot, and I understand why. Could I just offer you this quote from the US National Defence Strategy? The Department of Defence, and as distinct from the National Security Strategy, this is from the National Defence Strategy. The Department of Defence, US Department of course, owes it to our all-volunteer force and the American people to provide a clear picture of the challenges we expect to face in the crucial years ahead, and we owe them a clear and rigorous strategy for advancing our defence and security goals. I just wondered if the department or the government would agree that at some stage this may apply to the Australian Department of Defence or the Australian government.
Senator, if I could, I think the Prime Minister and the Minister for Defence, when they talked about launching the Defence Strategic Review, made clear that part of the aim of the review was to make contemporary some judgments and some analysis about our strategic circumstances and how the government wished to respond to that. I think that in the context of when the review does land and how the government responds to the review, there will be information for the Australian public on the environment that we face and how the Australian government wishes Defence to respond to those
Thank you,
circumstances.
and thank you. That's all I have, Chair. If I've just got one more bracket in the future sometime.
Thank you very much, Senator Molan. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Chair. And just going on from the questions that you were asking, did I understand in relation to special purpose flights, the reason why there hasn't been any public, any transparency about them since December 2020 is because of security concerns raised by the AFP?
No, I think, Senator, that was in the context of we're doing a review of the guidelines. Okay. Part of that review will take into account some advice from the AFP. Once that review is done and presented to government, new guidelines will be promulgated.
And that's about the use for which special purpose flights can be used.
And how much information, what type of information is put out in terms of the reporting for public.
So if the advice from the AFP wasn't the reason why we haven't had a single report since the end of December, since the end of 2020, what is the reason?
Senator, we prepare that advice. It's not up to us to table that advice in Parliament.
All right. So has Defence provided the relevant information, being the schedule of special purpose flights, to the government for first 6 months of 2021?
Yes, Senator.
And the second 6 months of 2021?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator.
The first 6 months of this year?
It takes us about 6 months to compile. So the statistics that I gave you before, where we presented the schedule for 2020 from July to December 2020, was presented in July of 2021. That is because it takes us about 6 months to compile and then validate all of the data in the schedule.
All right. So on that basis, assuming it takes 6 months, you should have had all of 2021 assessed and to government by now.
That's correct, Senator, yes.
And then who do you provide them to in government?
The schedule data is compiled and presented to the DPM, or sorry, to the Defence Minister.
All right. And then it's a matter for the Defence Minister to publish. Is that how it works in practice?
Yes, Senator.
All right. And has there been any information given to you about why a decision has not been made to date to publish 2021 data?
Only in relation to the recent decision to incorporate the outcomes of the AFP security review into our review of the guidelines, because it's the guidelines that explain and detail what requirements are to be reported in the schedule.
All right, but the current the guidelines that are presently in place haven't yet been amended.
That's correct.
And those guidelines provide for some transparency in the publishing of the details.
That's correct.
They may be changed in the future, but the current ones are the ones that have provided transparency for the last decade.
That's correct, Senator, although the AFP is currently undertaking a review of the amount of information that we are providing, and what we are trying to do is get the right balance between transparency and security.
All right. But has the Minister, so the Secretary's advice to me was that the AFP's concerns wasn't the reason why matters haven't been published. It seems to me, Secretary, that the information I'm getting from other witnesses is to the contrary.
So, as I understand both the Secretary's answer and the state of this matter at the moment, you're correct. Unless I'm advised other words, I understand the previous government made a decision not to table. Mr Miles has now requested that Mr Moriarty, that the department, together with other agencies, review the guidelines. I would anticipate, once those guidelines are finalised, then it's a matter for government about how those are implemented.
So at the moment, Mr Miles has agreed with the decision not to publish.
Look, I think
until the.
I understand
It's agreed with the decision not to publish until the review has been undertaken. It's kind of on ice for the moment.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'll get officials are nodding, so I think the answer to that is
That's what we've been directed, that we will not be bringing forward the schedules until we have revised the guidelines, and the guidelines will incorporate the AFP security review.
It's he's taking an even-handed position. I mean, he could.
I'm just.
I think I can see where you can see what obvious choices are available to the Deputy Prime Minister here.
There may well be partisan advantage to the Minister for publishing it.
Senator Shoebridge, just allow the Minister to conclude her answer,
I'm actually
please.
trying to be helpful. You're right. I think there could be partisanship in this approach. I think the Deputy Prime Minister has taken a principled base, even-handed approach to this, and that's how we're seeking to deal with it.
I'm just trying to find out what's happened. I'm not trying to make a political point. I'm just interested to know when we're next going to get transparency on very expensive public assets, and which are used to ferry around a bunch of politicians. So I'm just wondering when we're going to get transparency.
Ferry around. I mean, I can tell you, and I am most deeply grateful to the Air Force for the support to me, and I'm sure to the Deputy Prime Minister. It has enabled multiple engagements with Pacific Island nations, which we would not be able to get to without the support of these
That's
aircraft.
fine.
Senator Shoebridge.
You made the ferry around comment. I mean, if you want to have a look at the sorts of hours some of these officials and those who travel with us work, there is a very heavy workload. We would not be able to visit, certainly not in the timeframes, or even visit many of the places in the Pacific that I've had the privilege of representing Australia, or Mr Conroy's had the privilege of representing Australia, or the Deputy Prime Minister, without the support of the Air Force.
You seem to take offence to a term that the concept of ferrying around, move around, ferry around, transport around. It's large amounts of public money. Do you accept, Minister, that there should be transparency on the use of large amounts of public money to move people around?
I think the Secretary, the Air Marshal, have both answered your question.
Do we know is there a time frame for when this process will finish and we can get some transparency?
No, we want to do the review thoroughly and then we'll consult the Deputy Prime Minister.
When do we expect the review to finish? That I assume has been done inside the department.
The review will incorporate the AFP review. I don't have a timeline, I'm sorry, on when the AFP will complete their security review.
Secretary, my office has been contacted by a senior Air Force chaplain who has had previous media commentary in relation to some appalling, unacceptable behaviour against her by another chaplain. You're aware of the case?
I'm aware in general terms, Senator.
Is it best dealt with by you or by another official?
I can deal with it, Senator, yes.
Vice Marshal. I'm advised that an unacceptable behaviour investigation found that the senior chaplain had been subject to 10 different types of unacceptable and inappropriate behaviour by another chaplain, including sexual harassment, bullying, intimidation and spreading of lies. Are you aware of that investigation and conclusion?
I am aware of allegations. They have been investigated, Senator. I would have to take questions of this on notice because it is a very sensitive matter and allegations have been thrown both ways. I don't have all of the details with me today.
Well, I'm advised that the investigation found in favour of the, I suppose, complainant, the senior chaplain who'd suffered the awful behaviour. Are you saying there were counter-allegations?
There were multiple allegations over multiple years. I will need to go and get some more information for. I'm happy to take questions on notice, but I do not want to shoot from the hip in regards to these allegations.
And Senator, if I might just add, the privacy of all the individuals, we'd be just mindful of how we respond to your questions.
Well, I'm advised that the findings were made, but despite the findings, the chaplain who they were made against has remained in the service as a chaplain, still is today, and indeed is being allowed to resign at the end of this month. Is that true?
Senator, again, I do not wish to. I would like to take questions on notice. I'm not trying to stonewall the questions.
You can take that on notice.
Will do.
And I'm further advised that the senior chaplain who made the complaints and had the sustained findings on her behalf was contacted just today by the Defence Prosecution Service to let her know that no charges would be laid because charges this serious should be referred to the criminal courts. Whereas previously she had been told that it was appropriate the defence look into them and progress them.
Senator Shoebridge, the officials have already indicated that they would be taking these sort of lines of questioning on notice. Given the sensitivities, so it may be appropriate if you were to maybe provide them with your other questions on notice and they can come back to you on notice.
Well, this happened today, I'm told. Will you take that on notice as well? Will you
the
take
witnesses
whether or not that occurred on notice
have agreed to
as well?
take on notice.
Sorry, could I appreciate that the Senator is expressing the views of someone who's contacted him. I also am very cognisant of both the privacy and probity of these sorts of matters and why the officials are asking not to have to respond in this forum on that. I'm also conscious that as members of the government or public service, there are obligations about what can be said even to you unless there are permissions given and so forth. I understand that this committee previously has had, where possible, a practice of these matters being raised in a different way, and if possible, Defence can respond offline. I'd ask the Secretary to consider how that might happen, and I'd ask the Chair and the committee to consider finding an effective way to try and deal with these sorts of issues being raised with senators. And I appreciate senators will want to raise issues where these sorts of allegations are brought to their attention, but perhaps if we can find an avenue where they can be dealt with appropriately, I think that would be a good thing.
Thank you, Minister. Did you have any other lines of questioning, Senator Shoebridge, on that matter?
Well, I'll consider that for the moment. But on chaplains, you're aware of the Religious Advisory Committee to the Services? Secretary or Vice Marshal, who deals with chaplains?
We are aware that there is a Religious Advisory Committee, yes.
Yeah, and that's made up of a number of senior members of the chaplain service, is that right?
That's right.
Yep. And it has a direct line with the Chief of Defence Force, directly
Yes.
communicates with the Chief of Defence Force, is that right?
Yes.
Given that at least 64% of the ADF workforce don't acknowledge any religious affiliation, and of the staff those who are joining the ADF today, 80% indicate no religion. Do you think it's appropriate for the primary, if you like, support service to be so dominated by a religious body and for them to have that direct line?
Senator, there are multiple forms of support to ADF people, of which the religious services are one, but not the only one, through medical support, social welfare support, family and members, so that we have multiple services recognising that people's needs are different and those who they would turn to for support would suit their particular circumstances, so that there are more than one means of providing support to our people.
Well, but in terms of resources, the largest clear resort, if you like, resourcing that I've been able to identify in the Defence for the kind of welfare support is the 160, I think, is it 160 full-time chaplains and 150 part-time chaplains? Is that the number?
I don't know the number. I'm not sure if General Wade does.
Senator Major General Wade Stothart, I'm the head of people capability in Defence People Group.
Yeah.
I would have to take the exact question on notice about the number of full-time and part-time chaplains in the Australian Defence Force.
It's in the order of 310 though, isn't it? That's the information that I think has been published.
I think that's broadly accurate, yes, yeah. Senator.
And I think of those 310, do you know how many were of faiths other than the Christian faith? The information I have is that there were 2 Muslim, 2 Buddhist, 2 part-time Jewish faith, and then otherwise Christian. Is that
Again, Senator, I think I'll need to take that on notice, but largely correct. If I could just offer that the Religious Advisory Council is now made up of 10 faith groups, and we are actively trying to encourage members of faith groups other than Christian to help us find, attract and recruit padres from other religious groups, in addition to the large number of other welfare support professionals that are available to support our people for pastoral care.
Well, as I understand it, there are now potentially 7 secular wellbeing officers. Is that right? Do you know how many there are?
Yeah, that again, I'll need to take that exact question for the number on notice. But yes, the Navy has a Maritime Spiritual Welfare Officer program, which is non-religious in the provision of that pastoral support.
And is that part of the chaplains program or separate to it?
It is largely part of it.
What does largely part of it mean?
Well, I would need to defer to the exact organisation and functional arrangements with Navy on that. I know that Army and Air Force are looking at this Navy more recent innovation to provide professional, spiritual, pastoral support to members from a non-religious basis.
So it's spiritual pastoral support. Is that the support that's offered by the chaplaincy service?
The title of the function is Maritime Spiritual Welfare Officer.
All right. So do we know how many, you'll tell me on notice how many of those there are?
Yes, Senator.
And they're only in the Navy, there's none in the other services?
At the moment, Senator, yes.
Do you, is it the intention to increase the proportion of secular wellbeing officers? Is that the intention of the ADF, or is the intention to keep the mix as it is, overwhelmingly Christian chaplains?
The intention of the ADF is to provide pastoral and spiritual care to our people, and the provision of which we do that will be in a combination of functional areas providing that. Social workers, psychologists, chains of command, padres of differing religious backgrounds, and also these secular spiritual welfare officers is part of that system of providing pastoral spiritual care.
There's in the order of 310 chaplains provided, overwhelmingly Christian chaplains. How many fully paid counsellors does the ADF have?
Again, I would need to take that on notice to give you a breakdown of exact numbers of the workforce providing that support.
Last question, Senator.
If the goal of the ADF is to recruit people that reflect modern Australia, multicultural, diverse Australia, do you see what a problem there is when the spiritual and pastoral support care offered by the ADF does not reflect modern, multicultural Australia, and particularly the 80% of new recruits who have no religious beliefs, affiliations? Do you see the problem?
Yeah, if I could answer that. So yes, we recognise the needs of our people are changing and the structures around by which we provide support will contemporise with them.
All right. And you'll no doubt let me on notice know what your actual plans are to radically reform the chaplaincy from its current position, which doesn't reflect modern Australia.
Well, that's not quite what I said, Senator. I said that we will change to meet the needs of our people.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Senator Malcolm Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for being here today. My questions are on the response to the Brereton report. Got the right people? In March 2021, the Afghan Inquiry Oversight Panel recommended that a top-down inquiry be undertaken into Defence's corporate responsibility for the allegations in the Brereton report. Instead, you commissioned a lessons learned paper that was criticised by the panel for its failure to address the strong criticisms and sense of unfairness of the lack of command accountability in Afghanistan. Why did you conduct what the panel called a bottom-up review rather than a top-down exercise? And shouldn't senior defence leadership be held accountable if there are accusations of wrongdoing?
Senator Vice Admiral David Johnson, the Vice Chief of the Defence Force, the review that you're referring to was a top-down review. It was led by a two-star general, broadly consulting across the Defence Department. It had a purpose of looking at the outcomes from the inquiry and also looking to what else we needed to be doing to make sure the conduct of the Defence Force and operations in the future was well set, having learnt from the experience in Afghanistan. So it was very much a top-down view of what we needed to do to improve, and we recognise that command accountability is an important part of that outcome.
Thank you. Can you give me an indication of some of the steps that were taken in the top-down approach?
To the steps of developing the report itself,
yes,
Senator. So the CDF appointed an officer to lead it who had significant experience, both including within Afghanistan and the operations. He was given a remit to look right across the department without limitations in terms of scope that were associated with that forward-looking perspective of what we needed to learn. He brought all the executives together as well as consulting at various levels within Defence in order to form a significant number of conclusions which have been presented back up to the Chiefs of Service Committee, the Chief of Defence Force chaired committee with his other chiefs. So
Thank you.
It's had a high level of review and consultation as part of drawing the lessons from it.
Thank you. What was the rank of the person who did that?
He was a Major General.
Thank you. Can you confirm whether any charges against a Special Forces soldier have been tested in an Australian court in relation to allegations in the Brereton report?
Senator, you might be aware the Office of the Special Investigator has taken up the criminal conduct of or investigation into the events in Afghanistan, and I couldn't comment on them.
But he has taken it up. I accept that.
So, yes, if I could answer more forcibly, there is an Office of the Special Investigator formed outside of Defence who is looking into whether crimes were occurred in the conduct of Afghanistan operations.
So it's not been tested in a civilian court?
They have not yet been presented to court, no.
Thank you. There's a strong sentiment that enlisted soldiers were thrown under the bus by top brass without the presumption of innocence because none of the organisation or senior officers faced any accountability for any aspect of the events in Afghanistan. Now, I understand the Defence Forces have disbanded 2 squadron with a history going back to Borneo and the Vietnam War. Also, there was an attempt to strip 3,000 soldiers who served in Afghanistan, strip them of their meritorious unit citation. These are punishments that lower and middle ranks bear the brunt of. What action has been taken against senior leadership to hold them accountable for the allegations in the Brereton report?
Senator, the Brereton report recommended that the CDF review the honours that were presented on those who were in the command chain. The CDF agreed to those recommendations when he would publicly presented the outcomes of the report in late in 2020. Those measures were suspended while the Office of the Special Investigator process was underway at the direction of the then Minister. And the current Defence Minister has directed the CDF to now recommence the process of looking at honours and those that were awarded during the period in Afghanistan. The CDF has now commenced that process.
After the Banking Royal Commission, the highest leaders of NAB and AMP resigned. Crown Casino directors resigned over money laundering revelations. Rio Tinto's CEO resigned over the destruction of Juukan Caves. A common first step in responding to such a governance failure is for the leaders to accept organisational responsibility. Do you believe any senior officers who held office at the time the Brereton report relates to bear any personal responsibility for governance arrangements that were in place?
Senator, the Brereton report looked very carefully at these issues and it formed judgments about the level of awareness of more senior elements of both the operational chain and the department, and came to conclusions that the senior officers were not aware of what was occurring, but recognised with command comes a moral responsibility for the activities that are performed under our command. And that was the element that was a recommendation around reviewing, particularly the honours that were awarded to those in the command chain, and that's the process that has now started.
So why have the lower ranks had to bear all of the punishment while the senior leaders still have their job. That's the way it appears publicly.
And that's why the inquiry made some quite clear conclusions on the level of knowledge or conduct.
My understanding, I haven't been in the armed forces, but my understanding is that our Defence Forces' secret weapon is mateship and leadership. That starts at the top, whether it be a football team or a business. Defence personnel have told me that it's being eroded. What are you doing to get it back, because it's worth billions of dollars, yet is intangible?
Our leadership and the camaraderie that we enjoy in the service is absolutely fundamental to our ability to maintain the level of operational performance. That's why CDF initiated the inquiry that we were talking about at the start of your questions, to make sure we understood quite comprehensively those elements of our own performance that needed to be considered in light of Afghanistan operations.
So you're aware you're getting, so in your opinion, are you getting to the bottom of it?
I think we have a good understanding and a very extensive reform plan that has been initiated to address the conclusions, both from Brereton and our own assessment of the additional actions that need to be taken.
So what is the thrust of that response plan?
I'll invite Admiral Wolski, who leads the implementation task force.
Thank
to
you.
answer.
Thanks very much, Senator. Rear Admiral Brett Wolski, the head of the Afghanistan Inquiry Response Task Force. The Defence is fully committed to responding to the Afghan inquiry findings and recommendations. The inquiry made a broad range of findings and 143 recommendations, and at this time Defence has implemented the actions to close out 102 of those 143 recommendations. And I will note that it's this week 2 years since the Afghanistan inquiry report was handed from the IGADF to the Chief of the Defence Force. The work is ongoing, however. There's a substantial body of work which is being undertaken, and the reform program is based on two objectives. Basically, the first objective being to address the past, that is to consider and take appropriate action to meet organisational and collective wrongdoings, and also to prevent recurrence is the second objective. That is, we must work on what the Afghanistan inquiry has shown us. We have to build the best possible organisation for the future.
So prevention in the future will come back to governance. Not just governance, but will certainly involve governance.
It certainly does. And
what are you doing in that area?
And the Afghanistan inquiry particularly showed us that there were a number of different themes which we have to work on, and we've broken those down into organisational arrangements and command accountability, a second theme of culture, the workforce area, and finally partnerships and information. And under those five themes, we've structured our work. And I will say that it's a significant body of work, with each of those work streams having reform stream leads at the Band 3 or the 3-star level.
Okay, thank you, and thank you, Chair.
You're most welcome. I'll hand over now to Senator Fawcett.
Go to Defence personnel, please, if we can have the appropriate people come to the table.
Hello, Senator.
Ms. Grigg, how are you?
Fine.
Good.
Justine Grigg, Deputy Secretary, People.
Could I go to the recruiting and retention team that was established in April of 2022, and then in August was a star-ranked officer was appointed to lead that. Could I just ask what they have achieved to date, and are there any recommendations they have brought forward which are being implemented by Defence?
Yes, so Justine Grigg, Deputy Secretary, People. So As you said, Senator, we established a dedicated recruiting and retention team to look, in addition to current initiatives in terms of lifting our recruiting and retention performance, in addition, what else could Defence do, both in terms of ADF and APS workforce? So the team commenced by really looking at what was already there, because we did not want to duplicate what we were doing. I can talk in a moment on some of the key things that were already in train. So having looked across the total defence enterprise, also looked externally on best practice, the team really focused on preparing some options that looked really across the recruiting and retention continuum.
And sorry, just before you go on, you've mentioned the team several times. Could you just detail who was in the team?
Yeah,
what are their backgrounds?
Yes, small team. So led by two-star military officers and an SES Band 1 officer with a very small team underneath. So the purpose really, small, effective team to do a fairly in-depth, short, sharp review.
Okay, and so I'm just trying to get my head around the fact that if we're trying to get best practice on recruiting, someone who's commanded a ship or a regiment or a FEG within Air Force, for example, may not be the Australia's best experts in that. So who did they reach out to seek that best industry experience or expertise in terms of recruiting and retention?
So you touched on recruitment. So in terms of ADF recruitment, Defence Force recruiting, a lot of reforms already occurring. The heavier focus, Senator, is in terms of retention. That is the heavier focus. So in terms of who they reached out to, certainly other government agencies. They also talked to a number of private sector companies that were looking at their employment value propositions, but I'm probably best to give you all that on notice, because there was quite a lot of engagement very early on.
Okay.
So in terms then of the report that was completed, it is an internal report that was then socialised with a number of people across the enterprise to get views. There was also an assurance group, a collection of people to really contest some of the ideas in the report. The report ultimately was presented to the Chief of the Defence Force and the Secretary, and we are currently looking at what to prioritise out of that work. We have initiated 5 elements of the work as what we call quick wins that we could put in train quite easily and quickly to really support not just ADF and APS members, but also there is an element supporting ADF families. But the rest of or the next steps is a matter of prioritisation and looking at where we will get the greatest impact, particularly in terms of ADF retention.
Sure. So if the focus is on retention, does that mean at the moment the recruitment piece, given it's industry-wide and in Australia, probably globally at the moment, but is that just too hard, or do you believe you've got solutions to the recruitment piece, which is why you've focused on retention?
Yeah, we've got, Senator, significant reforms and solutions in play for Defence Force recruiting. I might pass to General Stothard in a moment. That's not to say that we're at the same time asking that our review team to look at it. It's another assurance for us, but certainly in terms of Defence Force recruiting reforms, they are quite significant.
So I'm happy to take that on notice, but what I'd be interested to get is what you're setting as a baseline in terms of both recruitment and retention, and how you plan to measure the effect and report back to the Parliament through that program.
Through the recruiting and retention program of work. So certainly in terms of a lot of the metrics that we include in the Defence Annual Report, there is a fair amount in there. What we are doing in terms of the recruiting and retention work is looking even more deeply, because you can be very broad with your separation statistics, your recruiting statistics, but there are key differences within that, and that's a key area of really reporting back to government to ensure that we are looking at all those workforce segments in terms of recruitment and retention.
Sure. So I guess what I'm interested in is, as part of the research and the initiatives you're putting in place, do you have goals that you think you'll achieve? And we'd be interested in the performance of achieving those. But probably the most important figure is, what is the net result? Because every organisation loses a certain number of people.
Yeah.
You bring people in, you have to train them. What is the net result you're achieving? And particularly if you have particular trades or professional streams where you know that defence is currently vulnerable, what is our progress on those? They're the sort of figures that we'd be really interested to see.
So we have recruitment targets by workforce segments, but in addition, our aim is to extend the average length of service for the ADF. So that is one of our key performance indicators.
Sure. During the election campaign, the now government promised to initiate a review into recruitment and detention. Given the work you've already done, is that going ahead? Is it overlapping? What's the relationship between that election commitment and the work you've already been doing?
So the work we had commenced prior. So currently, the advice that we've given is that let us keep going on this piece of work. Mm-hmm. That's not to say a more or an even larger independent review is not necessary. It may be necessary, and that's the advice to date.
Sure. And has that been accepted?
I'm just trying to think if there's been a formal...
You can take that on notice.
Yeah, so
that's fine.
that has been the advice given. I need to check, Senator, in terms of the formal response.
Thank you. Could I come now to some of the relationship between defence and industry? So part of this will include industry personnel, but particularly in performance measure 7.1, Defence Direct Economic Contribution to the Australian Economy. Who's best to talk about that?
Steve.
So, Mr. Moore, welcome. First question I've got in this area is to understand what your current definition around sovereign industry is. If we go back to the first principles review and the concept that industry is a fundamental input to capability for defence, then it sets the framework that we have. We want a strong industry because they are essential to our capability managers being able to raise, train, sustain and deploy defence capability. We don't have them just because we want a defence industry, we want them because they contribute to capability. So as I look at this measure, can you talk to me about what its priorities will be, what your goals are, and how you'll measure success in terms of sovereign industry capability? And do you accept that same framework that was back from the first principles review?
Thank you, Senator. Stephen Moore, First Assistant Secretary, Defence Industry Policy. Our definition of sovereign industry is Australian industry or industry that we have control or access over. So that doesn't necessarily mean it has to be entirely owned and run in Australia, but we have to have assured access to IP and financial resources and supply chains and those sorts of aspects. When we look at developing a sovereign defence industry in Australia, as you said, it's about making sure that we have the industry that can support ADF capability. And so then we look at how we measure those sorts of aspects that speak to that sovereignty, whether we have assured supply over IP, financial resources and those sorts of aspects.
Sure. That's generically very similar to the process that was gone through to come up with the 10 SICP, Sovereign Industry Capability Priorities. And there's been a fair degree of concern expressed by industry that they have not translated directly to Defence's procurement decisions. And I notice that here it's about Defence economic contribution to the Australian economy, which I understand is the change that was made to the Commonwealth procurement rules at Defence's initiative. But if we are talking about industry as a FIC, then the driving definitions and priorities surely should be around what industry do we need to contribute to defence capability, not what can industry contribute to the Australian economy. That's a nice second order effect, but it shouldn't be the driver. Can you explain further who will decide the priorities and how will they be linked to the capabilities that Chief of Army, Navy, Air Force, Joint and Space are concerned with?
Certainly, Senator, and the sovereign industrial capability priorities are those priorities that contribute directly towards ADF capability. And you mentioned 10, there's 14, Senator, there were 4 new ones defined last year. Those 14 sovereign industrial capability priorities are worked up with capability managers. They were decided through an extensive consultation process across Defence to ensure that they are those things that are those bits of industry that are particularly needed to support the capabilities that we know are coming online, and then are looked to be driven through contract mechanisms and as we develop capability, make sure that they are considered as part of that consideration by government on capability decisions.
Sure, but the point here is for a couple of decades now we've had priority industry capabilities, now we have sovereign industry capabilities, which are statements of intent, but they often don't link directly to procurement decisions. And companies don't survive ultimately on grants. Grants help them to get to a level of capability, but they only survive with offtake agreements, with contracts that give them cash flow. And the constant feedback from industry is that they're not seeing a continuity between the sovereign industry capability priorities and procurement decisions of Defence. So I'm interested to understand what your targets are and what you consider success to be. So if a company gets a grant and they build a capability but they're never contracted, do you consider that a success, or is it only if they're contracted by the Australian Defence Force do you consider that a success?
Sovereignty is a difficult thing to measure, Senator, and we are doing a body of work to be better at that. There is. To answer your question, I think it is both. We want to see Australian businesses and sovereign businesses participate in defence contracting, and we are seeing more of that. But we also want to make sure that there is a diversity of sovereign industry in the sector, so that they are there when we need them as well.
Sure.
Senator, might I help just give you some insight into...
VCDF, I'm sure you'd be very helpful. Please go ahead.
To part of what I believe you are asking, but every capability proposal that we take up for government that comes through the Defence Investment Committee comments on its degree that it contributes to the sovereign industrial capability priority outcomes. So we look at it explicitly in forming the view of preferred options for capability and how those capabilities might translate into industry outcomes. It's an explicit part of our consideration process and hence the part of the advice that we present to government. So it's quite concrete in there. It's an explicit section of the advice that we provide, so it has good, strong visibility to it, as it should.
So VCDF, my concern is that as recently as the Land Forces Conference, walking around and speaking to various industry stakeholders who were there, we're giving examples of where Defence had identified a capability that was required. The Defence Innovation Hub had worked with an industry partner to develop a capability, but then the procurement system either had no path to actually say, yes, we'll buy it, or the procurement rules constrained Defence to go to a larger prime, often an overseas prime, rather than an Australian company, because the procurement rule said that company has no track record in this, it's too small, it's too risky, even though we've spent, in some cases, hundreds of thousands of dollars of taxpayers' dollars to help this company develop a capability solution. So my question is, what is your metric of success? Is it you've given an Australian company a grant and they've developed a capability, or is it that you've helped them to do that and then you've actually bought it from them? Because unless we close that loop, then it's actually a waste of taxpayers' money.
Last question, Senator.
Senator David Johnston, I agree. The measure of success ultimately is the pull through from innovation into capability, and that's what we look at, the performance of our innovation system with that explicit outcome in mind, and we recognise that there is more to do to ensure the process enables that from innovation outcome in through to a capability delivery.
Okay, so my last question then, since the Chair is winding me up. On page 90, table 42, which goes to grants to industry players, there's cuts in the order of 60-odd million in the 22-23 estimate, 58 million in the 23-24, 57 in the 24-25 and 57 in the 25-26. And I'm happy to take this on notice, but could you tell me which programs are being cut, as in which companies have applied for and are not getting grants? Have they been informed? And what is the impact in terms of the sovereign capability that Defence was hoping to actually develop?
Senator, there was additional money put into defence industry grant programs as a result of the government's economic stimulus measure. What you are seeing in the forward estimates there is not a cut in the program, but a return to the levels that existed and were previously announced. There was a slight increase in response to economic stimulus measures they were decided as a result of COVID.
2 seconds.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks a lot, Senator Fawcett. I just had a couple of questions with respect to the government's continual support of Ukraine in light of Russia's illegal invasion. The Albanese government has since announced 2 additional tranches of support to Ukraine since coming to government this year. I understand you won't be able to disclose everything for operational reasons, but I was hoping you might be able to step me through what these commitments were, Secretary, or one of your officials at the table.
Good afternoon, Senator Hugh Jeffrey, Acting Deputy Secretary, Strategy, Policy and Industry. Senator, as you know, Australia has been a significant supporter of Ukraine's defence. The government has condemned Russia's unilateral, illegal and immoral invasion of Ukraine. It's important to note, Senator, that in providing this support, we do not just see the invasion of Ukraine as an attempt to subjugate a neighbour, but as an assault on the international rules-based order and the norms and principles that underpin that order. That order is not just important to prosperity and security into Europe, but our prosperity and security in the Indo-Pacific. And we want to ensure that we can contribute to an outcome that no state ever concludes that violence is the best way to try and achieve your strategic objectives. So for that reason, the Australian government has asked Defence to provide support to Ukraine to ensure that it is able to conduct its defence as best as possible. Now, there have been a range of defence areas where we have been providing support. I'll just run through a list quickly, with your indulgence, Chair. Australia's announced military assistance comprises 70 ADF personnel to train Ukrainian armed forces.
Sorry, it's 78?
70.
70.
ADF personnel to train Ukrainian armed force members in the UK. We're up to 90 committed Bushmasters protected mobility vehicles, 20 M113 armoured vehicles, 6 155mm M777 howitzers and 155mm ammunition, that's artillery, numerous anti-armour weapons and ammunition, 42.2 million in financial contributions to NATO and the UK to purchase the delivery of military assistance to Ukraine on Australia's behalf, 32 million in Australian defence industry capabilities, including unmanned aerial systems, decoys and remote vehicles, and soldier equipment. As you can appreciate, Senator, that's important: body armour, helmets and cold weather equipment. The scale of this support, Senator, is such that some of it is still being delivered, and our ADF colleagues can give you an update, should you wish, on the status of all of that assistance. And of course, the government has asked us to keep this support under review to ensure that we are being able to respond to Ukrainian requests as they come in.
The training which our ADF personnel will partake in, is there any information available about how this will be provided?
Senator, this is being coordinated by the United Kingdom, and we are providing the personnel in coordination with our partners in the UK, and they will, of course, allow us to tailor that support that's most useful, most appropriate for the Ukrainians. As you know, the Ukrainians have demonstrated a capability to learn incredibly quickly, and they benefit immensely from training, and we think that this is a very important initiative to allow them to rapidly adapt to changing circumstances.
How are our ADF personnel picked to engage in this training?
I'll pass that over, Senator, to the Vice Chief.
Chair, Vice Admiral David Johnston. So as we clarify with the United Kingdom the form of training that we will provide, and the Ukrainian needs are changing as weather and the nature of the operational environment changes, we'll right-set the group that will accompany them. So it is up to 70 people. They will leave Australia in January, and we will prepare them for the particular training. We'll both select and prepare them for the training mission that they have. Chief of Army might give some insight into what we are anticipating, but it is changing as the operational needs of the Ukrainians change, and then being coordinated by the United Kingdom who are assisting a number of international partners to provide this collective training output.
Senator, Lieutenant General Simon Stewart, Chief of Army, I might be able to assist with a little more detail. Operation Interflex is the name of the UK effort. It is a 5-week ab initio or recruit level training course that is being delivered that focuses on the ability for civilians to be trained as soldiers to operate in small teams, and teaches them skills like first aid, combat first aid, weapon handling skills and small group tactics. It involves time in the field as well as some other sort of classroom type lessons. And we would expect that our contribution will form a number of teams that conduct that training, potentially some teams that provide the demonstration of how to do those kinds of skills, and then of course a command and control and administrative element.
Thank you. Is the department aware of any delays in providing the support that was committed by either the former government or the current government?
Senator, we are transporting
I mean, obviously there's no delays in financial assistance, and much of the assistance that I read out in the list to you has already been delivered. The challenge is with the big kit, the heavy equipment that needs to be transported, in this case by C-17 aircraft. It takes time to, there's only a certain number of aircraft, Bushmasters you can fit on that aircraft. And so sending it, you can't just send it in one go. So it does take time, and there's no quicker alternatives. You can't put it on a ship and have it there delivered any quicker. So we're working with our partners to ensure that we've got a schedule of flights to provide assistance that's as quick as possible, whilst managing concurrency pressures on the force, particularly given the ADF's airlift assets are a scarce resource that we need to prioritise, both for assistance to Ukraine, but also for the government's requirements in terms of domestic assistance and assistance to our partners in the Indo-Pacific.
And what's been the response from Ukraine about the impact of the Australian Bushmasters?
So the Ukrainians have been, they've been very welcoming of the assistance. They've had high praise for the capability itself. As I said, they are rapid adapters and adopters of new capability, and they have been very keen to share with us how they've been using this capability and the impact it's been having for them on the battlefield. So we're confident that it is a net addition to their defence. And of course, Senator, we want to continue to ensure that we're working with them on sustainment of the capability to ensure that it remains fully operational.
So what are the advantages of a vehicle such as the Bushmaster in a conflict setting then?
Well, Senator, I might hand that over to my military professionals.
Yep.
Yep. Senator, the Bushmaster provides protected mobility. Its strength is in its protection against blast, so mines and the like, and it provides some limited protection against shrapnel and very limited protection against direct fire weapons. But it is a very reliable, simple to use vehicle, and as Mr Jeffries pointed out, when you're trying to quickly adapt to a range of new weapons and equipment, it's very attractive.
Are there any changes that are made to the design or specs of the Bushmasters before we send them over to Ukraine? Out of interest?
Apart from the paint job and a Ukrainian flag, they're of course prepared to ensure that they are fit for purpose, but no other variations, Senator.
And what's been the impact, if any, on our local supply of vehicles here in Australia? I mean, how many do we have, for instance, of the Bushmasters left in stock?
So there's approximately 900, were approximately 946 in service. 90 of those have been committed to the Ukraine, and we have the remainder left in our fleet, Senator.
Could you outline the schedule of delivery for those 90 Bushmasters?
Chair, if I might, we've been very careful not to do so.
Fair enough too, and that's why I sort of start off by saying, just tell me what you can tell me. But
and it's largely just around the operational security of military equipment moving into Ukraine to preserve that.
And I might just finish off here, but if further requests for assistance were put on the table, military assistance to Ukraine, is that something that the department or military would consider, given our current situation with the stock that we have at hand?
The department would provide a range of options to government, and it would be for government to decide whether to make a further contribution, Senator.
Thank you very much. Deputy Chair?
I think Senator Byrne has a couple of follow-up
Sure.
questions just on this topic. And
No worries.
I think we're going to Senator Molan.
Okay, I'll hand over to Senator Van.
Thank you very much. As you may or may not be aware, I was in Ukraine and in August and went down to Donbass to see the Bushmasters being used in action and got to speak with the troops. And it's an awful lot to be learnt. So I hope those lessons are being taken up by ADF. While I was there, the last confirmed, or there was 13 in country where I was, and there was another 12 delivered in the west of Ukraine the day I was in Donbass. I know you can't say when, but can you confirm any more than those 25 have actually been delivered in country? Or are they sitting outside in Poland or Germany or somewhere? Because I cannot find either from my sources in country or elsewhere that any more have been delivered.
But Senator, I'll answer as precisely as I might be reasonably able to. Of the original 60, before the government's announcement of the additional 30 Bushmasters, more than half of the original 60 have moved.
That's roughly what I thought might be the answer. Understanding the needs of the Air Force and the limitations on C-17s, given that number was what we promised, let alone what this government promised, is there not a way to speed them up, that delivery? I mean, I know at least 40 have been delivered to Amberley. But since the time they've been there, we could have put them on an LHD and got them there. Is there any other alternatives to?
Senator, we are using both a combination of military airlift, the C-17s, and contracted airlift to get the flow rate right into Ukraine, matched to when they can receive and employ them, and our ability to prepare the vehicles to be able to move.
Thank you for that, Vice Chief. The demand on the ground for them is urgent. Anyone there will tell you that. The commanding officer of the 80th Air Assault Brigade, who I met with in Donbass, was disappointed at that stage only having 30, because that only mounts half his brigade. 90 mounts 1.5 brigades. So by my calculation, we should be sending they would like at least 3 mounted brigades. I would call on the government to consider sending more, because I know those requests have gone into government, and I'd like to think that they would be paying some attention to those requests and following up on that. As to modifications, one of the things that they make a number of modifications in country. One of them is putting armour over the fuel tank. Would we consider doing that for them before sending them over?
Senator, Major General Andrew Bottrell, Headland Systems Division. We work closely with both Army as the capability manager, but also with Talis, as we have done over a number of years. There's been extensive modifications to the vehicle. They've typically been driven by both the lessons we've learnt from operations, but also for the projections with where we propose to use those vehicles. They are a protected vehicle, so they are not intended for use driving into battle. They are designed for protected mobility through a conflict zone. So that hasn't been a requirement for us to date. We are keeping a track of the way where we can get information in terms of what modifications they are making, which both informs what we might provide them in future variances as well. So we are keeping a track of it. We're conscious of that.
I couldn't agree with you more, Major General, and I think that strengthens Chief of Army's requests for IFVs, so that we don't send our troops into battle if we need to in Bushmasters. One of the other things that they're they think they need a lot more of is wheels and tyres. Is that something that we're considering sending along with them and other sustainment material?
Senator, we have already mobilised a repair parts package, but we're also exploring options for support through means closer in Europe. So there are a number of options that we are actively exploring in that space as well.
Okay, thank you. There is obviously if we're planning on sending them 10%, there's obviously room in our fleet to send more. And given, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Major General, but the last ones came off the Talas's line about 10 years ago. They're an ageing vehicle. Are we looking at replacing the Bushmaster? What is the life of type of Bushmaster?
Talas is still producing Bushmasters. They've got other customers elsewhere in the world. So we work very closely with Talas about their workforce. In fact, I only met with the CEO of Talas in the last couple of days to discuss some of the implications for where they are going and what future options might exist as well. So those decisions haven't been taken. That's a combination of decisions for Army and government. So and I'm responsive to those, but very acutely aware of Talas's workforce and trying to keep that at a point where it continues to be viable for the future.
If I could ask you to remain so and reinforce the importance of that to government, because as you're aware, Hawkeye's finished being built there now, so that workforce is maintaining that or losing it and going into another valley of death in another capability would be a shame. Thank you, Chair, for your indulgence.
That's okay. Thank you very much for that line of questioning. I'll hand over now to Senator Molan.
Thank you, Chair. I note that the Defence Minister has referred terms of reference, very brief terms of reference, for an inquiry to the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade into how Australia makes decisions to send service personnel into international armed conflict. Could we have people at the table who could talk to me about that, please?
Senator Molan, Hugh Jeffrey.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Secretary.
I guess the question that I have, the first question I have is, how important is security and timeliness in the process of making a decision to send service personnel into international armed conflict? I assume that it's very, very important.
Thank you.
I don't
Thank you
want
for
to
the
lead
question,
the witness,
Senator.
but I assume that there is importance there.
Indeed. So, Senator, as you understand better than most, is defending Australia and its people and its interests is the government's highest priority and the most important responsibility. The government's duty of care for members of the ADF is paramount, and no decision to go to war, of course, is ever taken lightly. As the Deputy Prime Minister has recently stated, it's appropriate for decisions about the deployment of the ADF into international armed conflict remains very much a decision of the government and the executive body of government. It's an essential prerogative, Senator, of the executive exercisable under Section 61 of the Constitution, and in practice, of course, this power is exercised by the Prime Minister and the Cabinet.
Thank you. And given the impacts that I guess you've inferred in relation to security and timeliness, would it be right to say that the department has no real objections in principle to some form of parliamentary oversight, provided that it occurs in a timely and a secure manner?
Senator, if I think the department's view, we'll consult with the Deputy Prime Minister and then decide whether how we might contribute to that review. But it is my view that the decision should be one for the executive government Parliament, of course, has legitimate oversight of a number of aspects of any deployment, any operation, including armed conflict, but it would not be my view that the Parliament would have a veto or a decision-making role in whether the government deployed the ADF on military operations.
Thank you, Secretary. That's very comforting. And the reason that I ask is that in November 2018, the Defence Subcommittee tabled a bipartisan report. This report here, which was titled Contestability and Consensus, most of the work was done by Senator Reynolds as the chair, and I took over from her at the end and tabled it. And I'm just proposing to the government that there is an alternative to a full parliamentary debate which might impact on timeliness and security. And that alternative really is what I described in the bipartisan report as a PJCIS-like committee, which is
Sorry, I'm really happy to hear what you have to say, Senator Molan. I just am conscious that you've articulated that question in a way that suggests the government has a view that is not consistent with the position that both I and the Deputy Prime Minister have expressed publicly.
So certainly,
So I just would like. I just thought it probably
Thank you.
appropriate now. Obviously, the issue of, I think you used the term contestability, accountability, ongoing reporting to the Parliament. There are a whole range of different ways in which Labor in opposition and government, and I remember John Faulkner outlining essentially a similar view to the view Mr Moriarty just outlined about what is properly the role of the executive and the responsibility of the executive, as Mr Jeffrey outlines, but asserting an important role for the Parliament in continued accountability for those decisions. And but I just did want to say that, given how you phrased the question just
that's
now.
good.
Yeah,
that's good. I'm very comfortable with that. And the question which is at the end of this dissertation is really that can I be assured that the government will consider the 2018 bipartisan report as an alternative to a full parliamentary debate?
I assume that first that report could be considered in the context of the Joint Standing Committee's inquiry. Is that still extant? Yes. So I would encourage that first as perhaps an appropriate mechanism to ensure that that report reflects some of the thinking.
Thank you.
But I think you can be assured the government is seized of the national security and policy issues which underpin this question.
Thank you, and that's all I have, Chair. I've got no more individual questions or brackets.
That's okay. Thank you very much. I might hand the call just to Senator Shoebridge. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. I was going to ask some questions about defence export licences. Who's that best directed to?
Mr. Moore. Stephen Moore, First Assistant Secretary, Defence Industry Policy.
Mr. Moore, are you aware that the US, Italy and Germany have limited the sale of offensive arms to Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates because of their involvement in alleged war crimes in the war in Yemen?
I'm aware of those countries' approaches to their export permit centre.
Yeah. And are you aware of their limitation on the sale of offensive arms because of the war crimes in Yemen to those two countries, Saudi Arabia and UAE?
Yes, Senator, I'm aware of their approach.
How many defence export licences has Defence granted to Saudi Arabia since 1 January 2021?
Senator, if you just give me a moment. I'd have to take that on notice, Senator. I don't have the details for that date range.
There have been. Well, what details do you have there in terms of what date ranges do you have?
I have. I'll have to take that on notice, Senator. I don't have the details of broken down.
Well, you don't
to that
have to
level of
take on
detail.
notice what date ranges you have there.
Senator, I think the witness can indicate if they
Senator,
do choose to
I
take
don't have it
something on
broken down
notice
by
or not.
country, so I don't have the details broken down by. It's regional. I don't have it broken down by country.
Oh, how many defence export licences do you? Well, sorry, in what region is Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates?
So
found?
Middle East.
All right. And which countries are contained in that designation?
I'd have to.
I'm happy to provide that on notice. But how many defence export licences has Defence granted to the Middle East from 1 January 2021 to date?
I don't have from 1 January 2021. I can tell you from in 2022, 89 permits for controlled goods. 89
permits. And you don't have 2021, is that right?
Not with me, Senator.
All right. Well, then on notice, can you inform us how many defence export licences, or permits as you describe them, has Defence granted to Saudi Arabia? How many did they grant in 2021 and how many have they granted in 2022?
So, certainly, Senator, we'll come back to you on that. I will say that we tend to not break permits down with more granularity than region because of the nature of the Australian defence industry. We start getting into problems of confidentiality around businesses that have applied for licences because there's small numbers of businesses working in the industry sector. You can start to infer what their competitors might be applying for licences for.
Well, I've asked that for Saudi Arabia and you've taken it on notice. I'm going to ask the same for the United Arab Emirates, the same data for the United Arab Emirates. I assume you'll take that on notice
yes,
too.
Yes, sir.
You understand the concern, don't you, because of their involvement in the ongoing war in Yemen and the repeated UN concerns that have been raised about war crimes against women, against children, and the millions of people displaced in Yemen. You understand the concern, don't you, Mr. Moore?
I understand your concern, Senator.
So, has Australia put in place a prohibition on the sale of offensive arms to Saudi Arabia because of those concerns?
Senator, I'd make 2 points. The first is that our export permits are not necessarily. A permit doesn't equate to sale of weapons. So we issue permits for a range of goods. Military equipment is not the same as a sale of weapons, and also permits will be issued for controlled goods, not just military goods. The other point I would make is that the way that our export legislation works doesn't allow for blanket prohibitions to particular countries. We will take into account if there are sanctions in place for particular countries, but the legislation, each export has to be considered on a case-by-case basis and doesn't allow for a blanket prohibition.
Is there any... So I'm not asking about a blanket prohibition. I was asking about a limitation on the sale of offensive arms, given the appalling human rights breaches that are happening in Yemen, where both Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates operate with their military. So, do we not even have that ethical baseline?
Certainly, when we issue a permit, we take into account all of issues relating to our obligations under international law, the human rights records of the countries that we might be exporting to, and our national interests. All of those factors are taken into account when we consider granting of licences.
Well, so do I take that there is no prohibition on the sale of offensive arms by Australia to Saudi Arabia and the UAE? You
As
just
a-
work out whether or not a particular offensive weapon is suitable on a case-by-case basis. Is that how it works?
The way the legislation works, Senator, is that each permit has to be considered on a case-by-case basis. If there is a sanction in place that is the purview of the Department of Foreign Affairs, that will be considered and applied when we consider the export permit.
Or is there a sanction in place that you're aware of in relation to Saudi Arabia or Yemen?
That would be a question for the Department of Foreign Affairs, Senator. I don't believe there is.
Yes. Well, you'd have to be aware of them because you'd have to take them into account when doing these permits.
Certainly, Senator, yes.
And so, to the best of your knowledge, they're not.
To the best of my knowledge, there is not a sanction in place for Saudi
So the
Arabia.
same rules apply to selling weapons to Saudi Arabia as they do to selling weapons to Canada.
As I said, Senator, each permit has to be considered on a case-by-case basis. We don't, under Defence Export Controls Act, it doesn't allow for a blanket prohibition unless there is a sanction in place.
But my question was, do the same rules apply to selling weapons and exporting weapons to Saudi Arabia as apply to Canada?
There's 12 legislative criteria, Senator, that we apply to each export permit, and it's the same 12 for each permit.
So the short answer to that is yes.
The law is applicable.
The short answer to that is yes, Mr. Moore.
The law is applicable.
So, yes, Senator, we apply the same law to each permit
Yes.
application.
In terms of weapon sales to Indonesia, I'll ask again, how many defence export licences has Defence granted for sales to Indonesia?
I don't have that data with me, Senator, so I have to take that on notice.
All right. And I've asked that for 2021 and 2022. And I assume you'll take that on
Yes.
notice. What, if any, human rights considerations are taken into account when granting weapons export permits to Indonesia, particularly whether or not the weapons may be used in West Papua?
Same process applies, Senator. We would look at each permit application on its merits, and we will consider things like the risk of diversion, the risk of use in human rights violations, and those issues would be considered by the delegate and a decision made on balance.
I'm going to move on to some questions about the David McBride matter. Who would be best to answer that?
Chief Counsel.
Thanks, Mr. Moore.
And Matt.
Mr. Yiannopoulos.
Senator. Matt Yiannopoulos, Associate Secretary.
Thanks, Mr. Yiannopoulos. The Attorney General's dobbed you in earlier this week and said that it was Defence that gave instructions for the public interest immunity claim to be made to prevent what Mr. McBride's lawyers consider to be critical evidence being presented in his whistleblower defence case. You're aware of the case?
Yes, I'm aware.
Yep. Did the instructions on the public interest immunity claim, which related to a series of critical documents in the McBride defence claim, did they come from Defence?
Yes, they did.
How many documents did the claim cover?
Adrian D'Amico, Chief Counsel, Defence. I think the original application in June of 2021, I think there were 47 documents that were covered.
Mm-hmm. But then you updated it
We updated
in like a
it.
week or a fortnight before the trial commenced.
Correct.
And so what was the final public interest immunity claim?
I think we took 16 documents out and we sought an extra, I think, 8. So I'd have to do the calculations there.
39.
I'm not quite sure that's right.
Did you say 47? Minus 16 plus 8.
16. I think we'd reduce...
We'd want to be really cautious about this, Senator. It is a matter still before the courts.
Well,
If you have, like, we can take the questions on
the
notice.
The PID Act proceedings have concluded, Mr Yiannopoulos.
No, there's still a criminal matter pending.
But the PID Act proceedings have been withdrawn. The PID Act application has been withdrawn.
There's still a
It's
matter
concluded.
to appear in a criminal court.
Yes. The PID proceedings have been withdrawn. I'm asking about proceedings that have now been withdrawn.
And so we'll try and be helpful.
Which is what I'm trying to get answers on.
Yep.
And I think Mr D'Amico is doing the maths.
Yep. I think my instructions or my understanding is that by 18 October 2022, the number of documents was 27.
27. So there must have been some other iterations between the first claim in June. Did you say June 21 or June 22?
June 21, I think, was when
There must have been other iterations between those two.
No, I think we went forward with the initial application on the 24th of June 2021, and then revisions and additions were made prior to the hearing.
A successful public interest immunity claim means the documents can't be put before the court.
Correct.
Why did defence choose to go down the public interest immunity pathway instead of using the National Security Information Act pathway, which would have still allowed the material to be seen by the judge, but the subject of other protective orders, perhaps preventing it from being heard in public proceedings, having closed court, limiting the access to parties? Well, why did you go with the sledgehammer of the PII?
I wouldn't necessarily describe it as a sledgehammer.
Well, putting to one side my characterisation, why did you go with the public interest immunity claim rather than the established National Security Information Act structure, which was specifically designed by Parliament to allow justice to continue, but subject to proper protections?
I think the short of that is that we actually did consider those types of issues when making the application. I mean, we're talking about thousands of pages of material, lots of it very sensitive, but there was a small category of documents that were extremely sensitive, most of it belonging to foreign partners. Where we have treaty obligations and agreements with those countries to seek their consent and approval. And in relation to that very, very small snippet of documentation, it was felt appropriate that we seek public interest immunity.
But those treaty obligations don't prevent or don't force the hand of the Australian government to adopt a public interest immunity claim. There are consultation processes, but they don't force the hand of Defence. Defence made this decision itself, didn't it?
We did make the decision.
Why didn't you allow instead a closed court, non-publication orders, the kind of structured protection allowed under the National Security Act, National Security Information Act, knowing full well what the impact of the PIA, public interest immunity claim, would have been had on a whistleblower defence?
Senator, you'll appreciate that many of these documents that we're talking about are not controlled or owned by Defence. They're provided to us in confidence by our partners, foreign partners. So we really do take into account their concerns. I mean, we're talking about some extremely sensitive information, the name of informants, things like that. And yes, we appreciate that there is a NSI regime, but at the same time, I think we do need to give a fair bit of weight to the individual interests of our foreign partners.
Defence didn't take a step back and think, hang on, when we do this, the end result will be the only person that's been prosecuted for alleged war crimes in Afghanistan is the whistleblower. You didn't take that step back and think, actually, how's the justice of this going to look? Where the only person facing criminal charges about alleged war crimes in Afghanistan is the actual whistleblower himself. You didn't take that step back?
Well, I think we did take a step back.
You were comfortable with it?
We were comfortable with it. I mean, at the end of the day, these serious documents, by actually claiming PII, the beneficiary is in fact the accused, not, those documents can't be used. And so the accountability around
defence.
Last question, Senator
They can't
Shoebridge.
be used in his defence. How does that benefit Mr McBride? That doesn't help him. He can't use them in his defence. How is that benefiting Mr McBride?
Well, Senator, I think legal minds can differ on those types of issues. I think it's the best way I can respond to that.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Birmingham, you have the call.
Thanks, Jeff. A couple of topics I hope to get through before the end. I know other colleagues still have some questions. I'll start just with a few operational ones, which I'll try to treat with sensitivity. But can I just ask, in relation to the chaff incident of an RAAF aircraft on May 26, can the government talk us through when and how concerns were raised following that incident, please?
Senator Hugh Jeffrey, Acting Deputy Secretary, Strategy, Policy and Industry. Sorry, Senator, can you repeat the question as I was walking up?
Certainly, Mr Jeffrey. I was referring to the publicised incident involving an RAAF plane and a so-called chaff incident on May 26, of which I understand the government has publicly indicated that concerns were conveyed to the other country. How and when were those concerns conveyed?
Senator, the concerns were raised both here in Canberra and in Beijing. We have a protocol of communications where we will call in the Chinese Defence Attaché here in Canberra, and we will issue a démarche in Beijing through our correspondence in the Chinese system. As you'll be aware, Senator, the Deputy Prime Minister also raised this incident with his counterpart, the then Foreign Defence Minister Wei Fenghe, and set out our concerns about the nature of the incident and our expectations in relation to what we would regard as and what we would characterise as the need for professional military behaviour in an increasingly sensitive and contested piece of territory that's in the South China Sea.
Thanks, Mr Jeffrey. Were the facts around that incident accepted or contested?
Senator, I think it's fair to say that the facts were contested.
Mm-hmm. Were any undertakings or responses that are able to be shared given following the engagements had here and in Beijing?
Well, Senator, I obviously won't go into the nature of the DPM's engagement or indeed confidential engagements with Chinese counterparts, but I can share with you the expectations that we share with our partners around the world in the Indo-Pacific, but especially in a place like the South China Sea. Our expectations around professional behaviour, the way in which militaries interact. It's vitally important that agreed rules of the road are adhered to, and that where there are examples of unsafe or unprofessional behaviour, we need to be very clear in alerting counterparts to that and seeking explanations. Whether or not we get a satisfactory response satisfactory response is another thing.
Thanks, Mr. Jeffrey. Has the government had cause to raise any other safety or operational concerns regarding any other military activities with China or any other nation since 26 May?
Apologies, Senator. The Foreign Minister was just recommending that I mention also that the Chief of Defence Force wrote to his Chinese counterpart, and that letter was also replied to as well. In relation to other activities, Senator, I won't go into specifics. However, you can imagine we've been present in the South China Sea region for decades. Our presence there is part of our integrated and layered approach to the surveillance of our maritime approaches, and really important to how we think about the defence of Australia. But as that region has become more contested, interactions have become more frequent. And so our need to engage with all counterparts, but including especially our Chinese counterparts, has become more frequent as well. And so, while I won't engage on specific incidences, I will be able to say that we are engaging, and we do so on a regular basis.
So,
but if I can just reiterate, if I may, Mr. Jeffrey's point, the Australian Defence Force obviously has a long history over decades of operating in the South China Sea. We, as part of Australia's program of international engagement with countries around the region, we have undertaken port visits, routine maritime surveillance flights, cooperative activities with partners and transits to and between Southeast and North Asia, and all ADF activities are conducted in accordance with international law.
Indeed, Senator Wong, and I do acknowledge the very long history, as both Mr. Jeffrey and yourself have stressed, and the routine nature of our operations in that regard. I take it from Mr. Jeffrey's response, and I don't wish to necessarily delve into too many specifics, but that there have certainly been instances of dialogue beyond the particular incident that we just discussed since 26 May. And given the nature of the question I asked, that means that there would be other incidents of some nature.
Well, we regularly discuss concerns on South China Sea issues with all relevant nations. Australia consistently urges claimants to refrain from provocative actions, to take steps to ease tension, to build trust and to observe international law. That's the approach Australia will continue to take.
Have ADF operations undertaking routine operations been challenged by any other country in terms of the validity of their operations since May 26?
Not to my awareness, Senator.
Thank you. Can I ask about publicised questions regarding HMAS Parramatta and whether a challenge occurred in relation to the validity of its routine operations through the South China Sea?
Can you repeat the question?
This is the North Korea sanctions point, is it? South and East China Sea.
Senator, you may be referring to our operations in the conduct of enforcing UN sanctions in relation to North Korea's illegal nuclear weapons program. We have been contributing to those enforcement activities for a number of years, and the nature of those enforcement operations require ADF assets on a rotational basis to be present in areas close to the North Korean coastline, or into the areas of the Northern South China Sea and the Yellow Sea, to ensure that we're in a position to help enforce sanctions that preclude the transit of certain illicit goods that could help assist with North Korea's nuclear program.
Thanks, Mr. Jeffrey. In relation to the deployment of HMAS Parramatta on that undertaking, which, as you indicate, Australia has participated in over a significant period of time, was there any unusual engagement or challenge made during that undertaking?
So, as I'm advised, a long-planned and routine deployment to the region.
Senator, there's no set pattern of activities or interaction. As Mr. Jeffrey has said, we are regularly in the South China Sea. We perform sanctioned surveillance activities in the East China Sea. All of them can be different in the interaction that we have between ourselves and PLA forces in those areas. So little of it is routine. All of them are circumstantial to the locations and activities of we and any other PLA forces are performing.
Okay. Is there any change to the tempo of Australia's ongoing operations in the region? Are they maintaining similar levels of tempo as in the past in terms of engagements, be they RAAF or naval engagements?
So we maintain a consistent pattern of behaviour and frequency of presence.
Okay, thank you. Then going to less operational matters, can I just duck back to a question around contractual matters? Has the department been given a target for reducing its use of consultancies?
Senator Birmingham, if I could, just a couple of opening comments on that. I mean, the department is obviously committed to supporting the government's plan to improve the public service by identifying where work can be done more efficiently and effectively by public servants. So we have all, as you're aware, Senator, we've had a blended workforce, but we are looking to where we can grow our public service as well as our ADF workforce. We will continue, of course, to rely on specialist and technical expertise. It's the nature of of our business, which is often provided through an external workforce. But certainly in terms of broad government policy of trying to grow the public service and reduce reliance on contractors and consultants, we are committed to supporting those government plans.
Is it a $2 billion target?
Senator Stephen Grove, Chief Finance Officer, we have not received a target. We were asked to contribute to the savings measure, which was a whole of government savings initiative around reducing use of external labour, advertising, travel and legal expenses. That amounted to $144.6 million in the 22-23 financial year.
And is there an ongoing figure attached to that, or at this stage only for this financial year?
I understand there's a ongoing amount over the forward estimates that's still in the contingency reserve, that there is now a process that is underway with all agencies around data gathering, and my expectation is that that will be addressed across the public service as part of the 23-24 budget process.
Are there any particular functions or activities that that will be impacted in meeting the current financial year target?
At the moment, we are looking to conduct a mid-year review on the Defence financial position for this financial year. We will obviously be looking at allocating out that saving across the organisation consistent with the government's intent around that, but we haven't done it at this point in time.
Okay, so you've received the budget target for savings across advertising, external labour, etc. But Defence is not yet determined how it's going to meet those reductions in expenditure.
I will be putting forward a paper for consideration for the Defence Committee in early December that will address that, but my intent is that obviously we will look to address that part of our mid-year review process consistent with the government's intent. So we'll be looking at targeting those elements of our expenditure.
It's quite a challenge for Defence when you look at obviously costs associated with those helping on the Defence Strategic Review, or the $900,000 consultancy that I asked about earlier to RAND, which turned out not to be for the RAND project that I thought it was, and so there's obviously an additional payment for that. So Defence relies significantly on a lot of external skills and expertise. Is Defence confident it's going to be able to meet those targets?
Yes, Senator, you are correct. We do rely on external expertise across many parts of our function, but I'm certainly sure there's areas that we could do a little bit better on, and we will try and target those areas.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Groves. There's another batch that I can come back to, but I'll save those for the tail end if we have time, Chair.
Okay, Senator Fawcett, you have the call.
Thank you. Could I speak to somebody about C-130J, please? I'm assuming Chief of Air Force and Mr. Deeble, possibly? Chief, welcome back to the table. I noticed the media release from Defence 1st of November saying that Defence will only bring forward the C-130J as an option to government for next year. Firstly, can I assume that that is subject to the DSR, the strategic review?
That would be correct, Senator. All decisions will be subject to the DSR outcomes, yes.
Thank you. Lockheed Martin's rep at the Dubai Air Show, nearly a year ago now, said that RAF had reached out about 20 C-130Js and 6 KC-130Js, being the air-to-air refuelling aircraft. Is that correct? Are they part of the fleet that's being considered?
Senator Apollos, Air Marshal Rob Chipman, Chief of Air Force. We have not sought information on KC-130J air-to-air refuelling capability, no.
Okay. Are there any plans to deploy the aircraft to the Antarctic, given the tasking load that is on the C-17s, who normally fly those 6 missions each year?
We haven't got a specific tasking line at the moment for C-130J to go to Antarctica, but the aircraft would be capable of that mission, and it is being bought for the purpose of being a utility transport aircraft.
Right, so it can deploy to the Antarctic. Does it need to refuel there before returning?
I'd have to take that question on notice, Senator.
Okay, because there's been some discussion that it would need internal fuel tanks I think we used to have them for the C-130H, is that correct?
We have previously operated C-130H to Antarctica, but I'd have to get more details on the specifics of that mission, Senator.
Right. Do we still have those fuel tanks?
I'll take that on notice, Senator.
Yeah, if you could. I seem to recall they were quite a specialist and expensive fit, but were very fit for the purpose. The media release said that you'd evaluated a number of aircraft types. Could you just tell us which other aircraft types had been evaluated?
Senator, we had a look at the Airbus A400M, we had a look at the Embraer KC-390 and a Japanese C2.
Okay. I noticed that the Dutch Defence Minister, when speaking to their parliament and explaining why they had purchased the Embraer aircraft, had said essentially that it cost less, was easy to maintain, had more capacity and more availability than the C-130J. So what operational requirements did the C-130J meet for us that it did not for the Dutch?
Senator, we had a look at those 4 aircraft over 22 different requirements. They related to aircraft performance, they related to certification across the roles in which we expect to utilise the aircraft and the ease with which we might transition that aircraft into service. And the C-130J came up on top in that evaluation.
And final question, just in terms of range and payload. Given the expected increase in contestation in our near region, operating the aircraft into the Indo-Pacific, currently island nations or nations that we obviously don't control are often used as refuelling stops. If we're not buying aircraft that can refuel or are capable of being refueled, like the USAF's Special Operations C-130J, how are we planning to utilise them as a strategic airlifter if our near region is not as accessible and supportive?
Senator, we looked at the aircraft in a range of operational scenarios and we're confident that the C-130J met our requirements.
Okay, thanks very much.
Cheers. Thank you, Senator Fawcett. Senator Van, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. Can I have a state group to the table, please? And while they're coming, Secretariat might be VCDF. Who looks after freedom of information requests within Defence? Which division does that fall under?
Ministerial and executive, but the Associate Secretary oversights that area, Senator.
Excellent. I'll put some questions to you, if I could, Mr Yiannopoulos, while the state group's coming up. Would you expect your FOI officers to be as helpful as they could to Parliament, and particularly the Senate, in their work?
Yes, Senator.
You'd be disappointed if they were trying to frustrate any information requests?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, I will write to you with a complaint about some of your people, because there's been some ducks and drakes being played to try and not respond before estimates, so I find that quite disappointing.
So
I can give you further details.
That's fine.
On
Thank you.
notice.
Thanks, Senator.
Ms Perkins, Mr Fankhauser, 310 St Kilda Road. That FOI was looking for information on 310 St Kilda Road, and I assume there was reasons why it's not been forthcoming. I feel there's been a lot of ducks and drakes being played about that property in the 3 years I've been appearing in this estimates. I note after a number of years of putting questions to you about the use of that building and its allowance to fall into disrepair, there's finally some works being undertaken on it. There is no information out in the public about what those works are. There was no consultation done on that level Chen piece of work. There's no information about what that piece of work cost or what its output was. Would you care to share with the committee, please, some of the answers to those questions?
Senator, certainly. Celia Perkins, Deputy Secretary, Security and Estate. And Senator Van, let me commence by just mentioning it was my understanding that your FOI request was returned to you earlier this week.
No, I was not. I got an after them being asked for an extension due to people not being available. I then got another response saying, "Oh, we've just noticed that there is a commercial matter involved in it, so therefore we're claiming another 29 days extension." Now they would have known the first instance of seeing that FOI that it was about a commercial instance, and they never made that claim then. So you can understand my dismay about what's been going on here.
Yes, and
so I have not seen anything from that FOI. So if you'd like to table it all now, please feel free to do so.
What might be more sensible?
Well, you could table the Lovell Chen output.
It is my understanding, Senator, that it has been released, so if it's not with you already, it should be, and we will chase that up immediately on return to the office tomorrow.
Can you table it now then, please?
Oh, I don't have it physically with me.
You had to expect that I was going to ask about that report in these estimates.
And I'm happy to answer all of your questions, Senator Van, and a number of the points that you've made in your opening there, I'd be very happy to work through in as much detail as you would like.
But I still find it amazing that you wouldn't come to estimates prepared knowing that I was looking for that information without a copy of the report.
The official has said her understanding was that the response had been provided to you. So why would she come prepared for something she didn't understand to be the factual situation?
What evidence do you have that that was provided to me? Who told you that?
I have a copy here of the decision maker's letter to you, Senator Van. I don't have a dated copy, but that was forwarded to me from our FOI section with the indication to me that that had been released to you.
If you'd table that letter then, please.
Minister? Yep, happy to.
Because I have not received that. Now, on the Lovell Chen report, how much did it cost to do?
Thank you, Senator. The Lovell Chen were engaged by us, and the cost of the adaptive reuse options they developed for us was $23,100.
And you took on, you paid for that advice to be told that for it to be used for offices and meeting spaces.
That's correct. As we canvassed, I believe, at the last estimates hearing, we approached Lovell Chen to help us identify adaptive reuse options that would give us the flexibility to continue to use the site as part of the Victoria Barracks Melbourne precinct to support future defence use, and to be a site that we could make available to defence and defence-related community organisations, including veterans groups. So they have provided us with 3 options in that report: office space options, conference and meeting facilities, and spaces suitable for community usage.
So they didn't even, and I'd like to see the terms of reference for that report. So they didn't even consider returning it to the public as a museum space or some other gallery space?
Senator Van, absolutely. The terms of reference are in the FOI response that, as I indicated, has been released by a decision maker, and we will get that to you as soon as we can. We did not ask them to look at returning it to the public, as I've explained in this committee before. The history of this site, of 3 failed sales attempts, limits under Commonwealth property disposal rules that don't allow us to hand the property over to
We've
other
canvassed
groups.
this before, Ms Perkins,
yes.
that you
Can I
have had opportunities to stay within all those guidelines, and you would not spend the money to bring it back up to a safe condition, which you are now doing.
Yes, we are, for continued use as part of the defence estate.
So after 30 years of disuse and 8 years on the to be disposed, or over 8 years on the to be disposed of, just 1 second, please,
Well, hang
Chair.
on, sorry, no. Senator Van, as the Chair, the witness is trying to provide you with a response. I'd ask that let us wait for Ms Perkins to finish her response before you ask her further questions. Ms Perkins, you have the call.
I'm not sure I remember what the question was, Chair.
Okay.
Okay, so
Senator Van, do you have any last-minute questions? I do need to go to Senator Canavan and then to the Australian Green senators before we wrap up at 7 o'clock.
I will put my complaint in writing, and I will put some other questions in writing, and look forward to the next estimates on this.
Thank you very much, Senator Van. Senator Canavan.
Ladies and gentlemen, I just had some questions going back, following up from some questions I asked in June last year at estimates. They related to the location of armoured cavalry vehicles, especially in proximity to training areas. At the time, as Lieutenant General Burr answered those questions, and I'm not sure if it looks like he is on the move, or whoever is the... Okay, so someone looks like they might be able to help. Thank you. So if you're ready, in that estimates in June last year, I asked about the location of the armoured cavalry units, especially in regards to Shoalwater Bay, the Shoalwater Bay training area. And Lieutenant General Burr responded by saying that the Defence is looking at, or he was quoted saying that they are looking at is to forward stage some of our vehicles by putting them into training areas. I subsequently asked over what period are you doing this consideration, and Lieutenant General Burr responded that it will be during the course of this year, that is 2021, with an idea of hopefully getting something up by the end of the year. So just wondering, have you conducted this review of the location of armoured cavalry units, and what have been the results of that?
Thanks, Senator. Lieutenant General Simon Stewart, Chief of Army. That piece of work was was a work package as part of the Army Objective Force, which is a 10-year aim point for the modernised Army, and it's exploratory in nature, I should say, and seeking to look at different ways to deliver capability and reduce cost of ownership. So that work has progressed, but there is no decision on it because it will be dependent on the outcomes of other capability decisions. It looked at placing some of our equipment for units to use proximate to training areas. One of those training areas was Shoalwater Bay, as you've identified. There were others as well. So the short answer to your question is there is no conclusive outcome, and its cost-benefit analysis will depend on the outcomes of other decisions that are yet to be made.
Can you provide me some insights into those other decisions? What are the other decisions that would bear on the cost-benefit outcomes?
They are the decisions to be taken that are in the integrated investment program.
Is the acquisition of other equipment? Is that what you're
that
referring
is
to?
correct.
Okay.
Senator.
Okay.
Yes.
Right.
And Senator Van, if I could add,
Yes.
the
Yep.
Defence Strategic Review, one of its areas is the posture, the force posture question, which will set the presence or locations for ADF operating bases, which will be a significant input to what the land force distribution will be.
Okay. And just going to the work, you've said it's progressed. I mean, have you put to either the current Defence Minister or the previous Defence Minister any options in regards to the movement of armoured cavalry vehicles?
No, Senator.
Okay. Do you have a time frame now on when this work might conclude?
No, Senator. Pending the outcomes of the Defence Strategic Review, we will have a reconsideration of the Army Objective Force, and decisions will be made then about how or whether we progress that particular work package.
Well, I just reiterate my strong preference, and the community of Central Queensland's strong preference, that Army does have a larger presence in our region, especially given the use of the Shoalwater Bay training facility. I thank you. You have, I think, spoken to both the Rockhampton and Livingston Shire Councils since I asked these questions. I believe on notice you've indicated that. And we just would welcome you with open arms in our region because we're very proud of the training facility there, but there's not that many, not much of a defence force or permanent defence force presence in our region.
Thanks, Senator.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Canavan. Senator Steele-John.
Thanks, Chair. To the Minister, on the 1st of November, Minister Miles attended a high-level ASEAN meeting it was a high-level meeting of ASEAN defence ministers in Brunei, and it was in relation to military medicine. Present at that meeting.
I don't
Sorry?
think Minister Miles, I don't recall him attending it. You're talking about the medical.
Official.
I think it was an official.
Oh, it was an official of
Yes.
Australia.
Senator Hugh Jeffrey, Acting
Yes.
Deputy Secretary, Strategy, Policy and Industry. There was a meeting of the ASEAN Defence Ministers plus officials
expert
meeting,
working
expert
group, yes.
working group
It's an
meeting.
official level meeting.
Yep.
Yes. So it was Australia co-chaired it, I think, with Brunei.
Senator, from memory, I don't have my notes. It was an expert working group on military medicine.
Yes.
As you may know, the ADMM Plus framework establishes working groups.
I do.
And
all I was trying to establish was that we were represented and co-chaired in that position. Present at that meeting, Minister, was a representative of the Tatmadaw, the military junta, currently seeking to present themselves as the legitimate government of Myanmar, though they are not. You'll be well aware, I'm sure, that they are currently accused of the detention of about 13,000 democracy activists and the killing of about 2,000.
Accused. I think there is widespread human rights abuse in Myanmar.
Very widespread.
I think we have. I mean, this is probably a discussion for tomorrow. There has been prior to, I think, the ASEAN foreign ministers meeting, the reprehensible execution of a number of civil rights activists.
Absolutely reprehensible, Minister. And my question to you is simply this. Since we were co-chairing a space in which a representative of this regime of violence was present, did we use the leverage we had as co-chair of that group to seek the exclusion of the representative of the Tatmadaw?
Senator, as you know, membership in ASEAN forums is determined by ASEAN member states. We're not a member state. Myanmar is, however, a full member of ASEAN, so we are sometimes in the same...
Please, Senator.
To seek the exclusion
Senator, Chair, could he please let the official finish?
Senator Steele-John, please let the
It's a
witnesses...
yes or no.
Senator Steele-John, please let the witnesses respond.
He's not a politician, he's an official. Just let him finish his answer.
Senator, we take every opportunity to register Australia's position on Myanmar firmly, and we back ASEAN's leadership in responding to this particular crisis. The working group itself makes a meaningful contribution to regional cooperation. It does not contribute in any way to Myanmar's military capability, and we believe that it is important for Australia to remain engaged in the ASEAN process, even when we are in the presence with countries with whom we have very serious disagreements.
Very disappointing. I'll pass to Senator Shoebridge.
Senator Shoebridge, you have the call, and you'll take us to 7 o'clock, and that's when we'll conclude with defence.
Could I ask about the Guardian class patrol boats, what the current status is? There
Yes,
were
Senator,
significant carbon monoxide exhaust leaks. what's been the status of remediating those? And I think of the 14 or so that were in service, how many are still in service?
Senator Hugh Jeffrey, Acting Deputy Secretary. Tony Dalton here will also be able to respond to these questions. As you know, as with all new capabilities, we have some maintenance issues. There has been a specific issue in relation to H2S, toxic gas created by the ship's greywater and blackwater systems. We've been working this issue intensively, Senator, with Austal, the ship manufacturer. They have been committed to resolving this, as have we, and they're currently trialling steps to increase, improve the robustness of the greywater and blackwater sewage systems on those boats. They're currently trialling that solution on a boat now currently in Cairns. And once we establish the efficacy of that trial, we will look to roll it out across the fleet.
Can I just, if I may say something, Senator Stribbett?
Yeah,
okay. I do want to just make again clear that the government is committed to working to resolve the issue with the Guardian class patrol boats as quickly as possible, and it's an issue that the Deputy Prime Minister, myself as Foreign Minister, and certainly Minister Conroy as the Minister for Defence Industry are very seized of the importance of resolving these issues, and I think Defence are, and I certainly hope the Austal is as well. This is a very important part of Australia's engagement with and support to the Pacific, and one of the hallmarks of our engagement is that Australia seeks to not simply gift this capability, but to continue to contribute to the capacity to sustain it. So we are. It is also something that I can be clear that we have sought out, both in this portfolio and in my portfolio, to engage with the relevant Pacific Island nations about.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate the nature of the project. But much of the reporting to date has been on carbon monoxide coming from an exhaust leak. Mr. Jeffrey, you were indicating, I think it's hydrogen sulphide coming from the waste management service. Are these two problems happening at the same time?
There's two separate problems, Senator. One is in relation to the H2S system, and the other one is in relation to some indication or issues are involving with the exhaust system, what's called a crack in the Vulcan coupling. But my CASG colleagues can talk about this with greater expertise.
But first of all, can you tell me how many of the ships, how many of the boats that it impacts on?
Which is it?
Well, how many of the boats have the hydrogen sulphide problem? How many of them have the carbon monoxide problem?
Senator Rear Admiral Wendy Malcolm, if I can just talk to that, these are class-wide issues. So there is
all of them.
A number of issues that have been accepted by the shipbuilder as latent defects. As a new class of vessel, that is not unusual to have with a new ship. So these issues are happening concurrently. So with the muffler issue, that has actually been resolved and temporary repairs have been put in place. And there was a cracking in the exhaust cover.
That's the carbon monoxide issue?
That's the carbon monoxide issue.
Did Austral accept viability and pay for that?
Yes, they have. So they have been very proactive in working to look at that. They have a new design. Temporary repairs have been made with all vessels. And we're about to just complete design on a full repair that will be rolled out across all boats.
And that'll be met by Austral?
Yes, it will be.
All right. What about the hydrogen sulphide?
Can I just make the point there, Senator, that Austal will prepare the design and then we will work with the Pacific Island nations to ensure that it fits with them when the permanent design can be put in.
All right. And at Austal's expense?
Yes, it has been accepted as a latent defect.
What about the hydrogen sulphide
The hydrogen sulphide is an ongoing issue. It is an IMO compliant system, the grey and black water systems in the vessel. We do believe that we need to make the systems on the ship more robust and enduring, and we're working very closely with Austal to do that. So they are working in Cairns at the moment to trial those issues, and subsequent to those trials proving effective over the next 2 to 3 weeks, we will look to roll out those fixes across the fleet.
And
Senator
again, has Austal
Shoebridge,
accepted
it is 7
responsibility?
o'clock. Do you have just one very
Yes.
last question before we break for dinner?
I do. Has Austal accepted responsibility for the hydrogen sulphide problem, noting just how dangerous hydrogen sulphide is? You know, it's colourless, flavourless, flammable
and we
toxic.
certainly, safety is absolutely paramount to us in this situation, Senator. This has not been put up as a latent defect. We are working closely with the Pacific Island nations and with Austal to understand, but there's a number of issues around the way the systems are operated and how those systems can be made more robust. So it is not been found to be a latent defect at this stage. But I would note that the company is working hard to fix the issue.
Rear Admiral, thank you very much. Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. Thank you to the Secretary of the Department and all officials who have appeared before the estimates hearing today. This committee will now suspend and return at 8:05 after dinner, and we'll have the Department of Veterans Affairs that will appear before the committee. Thank you.
Chair.
Good job today.
Well, good evening, everyone. I now welcome Senator the Honourable Jenny McAllister, who is representing the Minister for Veterans Affairs, as well as the Secretary of the Department of Veterans Affairs and officers of the Department. Welcome tonight. Minister or Secretary, do either of you wish to make an opening statement?
Not in my case, but I think the Secretary may.
I beg your pardon, Minister? What? Sorry.
Not in my case,
Thank
but
you.
I think the Secretary may.
Thank you.
Just a short statement, Chair, if that's right to
That
open.
would be great.
Thank you.
Proceed.
So my name is Liz Cosson, Secretary of the Department of Veterans Affairs, and I did want to acknowledge the important work of the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide, and to reiterate that the Department will continue to respond to the Commission and continue to support veterans and their families during the conduct of its inquiry. The Department is committed to implementing the Government's response to the Royal Commission into Defence and Suicide interim report, and we will also continue to focus on delivering outcomes for veterans and families. This includes the key priority of addressing the backlog of compensation claims and improving the experience for veterans and families who need our support. I take this opportunity to acknowledge and thank all staff of the Department. I am proud of their efforts maintaining services to veterans and families, particularly during the challenges of COVID pandemic and the recent floods experienced across the country. Finally, I also thank our veteran community, in particular the ex-service and veteran support organisations and the advocate community for their ongoing commitment to veterans and their families. And Chair, I welcome questions from committee members.
Thank you very much for that opening statement. I'll hand over to Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Thank you for that statement. You brought up the backlog, and that's something I'd like to go to straight away. In the portfolio budget statement on page 15, paragraph 4, it mentions an additional 500 public service staff are being recruited to assist in reducing the existing claims backlog. So with that, in the previous financial year, the government put, I think, just under 50 million, about 47 for additional backs for staff. How many staff did that relate to, 47.7 million in 21-22?
Sorry, I'll just have to look at my notes, or if my lovely colleague does know that off the top of her head. So it's the 90. So in the I think you're talking about the March budget, Senator, is that right? So there were 90?
21-22. Yep.
21-22, that's the 90. The 90 ASL were added to our ASL cap?
Yep.
Yes.
Now, they'd begun training. How many of those are now training and active with you?
Oh, that's hard to break that down, the actual 90, but if we can offer what we're doing with our staffing to increase, and particularly to address the backlog, as you've raised, Senator, it was really important for us to be able to bring on board a number of our labour hire contractors into our APS workforce to assist us with the considerable growth in our claims. And as you pointed out, we have seen a growing backlog, and the Royal Commission in its interim report also identified that we must have the resources to address that. So we have received over successive budgets supplementation, and the 21-22 was 90, and in the most recent budget we've had an additional 500 staff. The ASL cap has gone, which was another recommendation of the Royal Commission interim report. So with the removal of the ASL cap, we do have the increase in staff, and Ms Cole, who heads up the compensation claims area, has been not only converting labour hire but recruiting new staff and taking them through the training program. So you might have those numbers now.
Natasha Cole, First Assistant Secretary, Client Benefits Division. Hello, Senator.
Welcome.
Thank you. We have, since the big end of the last financial year, we've increased the number of delegates who are trained from 261 up to 316, and we have also still got a further 94 trainees at present who are close to becoming accredited. In addition, we have, of the extra staff that were received in the budget in October, the 500 staff, we have around 200 headcount have been onboarded.
Already?
Yes, that's correct. It's not full-time equivalent though, because some of those people obviously work part-time and so forth. So the increase is quite rapid. It's not solely on claims delegates. There are other functions which relate to the claims process, and we do other functions within my division, which we also have to increase the staffing numbers. So, for example, the more decisions we make, the more registrations of claims we're doing, the more internal review applications we're doing, and so on and so forth. So those staff are appropriately spread against all of those functions within my division.
So, Senator, if I can just add some numbers to that. So 21-22, our ASL cap was 2,062. We had an increase of 390 at that budget. Then in the March budget, we had an increase of 2,152. And then
2,100, not of, was it?
The increase of the cap was 2,154 from 2,062.
Yep.
Then in the October budget, we are now with a cap of 2,617. Sorry, the cap's gone. That's the total ASL that we've got.
You mentioned in that thing that there was a conversion of hire contractor staff to. So are they being counted in the 500, even though they were with the organisation? Are they, if I take a contractor and make them a staff member, is that counting in the 500 now?
So we've still got some labour hire contractors, but what's important for us is we're converting them into the APS staff to reduce the ratio. So they are in that number of APS staff.
How many contractors did we have in 2021, do we know?
In the claims space?
Yes.
We had around, in the claims space, we had around 50% of our staff at that time, claims only, not the entire function of my division. So that would have been around 300. I would have to take that on notice, sorry, Senator.
That's fine if you take that on notice.
Yeah.
So that's my concern. When we're talking about 500 extra, we're talking ASL or we're talking full-time equivalency or just headcount?
So what we are planning to do is all of those 500 are likely to be non-ongoing or full-time APS staff. However, they're being recruited through a variety of sources. So some may start with us as labour hire and then be converted over the period over this coming year.
Okay, I'm happy to be wrong and I'm hoping to be wrong here. My concern is that we had 300 contractors. If we now make them staff, the increase over 4 years only becomes 200.
No,
That's good,
apologies, Senator, I probably wasn't very clear.
Yep.
We had a number of labour hire staff who were already existing with us.
Yep.
most of those are actually now already converted to a non-ongoing or a full-time staff position if they've been lucky enough to proceed through, successfully through a merits process, obviously. And then, so the proportion of staff we were starting with of labour hire was much higher. That is dropping fast. We are now have an additional 590 staff. Of those, we are expecting the vast majority will be non-ongoing or full-time equivalent, permanent APS staff in due course.
Okay, thank you very much. So,
and they are in addition to the existing staff level. So it's a net increase of 590.
it is a net increase of staff and contractors. It is a net increase of 500 now in permanent staff.
It's a net increase of staff of 590, which over time will be predominantly, largely, perhaps 90% non-ongoing and permanent APS staff.
And there again, on top of the extra recruitment we had at the end of last year, we're talking that 90 and the extra trains and the 200 you said. So it's more on more.
That's correct. So, so we've been in growth essentially for the last 18 months in a growth phase.
In that 500, some are non-ongoing, some are, thing. Is there a full-time equivalency for that 500?
So it's 500 full-time equivalent.
It is, okay.
Yes.
The Royal Commission confirmed on page 234 of the interim report that the DVA has received supplementary funding for claims processing each year. That's the ongoing stuff we've been talking about. Has the Minister sought a commitment from the Prime Minister or Treasurer that supplementary funding will be made available as necessary and if necessary to ensure that the entire backlog is gone by 2024?
So, as you pointed out, Senator, in the Royal Commission's interim report, they identified the importance of the department returning to government to alert the government to any slip in being able to eliminate the claims backlog. And so in this budget, the government committed to our demand-driven funding model, which is a model that we've developed that demonstrates what we need in resourcing to actually meet the growth in any demand. So that is in place.
Okay. Thanks very much. Again, the March budget contained that $96 over $2 million for additional resourcing claim. The October budget contained 24.3 over 4 years for claims processing. Can the department confirm how that funding from October is in addition? Is that in addition, the extra money that was in the October budget?
So what was the figure you used there, sorry?
24.3 million.
I don't know what the 24...
For claims processing.
It was 233.4 million, I think, Senator.
And there was an additional number.
Yes.
Yep. 226.3.
Sorry, what was the number?
226.3.
226.3, sorry.
Okay. It might, for my numbers, would you be able to table the funding profile for all those claims? Is that okay? That'd be great.
Yes, we can do that.
I might have a break for a second if that's okay and come back.
That's fine, Senator Cadell. Senator White, and then I'll go to other senators. I'll look around the table. But in the meantime, Senator White has a few questions.
So what's the impact on your service levels and delivery of having, prior to March, 50% of your staff as labour hire?
So if I can start, Senator Liz Cosson. So with the growth in our headcount with APS staff, what we're finding is that gives them greater stability and certainty of employment. I would certainly never suggest that our labour hire staff were not performing. It was just the demand kept outstripping our capacity, and that's why we've got the backlog that we have. But what we are seeing now is that stability in a workforce, and the staff are getting trained, and they're not getting nervous about whether they'll have that ongoing employment as well. So
that's the advantage, isn't it, of direct hire and having APS staff. You can control their training, you control their skill levels, and you can although they're labour hire, by having direct APS staff, you can improve their quality and their skills as they would probably desire. Is that your experience?
So certainly, Senator, we'll always probably have a blended workforce, and I know people don't like me saying that, but we will have labour hire and we will have non-ongoing ongoing in APS. But what we are seeing are other staff, as I said, it just gives them that certainty of employment. So we're already seeing the results in being able to start to see the movement in our backlog.
Well, can you describe those results? How is your service performance going? Can you explain what that means?
Well, we've still got a big backlog, but what we have been seeing is through the training and through being able to look at different initiatives, that certainly our initial liability claims, particularly in our high volume claims for our Military Rehabilitation Compensation Act, starting to go down. And then, of course, we're starting to see a little bit of a blip, which we expected when they move through the process into permanent impairment. But the net result is that there is a reduction in our backlog over the last couple of months.
And what's the feedback that you've had from some of those staff who were contract employees who are now being converted? What are they saying?
Oh, I'll let Ms Cole take that one.
Thank you, Senator. I think probably the best thing that we're able to do is we're able to offer, a career pathway for those staff. So, and that is advantageous for the organisation as well, because we require people who were experienced delegates to then take on our training roles, to take on our technical advisory roles and our team leader roles. And it is very much harder to fill that kind of function and internal review and other similar sorts of specialist roles when you don't have that permanency in the workforce, obviously, that allows people to develop those 2 or 3 years of corporate knowledge and experience and technical knowledge to be able to fill those positions.
So has there been any priority to employ veterans in these roles, or family members of veterans?
So we do have an active program for engaging veterans, and we have a target of employing 7% veterans in the department. And we have a veterans employment pathway, which is proving to be really successful in bringing veterans in. But we also have a significant percentage of our workforce that are family members, where they're either siblings or they're married to someone who has served in the Australian Defence Force. I don't have the exact percentage on the top of my head, Senator, but I can get that for you. And importantly, from our perspective, is if we do have veterans employed in the department, that we employ them in the right place as well, and that they do share the culture to support veterans. So yes, we do have a program.
So including the backlog, have you been have a number of veterans been engaged as permanent employees or converted?
There's probably veterans in the claims area, but they're spread across the department, and we've got a lot of opportunities in DVA, and we're certainly looking for a good workforce. So anybody that wants a job, absolutely.
So I guess you are happy. You'd have to be suggest that you're happy that the ASL cap has been removed. Would that be? Can you be happy? Sorry, I won't lead you. How do you feel about the removal of the ASL cap for the department?
I'm certainly pleased that we've received funding to be able to engage the workforce that we need for our claims backlog. And the ASL cap was the ASL cap, and we worked within that cap that was given to us.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Senator White. Senator Lambie, you have the call.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Great. Secretary, good evening. Are you aware of an interview that Minister Keogh provided to Veterans Affairs in August 2022 where the Minister stated the government is investing an additional $226.3 million to employ 500 staff?
Yes, Senator.
And I believe the department, if I heard correctly, has commenced some recruitment of the 500 new staff?
That's correct.
Okay. You didn't put a timeline when you were talking about it before with the 500 staff, that people that were on contracts and things like that, you believe that out of the 560 or 570 you could come down to 500. You could get about 90% of that workforce, correct?
Sorry, Senator, is the question in terms of labour hire or is the question...
Yeah, so no, it's about your recruitment of 500 new staff, because you had recruitment hire in there and all the rest, and if I understand it right, what you just said about 5 minutes ago was a lot of them will be converted to full-time staff.
That's correct. Yep. So the positions are full-time equivalent, and while we are still occasionally using labour hire firms in order to source staff, our intention is to convert as many as we can as fast as we can, Senator.
Okay, so how many of them have you converted already since August?
I would have to take that on notice, but we're now down to, for my division, to around 20% from a high of around 50%.
So that's 30% that were the labour hire have been converted to APS.
That's correct, of our total numbers. So in terms of absolute numbers, I'll have to get that for you on notice.
Okay, so, sorry, so did we get that, how many out of that 500 are at now, so far that are full-time?
So we've brought on around 200 headcount, which is not quite the same as full-time equivalent, because some people work part-time, obviously. And of those, the majority are non-ongoing or permanent staff, but primarily non-ongoing at this stage.
What is your estimated time for that to employ that full 500 staff?
So the funding, I just need to explain the funding to you, Senator. So we actually received a half-year funding effect this year. So if we were to start from the 30th of December, so the funding starts on 1 July, we would be hiring 500 staff in that 6-month period, the second half of this financial year. But what we've actually done is we've anticipated that and started recruiting already. And so we will be hiring around 350 by the end of this financial year, and then the remainder as soon as we get the money on the 1st of July. So the extra 150.
Is there a reason we're waiting for that money, Minister? Why are we waiting till the 1st of July? I haven't started that automatically.
So
so I'm just asking the Minister, actually. I think that's a fair question, is if the suicide rate is such an issue and we have a Royal Commission, could you please tell me why the Labor Party is waiting till the 1st of January? Sorry, I think you're doing finance as well.
No, sorry, Jackie. Sorry, Senator Lambie. You're correct that I'm representing the Minister, as is not my my ordinary portfolio. But I understand it because the budget this year, unusually, is occurring in October. There's a provision for effectively around half of a full year's funding, and then the full, because it runs from October through to the end of June, and then in the next budget, there'll be a full 12-month allocation of resources.
Okay.
That's correct. Only because of the full, you wouldn't have a full 12 months funding for a period that only runs from October to June.
Okay.
We wouldn't be able to spend it, Senator.
Okay. Has the department engaged any consultants, recruiters or recruitment companies to assist DVA recruit these staff that you are recruiting now for the permanent positions?
Yes, we are, Senator.
How many contracts have been done so far? How many recruitment companies have you brought in actually to recruit the new DVA staff?
So we haven't actually brought in recruiters, but what we do is have a contract with recruiting firms such as the Hayes and the Hudsons, and so we have standing contracts with them that we've been engaging them to assist us with identifying workforce, and we bring them in, and some of them start as a labour hire, but a lot of them are then being converted into APS once they've gone through that initial induction.
How much of those, how many of these companies are involved? I'm not sure if you know that.
Yeah, we do.
Okay.
I'll have to ask Mr Harrigan to Leanne Missianopoulos to answer that question. But if you want to keep
yeah, I do, and
Senator,
I just want to know how much each of those contracts are worth. I'll wait for her to come with the contracts.
Smith will
oh, okay.
Take that one.
Chair, through you, Stuart Smith, the Deputy Secretary, Department of Veterans Affairs for Enabling Services and Commemorations. Senator, in regards to the top 5 suppliers for the recruiting. As was mentioned by the Secretary, we have Hayes, currently under $2.6 million contract, Hudson, under a $2.3 million contract, Ernst & Young, under $1.9 million contract, and DFP Recruitment Services under $1.3 million contract. These are ongoing contracts.
They're ongoing. Okay. Okay. What was the selection process for these companies? Have they always been the same ones in, or have you recently done a new selection process? What was the go there?
I'd probably take that question on notice in terms of our metrics for...
Was this work tendered?
Yes, it would have been. It would have been either tendered, Senator, or they're off a panel, which they would have had to tender to be on a panel. So we've either done it direct through a panel or we've gone out to tender ourselves, but we'll take that on notice for you.
What did you want? Don't you right? What the department has a track record of not being able to meet recruitment targets, especially in the compensation claims area, with a national skills shortage and unemployment at record lows. What modelling has the department undertaken in being able to meet the government's 500 target? Where did you come up with that from?
Where do we come up with the actual requirement for our staffing numbers? We have a model that we are able to determine based on the demand, what staff we actually require to meet that demand. And that's when we went to government to seek the funding, and the government provided us the additional staff, as we've already mentioned. And then what we're doing is very active in our engagement, either through advertising or through the recruitment companies to assist us with the workforce. So at this stage, Senator, what we're seeing is really good results in our recruitment, and I'm not seeing indications that we're not going to achieve it, but certainly, as we mentioned with the Royal Commission, I will be going back to the Minister if I'm finding that I'm not able to meet the targets or we're not actually reducing that backlog.
What modelling are you using?
So the modelling that we use, it's called a demand-driven funding model, and what that does is we provide data into our model based on what the claims rate is, and it then a lot of assumptions go into that model to then...
Where did that model come from?
It's the department's model.
That's the department. When did the department come up with this model? Is this the existing old models you've been using, or is this a brand new model?
We've had a model for quite a few years, and it's been maturing over the years, that based on what we're seeing with claiming patterns and productivity. COVID, of course, had an impact, so we've been using this model for a few years, Senator.
When will the claims backlog on your model be cut then?
So the Royal Commission has said by March 2024, and we are certainly aiming to achieve that, if not sooner. But our modelling, which also McKinsey verified was an accurate model, would still be March 24 to reduce the claims backlog.
And your model, does it take into account attrition and officers moving into other roles within the department?
Yes, it does, Senator.
Is the department's target in line with McKinsey's timelines?
Well, the problem with McKinsey's timeline, when they delivered their report back in December, they anticipated we'd have our workforce onboarded by then. And as we know that we didn't actually receive the funding until October, but we preempted a lot of what we knew we would get, so we have been converting sooner.
So, because as I understand the McKinsey model, said that December 2023 to January 2024 would see the end of the backlog if all of their recommendations were implemented. With 500 new staff, will this now make that shorter for that implementation? If you can get those 500 staff up, will that make it? Will you actually have that backlog finished by 24?
I'm confident, Senator, that we will meet the March 24 timeline.
Will 500 staff be enough to cut the claims backlog by then?
Based on the current assumptions and no further increase in the demand, then that is what we expect to happen, that we'll have eliminated the backlog by March 24.
Since the appointment of the new government, have you or any of your officials provided written or verbal advice to the Minister and his office that the 500 staff will not be enough to end the backlog?
No, Senator.
Okay. I want to go into the Defence Engagement Commissioner, if I may please, and ask some questions about him. Can you tell the committee what is the actual role of the Defence Engagement Commissioner?
So, Senator, a couple of years ago, and I can't remember the exact date, we established the Defence Engagement Commissioner to sit on our Repatriation Commission, and that was Mr. Smith, Stuart Smith, fulfilled that role until Ms Smith took a leave of absence from the role of the Defence Engagement Commissioner.
When was that? When was the leave of absence taken?
Senator, that was January this year.
And the role of the Defence Engagement Commissioner was to assist with that, as it indicates, engaging with Defence, particularly with commanders. As you know, we've been working really closely with Defence to bridge that gap, particularly in transition, and we've had the early engagement model since 2017, and what we thought was really important is to continue to strengthen that engagement, and Mr Smith kicked off that role.
My point is, you're saying it's very important, correct? And they're there to engage the gap, because one of the biggest issues we have, if not the biggest, is transition, besides DVA's backlog claims. Yet that role has now been vacant for 10 months.
Yes, it has.
Why is that?
To be frank, I was unable to fund both positions, a Deputy Secretary's role and an Engagement Commissioner. So what the Repatriation Commissioner did for me, and with the establishment of the Veterans Family Advocate Commissioner, those two roles assumed a lot more of that engagement responsibility, and certainly the Repatriation Commissioner took on a lot of the tasks that a Defence Engagement Commissioner was doing.
So that's exactly what I'll see in the Family Commissioner's diary when I receive that. That's now taken. I'm not getting that till 2 days after estimates, which I find bizarre. So I will see that in her diary, that is what's been going on. Is that correct?
Her engagement is certainly, she's very active, Senator, in engaging.
That's not what I asked you. I asked you whether or not she was pretty much, you just said she was filling in to certain degrees for the engagement, for the Defence Engagement Commissioner. Am I going to see that highlighted in her diary, Ms Cozzens?
I haven't seen her diary, Senator, so...
but that's what you said she's... So how do you know she's doing that?
Because I do know her level of engagement, Senator, with Defence commanders, particularly over in the West, but also with Defence Families Australia. So the Veterans Family Advocate is doing a lot of engagement, but I don't know what's in her diary.
How is that helping him with the transition of the soldiers? Because the last I checked, that wasn't her job. How's that helping with transition? Because that's what he's supposed to be doing.
So the Repatriation Commissioner is doing a lot more of that engagement with Defence, and I myself and Ms Rundle, who heads up our Defence DVA Links Committee. So what we've done, Senator, is making sure that across the department we're engaging as active, and we're very active in that space with Defence, and particularly in a partnership with the Joint Transition Authority.
Right. What is the salary of the Commissioner? What is the salary of the Commissioner that of the Defence Engagement Commissioner, or what you intend to pay the next one?
So the Defence Engagement Commissioner's remuneration is set by the Remuneration Tribunal, and I'll need to take that on notice, Senator. I don't have it in front of me.
And does that includes the car, the super and all the other benefits that go along with it when you supply me that?
Yes, I will.
What is the selection criteria for the role, and what are the attributes that the department is looking for from the successful candidate?
So I'm happy to take that on notice for you, Senator, and give you a duty statement.
So you haven't got a selection criteria for the role yet, so it seems to me you're not even looking, or...?
No, I'm not looking at the moment, Senator, because we have left that position vacant, particularly while Mr Smith has been acting as the Deputy Secretary for our Enabling Services and Commemorations Group. So I offset that new role from the Defence Engagement Commissioner's role.
How long has Mr Smith been in his current role as Deputy Secretary?
Since January.
That's correct.
Since January this year, Senator.
Is Mr Smith's Deputy Secretary role a new role?
It was vacant for a period of time, Senator, and I can't remember the length of time, but I established the new Deputy Secretary position with Mr Smith to take over all of our enabling services and our commemorations, so it was slightly different, but it had been vacant for a period of time. And with the backlog, as you pointed out, and also the growth in demand, we needed a second deputy, not just Ms Rundle, who heads up service delivery.
So who was the previous Deputy Secretary then?
Mr McCarty, Charles McCarty, was in the role a while back, and he left to support Services Australia when COVID hit. He went on a secondment over there, so it was vacant for quite a period. And then Mr McCarty stayed over in Services Australia, and that's when I asked Mr Smith to take on the role.
So I'm sorry, so this is the second Deputy Secretary that the department's had?
So I have two. Yes, Ms Rundle and Mr Smith are the two.
Oh, you have two Deputy Secretaries. So Ms Rundle's the Deputy Secretary. Correct. Mr Smith, you're the Deputy Secretary, but before that you had, when did you put in that other Deputy Secretary before? When did that second Deputy Secretary role begin?
January this year, Senator.
Sorry, so we had... So you've had your second Deputy Secretary since January this year?
With Mr Smith, that's right. And it had been vacant for 15...
That was when I started, 15th of June. So
when was it originally put in?
I'll need to get some dates for you, Senator, because what we did have, we had two Deputy Secretaries,
yes.
And one of them was seconded over to Services Australia when COVID happened, and then the position was vacant. Then Mr Smith was asked to go into the job. I think I'll need to give you the dates and the timeline. I just don't have them to hand, Senator, but I'm happy to give that to you on notice.
And Mr Smith was handpicked for that role?
He was handpicked for the Deputy Engagement Commissioner's role, and then I asked him if he would take on this role as the Deputy Secretary.
So... are you, when you decide who's going to have these roles, are you required to inform the Minister?
So certainly for the Defence Engagement Commissioner, that goes through a statutory appointment. It goes through the Minister and it's appointed by through Cabinet and to the Governor-General. So that's the Defence Engagement Commissioner. And Mr Smith went through a selection process for that. And then for the Deputy Secretary's position, I engaged with the Public Service Commissioner and also the Secretary of PM&C in relation to the appointment of Mr Smith in a non-ongoing role as the Deputy Secretary.
Okay. What is the salary package for the Deputy Secretary?
That will be in our annual report, Senator, and I will get that for you.
Great. Can the committee provide me with a complete breakdown of that?
Absolutely, we can give that to you.
Can you confirm whether or not Mr Smith's appointment as the Deputy Secretary was meant to be of temporary nature?
It's a non-ongoing position, Senator, for a period of 18 months, and that was the period Mr Smith took absence from the Deputy Engagement Commissioner role, with a view to having a look at how our workload and demand was tracking to see if we would advertise the position for a permanent filling. And certainly in my discussion with the Public Service Commissioner a few months ago, we were looking to potentially advertise the role of Deputy Secretary so we could go through a full merit selection process.
Okay. Did you make any recommendations to the Minister about filling the Defence Engagement Commissioner role while Mr Smith was acting in the Deputy Secretary role?
No, I haven't, Senator.
Mr Smith is on record on the department's website as Defence Engagement Commissioner saying, and I quote, "My primary objective is to understand the pathway that a veteran is on from enlistment through training operations and transition to another career. Success is a seamless transition. end quote, given his own comments and the work of the Royal Commission and the work of Defence through the Joint Transition Authority? Why did you leave this critical role left vacant for so long?
Because I believe that there are other officers in the department who are taking on a lot of those responsibilities, and that we are still meeting that commitment that Mr Smith made when he was in the role, either through the Repatriation Commissioner or through the work that Ms Rundle is doing, but also through the close engagement that we have with Defence and the Joint Transition Authority.
Senator Lambie,
Yep,
I'm
sure.
just mindful of, I'm keen to move the call around, but I'm happy to come back to you.
That's fine.
If that's all right.
Yeah, no, that's cool.
All right. Deputy Chair, you have the call.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the department for appearing today. Can I just circle back on a couple of those questions from my colleague Senator Cadell before I ask about some specific programs? So when does the government expect it will have filled the 500 additional staff roles by?
Senator Vicky Rundle, Deputy Secretary, Veteran and Families Group. Ms Cole said earlier that she expected that by the end of the year there'd be around 350 people hired.
By the end of this calendar year?
By the end of this calendar year. Given... Sorry, Natasha? You...
I think I heard a word, but I'll let the witness say it into the microphone.
Senator, we'll have the 350 by the end of the financial year, which is
so
June.
by 30 June next year.
Yeah, but we are aiming to do it. We cannot do more than about 350 by the end of the financial year. We are hoping to have them by December, but we need to give ourselves a little leeway.
And that's a 350.
Mm-hmm. And then after that, we will go immediate. So we will start the engagement processes prior to the end of the financial year with a view to getting to the 500, as fast as we can from 1 July. Basically.
From 1 July 2023?
Yes, because that's when we have a full year of funding available to us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I think that's cleared that up for us. If I need to ask more questions, I'll come back to that. I'm sorry, we're going to play a bit of musical chairs. I've got a few questions about some individual programs as well that I couldn't track down in the budget, and I'm hoping someone might be able to assist. The first one was the funding for Swiss 8. Swiss 8.
Oh, Swiss 8.
I couldn't track that down in the budget papers. I think the last government committed $2 million to that charity that does very good work within the veterans community. Has funding been allocated for this year?
Senator, no money was allocated to Swiss 8 in the October budget. I've got information about previous support we've given to Swiss 8, but there is none currently allocated.
So funding has been cut to that program?
I don't think we've cut funding, Senator. We didn't have funding for Swiss 8. I think the former government made an election commitment to Swiss 8, but that wasn't funding that we were provided.
That's right.
But we did actually fund ourselves Swiss 8 through some grant programs and through our Veterans Wellbeing program, and we supported Swiss 8 that way, but we were never funded for Swiss 8.
That's right. Okay. On what basis then did we, or it was a decision of government, I'm guessing, not to extend that funding beyond this year, is that correct?
We didn't have funding for Swiss 8, Senator.
That's right.
So I think the former government made an election commitment, and as you know, with election commitments, if the government isn't successful, then the funding isn't there. So
Yes, sorry. Yeah. I understand that the basic concept of when governments change, things don't happen necessarily as you'd want them to. But what I'm trying to get at is that we are no longer funding the work that Swiss 8 is doing out of the department.
So Swiss8 did receive funding under grant programs, but that wasn't a commitment of government. They competed for grant programs, as did other organisations, and we welcome Swiss8 putting forward grant applications for the different grant programs that we have.
And did the department recommend that Swiss8 receive any further funding in any incoming ministerial briefings to the new government, or anything along those lines?
I can't recall, Senator. I'll take that on notice.
Thank you very much. I'd appreciate that. Just to move, I'll try and move through these as quickly as I possibly can, sorry. The chaplaincy program, are we supporting that through funding in this budget?
Yes, Senator.
We are?
Yes, Senator. We've got the chaplaincy pilot that the government has committed to.
Okay. And so that was $1.9 million under the previous government, I understand. How much is it under this government?
It's 1.9 million.
Very good. Excellent. The provisional access to medical treatment program.
Yes.
That has been
has been funded in this budget, that's correct.
So again, it was, I think, $33.6 million over 2 years in the last government's budget, and it is the same.
The government has retained that, yes.
Very good. I thought this could be quick. Marking World War I graves.
Yes.
The current government has committed $1.1 million to the program, is that correct?
1.1, and that's correct, yes. And we're absorbing for our staffing of 400, so it's 1.5 total for the program.
Okay, and what was the original estimated cost of that full program?
So it was always, and it's been kept at up to $450 per marker for the World War I graves. So that hasn't changed at all. But the actual cost, we reduced the overheads in the department, the administrative costs. We also didn't go to the grant hub, which is run by Social Services. We kept it in-house, and as a result of that, what we're doing is we're going out once a year to seek for people who would like unmarked World War I graves with a marker. So that will happen now once a year. We'll assess that, and we will hopefully also look to see if they're eligible for an official commemoration. So the actual cost per marker hasn't been reduced. It's our internal administration that we've reduced the cost.
Yeah, sure, because my understanding was that under the previous government, they'd committed $3.7 million over the 4-year forward estimates for that program.
Well, we'd factored into that calculation a significant overhead for the administration through the Grants Hub.
So the reason that dollar value has reduced is because your overheads are not going to be as much as originally expected. And sorry, Ms. Crossan, or Ms. Cosson rather, you mentioned the cost per headstone. That hasn't changed?
It hasn't changed, Senator.
Is that right?
That's correct. It's up to $450 per marker.
And how many graves did you provide funding for last financial year?
So we marked about just under 1,200.
I can add to that if you
please
like,
do.
Secretary.
Please.
Senator, when the pilot program was run for the unmarked graves concept, 1,189 graves were marked. Under the current policy proposal and funding, we will still retain $99,000 per annum to provide $450 per grave, up to 220 veterans having their graves marked. So the capability is still maintained.
Okay. Well, that is certainly good to hear. And then the last program I just wanted to check up on, and that will probably tie me over for a little while, Chair.
That's right.
Is, again, the previous government committed $6 million over 2 years from this financial year for commemorative activities to acknowledge the 50th anniversary of the Vietnam War. Is this level of funding going to be maintained for those activities?
Yes, it is, Senator.
Very good. Okay.
Thank you very
All
much, Senator Chandler. Senator Shoebridge.
Oh, thanks, Chair. And I think Ms Cole's going to get her steps in tonight, which is good.
Ms Cole's going to get her steps in tonight.
If I understood the evidence earlier, the intention is to eliminate the claims backlog by the end of next calendar year. Is that right?
March 2024.
March
Senator?
2024. The government's response to the Royal Commission speaks about removing the backlog of claims by 31 December 2023 and then eliminating them by 31st of March 2024. Do you want to take me through what the intent is behind removing the backlog of claims by 31 December 2023?
Senator, I anticipate that what they're really talking about is the difference or the time passage that there must be in the system between the initial liability claims process compared to them flowing on to what is often a permanent impairment claim. So it's a two-step process, particularly under MERCA and DERCA, under the Military Compensation and Rehabilitation Act and the Defence Compensation, I think it is, Act. And essentially it's a two-step process, and so consequently you can finish your IL backlog quite early.
IL?
Yes, so initial liability. My apologies, Senator. So the initial liability stage, which is where we're testing and hopefully approving that the Commonwealth has liability for that particular injury or condition, health condition of the veteran. And then that opens up a number of pathways, and one of those pathways is permanent impairment, which is essentially non-economic, a payment for non-economic loss, a lump sum in most cases, although it can be taken as a fortnightly payment. So there's a sort of a train of events, in a sense, where first one decision has to be made and then the person nominates to do the secondary. So we will have a little time lag between the completion of the IL backlog and the residual
So
PI.
is the definition, so when you say remove the backlog of claims by 31 December 2023, have all IL determinations done by the end of the year?
Yep.
But in terms of actually assessing the final quantum and making the payment,
yes,
that will take the extra 3 months, the 31 of March 2023.
That's correct. So, yeah, there's just that inevitable time lag because, of course, we would be finishing perhaps the last 1,000 or so of the claims in that period up to the end of December.
And I heard the evidence that there's been a reduction in the backlog of claims.
Yes.
But I'm sure you came here with the actual number.
Yes.
Which is?
So in the IL backlog, from our high point in July this year, we are now down around 3,000 claims. It's very slightly under 3,000 claims. I can give you the exact numbers, except I don't have my glasses on.
It's okay.
Me.
Ms. Rundle can read them on record.
So the question,
So
here we are.
Yep.
So as at July, the initial liability backlog was 35,785. At the 31st of October of this year, it's 32,826.
All right, and that's initial liability.
Yes.
What about the total backlog?
So the total backlog has gone down from last month to this month by 605 claims.
Yep.
And the reason for that is because that higher rate of initial liability that we're finalising is now turning into permanent impairment claims.
So, Ms. Rundle, perhaps we can apply your glasses again and get the number.
The permanent impairment backlog comparison?
The total, the total claims backlog.
The total.
So including the quantification and the IL.
We've got it somewhere else, but I'm just working off a particular document in front of me. The total is, I'll just need...
That's the PI, so...
Yeah, so it's in here. Sorry, Senator.
That's okay.
I was actually, while we find it, I was actually just going to make the point earlier as well. I thought you said zero, and I may be mistaken, But just to be clear that there'll never be zero because there'll always be work on hand. When we talk about getting the backlog down, we're talking about making sure that we process
I understand.
Oh,
You'll have ongoing claims, and
that's correct.
they don't get instantaneously processed.
But that's correct. Yep.
Do you have a definition? Sorry, but we might come to those targets in a bit. Ms. Cole, if you want to get your glasses, if that makes it easier.
I
So I've
actually,
got-
unfortunately, did not bring them at all
Okay,
in my
all right.
rush here
No
this
worries.
morning, but but possibly.
Oh, okay, well, this may work. I don't know.
I do have them. I do have them, Senator, but if Ms. Cole...
Okay, so the overall backlog as at the end of September was 44,699, and it is now at the end of October, remembering this is point in time, of course, 44,094.
Okay.
So you can see that number of 605.
So while
there.
the IL claims have gone down by a
PI
greater amount,
claims have gone
it's
up.
fed more into the second half.
That's
the
correct.
process.
So you can see that process, and that's what we're talking about. Thank you.
I know that the plan is to get the IL down to the backlog, and I say zero in terms of backlog, and accepting
Yes.
your observation, Ms. Rundle, to get the backlog down to zero by the end of next year. What I think would be really useful from a kind of accountability framework would be to understand what your benchmarks are that you're going to aim to over the next 12 months. So that when you come back to budget estimates in March and you say, yes, that's what it is, we can say, okay, cool, you're on track.
Yep.
So what is it for your next budget estimate session? What is your target for IL and claims backlogs?
So I can't tell you off the top of my head what it will be in March. We can work it out using our model, like our projections from there, and come back to you on notice.
Yeah, if you've got a
Senator.
model that sort of tracks it out over the months, and I'm being a little bit trite by mentioning budget estimates, but that's obviously a moment where there'll be accountability.
Yep.
If you've got the numbers so that we can track against the numbers over the next
Yes.
12
Yeah,
and a half,
we
12 and a
can
half
do that.
months, that would be very useful for both elements of claims.
Yes, we can give you an estimated size of the IL backlog on a monthly basis.
And I was going to also mention, Senator, if it's helpful, that we are putting on our website as well every month where we're tracking. So we are being transparent. It was also a recommendation, so we can show the modelling.
Cool. And if perhaps even then, if you have it on what the targets were, and not just the Senate, but veterans as well can track how you're going. Is that the intent?
Yes, we can do that, Senator.
All right. In relation to the implementation of the interim recommendations, well, apart from the claims backlog, before I move off, do you have a definition of how long a claim has to be in the system before it enters the backlog? Do you have a target? Is it 1 month, 4 weeks, 7 days?
So it doesn't quite work like that. So what we essentially do for what we define our backlog is a claim that is not currently being worked on. So in a sense, we use on hand as being everything that is not complete, if you see what I mean, that we've received and not completed. Then there are claims being processed, so claims that are sitting with a delegate and are under investigation. And we call our backlog is anything that is not allocated to a delegate at that particular point in time.
Do you have another measure to keep an eye on timeliness then?
Yes, we do.
Do you have
Yes, we
median?
do.
Do you have the median time for claims?
Yes, we do. So that is available in our KPIs in the in our annual report, and it is also now available on our website on a monthly basis.
If you could, for the last 12 months or so, just provide on notice how that median time frame has been tracking.
Yes. One thing I will say, Senator, is in understanding those median and we actually report both on average and median. In understanding those timeframes, there is a little trick to them in a sense, and that is that we prioritise a number of claims where there is a high need by the veteran. And so we have some claims that are finalised basically as soon as they're received, and then we go on data or on the remainder. So a good example is we prioritise every veteran who is medically transitioning. And so consequently, as the proportion of the backlog cases increases
Ages.
then the average will go up and then suddenly drop down as we get very close to the end of the backlog.
I'm more than happy when you provide the data to give some of that more granular explanation on
Yes.
notice as well.
Can I just add on to that? Sorry, can I just add
You go.
quickly? Just one question and go on, but I just noticed that those most difficult ones, did you say you almost tick them off straight away?
So we assign them straight away to...
Okay, you assign them straight away. What is the timeline then?
It can depend some
Right.
on the complexity of the case.
Maybe you could
and
give
how
us
much
that on
evidence.
paper, thank
Yes,
you.
we can give you average processing time for prioritised cases.
And do you have, I mean, some of the evidence in the Royal Commission in terms of the impact of delay on particular classes of cases was distressing, to say the least. Have you taken on board the evidence and the experience of the Royal Commission to better focus your resources on those claims that, if they're not addressed in a timely fashion, are going to escalate, and
Yes.
and the way in which, or the manner in which, or the delay in which it's processed will aggravate the claim? Have you picked up the learnings from the Royal Commission, and if so,
Yes.
how have you integrated that in your
If
decision
I can take that one, Senator. So certainly from the Royal Commission, but also previous inquiries, and over the last few years we've implemented a range of screening measures. So Ms Cole, for every claim that is received, they screen it to see if the veteran is claiming for a mental health condition or potentially at risk for financial difficulties, if they will benefit from early access to medical treatment. And so we have heard of those experiences, and we are taking that on board on how we screen, how we prioritise those claims.
But screening ordinarily is at the point of entry.
Yes.
Are you applying that same matrix to the backlog, and if so, how?
So we contact the veteran at a set period of stages. So, for example, at 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, so forth. And we basically check whether there's been a change of circumstances. So at that, then we invite them basically to tell us if they have had a change in circumstances, if they were not prioritised at the beginning. So that is one way we deal with that issue. But the other issue is, of course, the veterans contact us and we do a reassessment at that point.
But you've got 44,000 outstanding claims. Some of these will go back years.
Yeah.
And I suppose at some point I'll ask you what the longest outstanding claim is. I'm assuming that many of those won't have had the screening process. Well, definitely not with the learnings from the Royal Commission.
That's correct, but
So
we have been doing...
Sorry, Ms Cole. So my question is, and I will give you a full chance to answer, my question is, have you retrospectively applied some kind of screening to the backlog to winnow out those claims where the risk of medical complications, self-harm, aggravation are now apparent because you know more about how to handle claims?
So what we did was we actually introduced screening towards the end of 2019. So, and have been refining it ever since in terms of the skill level, I guess, in a sense, and the number of things that we screen for. And our opportunities basically for screening have increased over that period. So all of them will have had at least one opportunity for screening, albeit our oldest cases will have not had the level of sophistication that our most recent cases have.
What is the longest outstanding claim you have?
So at the moment, the backlog reaches back to about February 2020.
All right.
So that is that's the longest in the backlog. There may be some which are older because they're complex cases and they're still being worked on. So that is the oldest cases in the backlog.
Senator, do you mind if I just offer something that might also help? You've talked a lot about support and making sure that people at risk are getting that support, which is clearly one of our objectives as well. Over the last number of years, we've got a number of things that we do right up front for all people who are putting in a claim, even without liability being established. So provisional access to medical treatment for the top 20 conditions, non-liability healthcare, a veteran payment for people who are experiencing financial distress before liability is established, open arms counselling. The other thing that we haven't mentioned is that we've got in our whole service delivery system, Ms Cole is part of that, but there's quite a lot of other things that we do, and one of them is we have a whole triage and connect team and a case management team, and many of the people who would come in through the claims processing, as soon as we spot that they might be at risk, we ask the triage and connect team to do an assessment, and sometimes people are assigned a case manager and we wrap around other support services. So it's a more connected system than just the claims sort of system to try and make sure that we do address risk wherever we can.
All right, thanks, Ms Rundle. If I could then just ask about recommendation 6 from the Royal Commission, which was agreed to in principle by the government about increased protections for persons engaging with the Royal Commission. What, if any, role does the department have in progressing that recommendation?
Senator, Attorney General is leading that recommendation.
Have you had, I mean, it hasn't yet been implemented, it's agreement in principle, it hasn't been implemented even in part. The Royal Commission is fast moving on. Have you had any feedback from veterans about the sense of the lack of protection and their concern about engaging with the Royal Commission in the absence of recommendation 6 being implemented?
I personally haven't been involved with recommendation 6, but Mr Harrigan, who's leading our Royal Commission implementation, can come to the table and let us know what's happening with Attorney General's leading on that recommendation, if that's all right, Senator.
Senator Shoebridge, I'll have to hand over the call after this. Yep.
Good evening, Senator. Mark Harrigan, First Assistant Secretary, Royal Commission Implementation. Your question's in relation to recommendation 6,
Yes.
which we've acknowledged is being managed and led by the Attorney General's Department. We communicate with the Attorney General's Department, but we have no involvement and no say in how it is considering recommendation 6. It is, as I understand it, discussions with the Royal Commission directly on that recommendation.
So you're not at the table in any way?
No, Senator, not at all.
And are you aware of any feedback from veterans that have come to you that in the absence of implementing recommendation 6, they feel vulnerable in a Royal Commission space?
I've not had any feedback, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. Senator Green?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Look, most of my questions have been covered off, and obviously there's a lot of attention on the backlog and how it's going to be dealt with the staffing allocation. It does seem a bit crass to be talking about numbers when they were talking about people. So I guess I just want to acknowledge the veterans and families and advocates that are tuning in tonight. I do have a question about numbers though. You gave Senator Shoebridge some figures about what the backlog total number was, and you've got some point in time information.
We did, Senator. Ms Cole she actually had a different report in front of her which were more recent figures. I've got some figures which are at the end of September. The figures that Ms Cole quoted were even more recent.
I would be interested in the number, what the backlog number was before the implementation of additional staff and conditions introduced by the current government.
We do have some old figures.
If you take the Royal Commission's report, Senator, where it reported on a backlog, to have that eliminated by March 24, our backlog number is slightly higher, so it's grown a little bit since the Royal Commission reported. Our backlog from the end of September that I have is 45,226 claims in the backlog, but we've got over 22,000 that are in progress. So that was the number we were talking about before. That there's always going to be a number there. So it has slightly grown. Our modelling did anticipate a little growth before it drops off again.
You've stepped us through the measures in the budget, primarily to deliver the 500 additional APS frontline staff to address the issue. Can I ask, when was it expected that before this new allocation of staffing, when was it expected that the backlog of claims was going to be cleared?
So McKinsey in its report said unless we had an injection of staff, it would not be cleared.
Not clear.
Never.
Well, it just kept growing.
So wasn't like there was a year or 3
No.
years or 25. Just it was never going to be cleared without additional staffing.
That's correct.
Okay. My colleague Senator White talked to you a little bit about labour hire and I guess the way people view their jobs and the constraints that places on the business, I think, to do the work that you're required to do. Can you tell me how the resourcing constraints under the previous government impacted on your capacity to deliver those your department's mission to provide timely claims? When I'm saying resourcing constraints, I think there was a few in place, but particularly the ASL cap.
So I think we're in a unique situation, Senator, where what we were seeing was a range of factors that were contributing to the growth in our backlog and us not being able to meet that demand. And not only did we see certainly our Defence's commitment in Afghanistan and the Middle East, and we saw a lot more veterans coming to us, but we also engaged more with Defence. So everyone that enlisted and everyone that was leaving, we were connecting with. We introduced easier online access. So we saw this big growth, and the projections were always that we would be reducing and our staff numbers would be dropping our veteran numbers would be dropping, so therefore the department didn't need the resources it had. So it was actually adjusting to what the reality was, as well as that was the biggest challenge for us, being able to demonstrate.
I think you're being very kind and you probably don't need to. I think a former minister of the previous government, a former Veterans Minister, Minister G, said that the backlog at the point in time when he was minister was a national disgrace. So I don't think you have to be too kind about the reasons that it got to that point. You didn't have the resourcing that you needed to deal with the claims that were coming in. Yeah. You've gone through some of the budget measures, so I don't want to go back through those, but I just do want to ask. Around the modelling, Senator Lambie asked you some questions about it, and there is funding in the budget, am I right, to make sure that modelling is, your resources meet that established comprehensive modelling. So there's an ongoing commitment in the budget to make sure that if the modelling says you need more staffing or more funding, that is being taken into account.
So importantly, yes, you're correct, Senator, that in the budget we received funding to expand the demand-driven funding model so that we can go back and...
How much was that in the budget?
I do have that. But Ms Rundle might quickly find that. So it's expanding the demand-driven funding model, which is not only in the claims area, but importantly, it looks across the department because when Ms Cole makes a decision on an initial liability, that can then flow into other areas of the business.
Expanding 24.3.
So it's 24.3 million to expand the demand-driven funding model.
Thank you. And and that essentially allows you to not face the same circumstances again, where you have demand that, for various reasons grows, and you're not able to meet that demand.
So certainly, I'm on the record of saying this before, that we were, as a service delivery department, and having an uncapped demand-driven appropriation of $11.5 billion, our department was capped, unlike Services Australia and unlike Home Affairs. So it was important for us to be able to have this demand-driven model.
Yep. I just have two more questions. I'm based in far north Queensland. Townsville's just down the road from me. The new staffing that you have, geographically, are we seeking to make sure that we have people in places where there's a large veteran community?
So, Senator, in terms of claims processing, we do lots of functions all over Australia, including in Townsville. But in terms of claims processing, we primarily do it in our major capitals, but we have a very, very large, one of our largest offices is actually in Brisbane.
Okay. But you do have staff in Townsville?
Yes, we do.
We do.
Yeah.
And they are working on other initiatives?
Our Veteran Access Network staff, for a start. We've got a lot of our phone staff. So a call line. We've got a number of call line staff around the country, but they're particularly predominant there. We've got a walk-in van as well. We've got Open Arms. Open Arms are distributed right around the country in many locations.
Are you, and this is a pretty open-ended question, I'm not sure what the answer is, but there's been a Royal Commission that really details the impacts of the backlog, and we don't need to canvass those. Devastating, I think, is the word I would use, the impact on veterans. Are you starting to hear any sort of positive feedback, or are people hopeful that now there is a bit of a light at the end of the tunnel?
Senator, if I can take this opportunity to apologise to our veteran community that are experiencing the delays in our backlog, because it is something we are very committed to eliminating, and importantly connecting any of the veterans to the support they need. And I am grateful that some are saying that we do get some lovely messages of appreciation, and some veterans have written to thank us for staff who have supported them when they actually needed our support. So that is what I'm hoping that we will see more of, yes.
Well, I think, sorry, Chair, just 1 second. That is definitely seems like a heartfelt apology, and I'm sure it will be appreciated. You have one of those positions, unfortunately, where there's always more work to do, and so I think that's the what people will expect to see from you. But that's what hopefully we've given you the tools to do now.
Thank you. Yes,
thanks.
Senator.
Thanks a lot, Senator Green. I'll quickly just hand over to Senator Fawcett for 5 minutes, and then Senator Lambie. That way I can release you if you need to head off to other commitments as well too. But Senator Fawcett.
Thank you, Ms Cosson.
Hi, Senator.
We've engaged many times over assistance dogs, and I just want to say thank you very much for actually implementing the program, and for the expansion that was spoken about in the March budget papers. And I saw the media release in April for the additional $22 million, and I take it those two are linked, that was the expansion we're talking about to people who've sourced their dogs privately?
That's correct, Senator, yes.
Terrific. Just two questions for you. In the March papers and previously, you've put all of the funding under the VEA program. I notice in this budget, you've split it across all three acts, Merca, Circa and VEA, in different amounts. Why the change in how you're acquitting that?
So, Senator, I believe that eligibility was under the three acts, because what we had done is pop the program under our Rehabilitation Aids and Appliances program. So the eligibility did extend to veterans under the three acts. I believe it's the CFO in tidying up our treatment of outcomes and making sure we've captured. So he might be able to expand on that a little bit, but it really is not changing the eligibility, extended the program, as you pointed out. So I think it's more just a treatment in our counting practice.
Sure. And can I just confirm, my understanding of the program to date has been that whilst an amount is put aside in anticipation of the demand, that it is essentially an uncapped program, that if a veteran is deemed to be eligible for a dog, then DVA will pay for the dog, even if that amount exceeded the amount that you've put aside for it.
That's correct, Senator. So as long as they meet the eligibility criteria for the program, our biggest challenge is having the dogs. And because it is a really good program, and then the dogs that veterans already own, to make sure they can get through that program, and the testing is really important.
Yeah, no, it's a great program. We had a big presentation by K9 in South Australia just recently at a Defence Industry evening, and it is invaluable. So thank you, and thanks, Chair.
You're most welcome. Senator Lambie, you have the call.
Oh, thank you. How long is it taking? What is the timeline now for to get a tick off for those guys to either get a dog or train their dog? And then how long is it actually taking to get to the training sessions?
I'm happy to start, Senator, but I'll ask Ms Cameron to come to the table as well for the detail. But it depends. Firstly, the training depends upon the provider. So they can take between 18 and 24 months and even longer in some cases to train up a dog. But there is, Ms Cosson talked about supply, and there has definitely been, particularly during COVID, supply issues, which are now hopefully starting to pick up. But I think I've given Ms Cameron time to get here, so...
Leanne Cameron, First Assistant Secretary, Department of Veteran Affairs. That's a given. Mental Health and Wellbeing Services Division. Ms Rundle's quite correct. It does vary from provider to provider because they each have their own method of training dogs. Some of them allocate quite early, some of them take a lot longer to actually match a veteran with the dog, so it can take anywhere from 18 months to 2 years from the date that they approach DVA through to when they are actually passing their public access test.
What's the average time it's taking when they already have their own dog?
When they already have their own dog, we just have to establish eligibility, so it's quite quick, but I can take that on notice and get you a time frame.
And how long does it take from when they contact the department to actually getting approval process to start that?
So when they call up and, yep, I can take that on notice as well, Senator. That will depend whether they come with a diagnosis, etc., and have all the correct paperwork, so it will be quite quick. But if we have to go through talking to providers, it takes a little bit longer.
Could you also provide the committee with every bit of paperwork that the veteran needs to go through and every hoop to get through to that, please?
Of course.
Thank you. Thank you. I've got more questions about the assistance dogs. I would like to go back to the Defence Engagement Commissioner, if I may, please. Have you ever received any written or verbal ministerial direction regarding the appointment of a new commissioner?
No, Senator.
Were you or the department provided with any written or verbal direction or instruction from the minister regarding the appointment of a new commissioner, that being the Defence Engagement Commissioner, obviously?
No, Senator.
Have you ever been instructed or requested to broaden the selection process?
No, Senator.
Have you broadened the selection criteria?
No, Senator.
Why not?
I haven't been looking to engage someone in the role. At the moment, Mr Smith is on leave without pay from that position, so I haven't intended to seek to fill it, nor have I been asked to fill it.
Isn't it an important role?
As I mentioned, Senator, that other areas in the department are picking up the responsibilities for the Defence Engagement Commissioner while he is fulfilling this other role.
So the department hasn't advertised for the role then?
No, Senator.
Have you made any recommendations regarding the appointment of the new minister to the minister or his office?
No, Senator.
Okay. Yep. Okay, so I just want to go to the budget. Some questions just about the budget, Secretary. Has the department been requested to provide any offsets or saves from the budget just delivered by the Treasurer last month?
No, Senator.
I don't think so.
No. Just the CFO will come up just to correct me if I'm wrong.
He's saying no.
No, he's saying no, so no, Senator.
Okay. So I'll just read. So you're confirming that no offsets or saves have or will be sought?
So there's, I should say that in the budget paper, one of the budget papers, there is a save that will be applied to all agencies, not just the Department of Veterans Affairs, but that wasn't part of our submission. We weren't required to offer any offsets or saves as part of our budget submission. No.
Okay. Have you or the department put forward to the Minister or his office any recommendations for offsets or saves for the last budget?
No, Senator.
So you or the department aren't working on any proposals that will provide any future offsets or saves?
No, no, Senator.
So if you're not, would you tell me in the committee, so you're telling me in the committee that you will not be bringing forward any offsets or saves, like your planned cuts of over 400 million, like what was intended under the previous government? You do know about the 400 million cuts, the off saves I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah,
Senator.
maybe you can explain that to the committee.
So if I can, last former government, yes, there were potential saves that we had discussed, but as part of the budget process and cabinet deliberations, they didn't go through, and certainly as part of this budget process, we did not discuss any saves as part of our submission, but that's not to say that future we may not have further discussions and then up for Cabinet to consider, Senator. But for this process, there were no saves or offsets.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to go into a different area, Chair. Did you want to take a break? I'm not fast.
Ask you,
Sorry.
we are due for a break at 9:30. Could I get an indication from you of how much longer you might need?
Yeah, till it's finished at 11.
All right. Look, on that note, we'll suspend for probably 10 minutes and come back here at 9:40. Senator Lambie, you have the call.
Thank you. How often does the department provide the Minister and his office with the briefings on the claims backlog?
Sorry,
That's
could you just
weekly?
repeat that again? I can't hear you.
Is that working now?
That's better. Thank you.
We provide the Minister a weekly report, and most weeks I meet with him either virtually or in person, where we provide a dashboard report on our claims processing.
Oh, so is that verbal or is that verbal written? Those reports, how's that? A bit of both, or how's those reports given?
So
when
both,
you meet?
both, Senator. We provide the Minister a dashboard on how we're tracking across a number of our different areas in the department, but also I think it's a fortnightly report that's written, and we also put on our website a monthly report.
Do you what's the break? What is in the actual, besides the backlogs? What is the breakdown that you actually provide the Minister? Are you able to detail that committee? Like, what does it look like when you brief or whatever you're doing for that weekly or fortnightly meeting that you have? What's included in that?
It could be anything, Senator. We can be providing the Minister an update on our backlog, but also on our client service area, particularly where we had an issue with invoices. You might recall we had a backlog with invoices, so the Minister was very keen to make sure that we were on track with clearing that backlog. We also discussed with him budget matters, personnel matters, emerging issues. So it could be anything, Senator, to be honest.
Do you traffic light the report for the Minister so he and his office know how the department and claims are tracking?
It's a little bit more detailed than traffic lighting. We actually go through some considerable detail on. He's very keen to learn where we are with our backlog, with on hand, if it's growing, but also how we're going with the recruitment, as you've heard today. And a lot of the data that Ms Cole was giving you is data that we make sure we update regularly for the Minister.
What is that? What is that traffic light for the claims? How is that looking? Are we green, amber, red? Where are we this week?
We're still red, Senator.
Okay. What were the backlog numbers provided on that last briefing of claims?
If you have that, Ms Cole, that would be great.
So, Senator, the last report we gave to the Minister was on the 2nd of November, and the figures were as of the 31st of October in terms of the backlog, which is the numbers which I just went through with the committee earlier today.
Okay, so that's in line with the brief. Can you, just with that backlog that you're talking, you actually have a full cut down with that backlog, explaining what's involved in that backlog.
Mm-hmm. What
does that look like on that last date?
Okay, so Senator, I don't have the backlog by all the types to the end of October. We aggregated up the weekly one with the Minister, but in our statistics we have, with us here, we have a full breakdown as of the end of September by the claims types, which is also available on the website.
But haven't you just recently briefed the Minister? September, October, what are we, October? We're at now on this second week of November.
I'm meeting the Minister tomorrow, Senator, to go through the latest data with him tomorrow. But I don't have that. What we do for preparing for Senate estimates, we've all used as at 30 September data to make sure we're all using accurate data. So we can take you through the 30 as at 30 September data, but the Minister will be getting a fortnightly report at my weekly catch-up tomorrow. Yep. But you want to go through the 30 September data? Would you like that?
Do you want to do it?
Was it broke down?
No, actually, so...
We can take it on notice if you like.
I will get this question. Is in May, the claim stood at 61,000. That's for Dirk-Merca and the VA. Where are they today? What's the number look at today? Or what are you providing the Minister tomorrow? How many's on there?
Okay, so Senator, that is actually the on-hand number. That's not the backlog number. So that's the total number of claims that are in the department, which are both being processed and not processed.
Okay, so they were 61,000 in May. What are they today?
So at
30 September, I had backlog in claims, so 45,226 was in the backlog, and we were progressing 22,411 claims, compensation claims.
Which gave us a total
of 67,637 compensation claims on hand.
Does the Minister not want an update for what it actually is for tomorrow? When
Yes,
you go
he
and
will
see
get
him?
that tomorrow. We just don't have them in our estimates folder. I'm always
Can I-
worried because we've got numbers. We always agree what date we're going to use when we come to Senate estimates. Sorry, Senator, it's just the way I want to make sure that we're giving you the same numbers.
Can you provide that? Out of respect to the Minister, I'm happy if you provide that after you've spoken to the Minister. If you could do
Thank
that,
you.
please.
Can do. We'll take that on notice, Senator.
In May, with those 61,000 claims representing 41,000 veterans, what is the number of veterans now?
As at 30 September, Senator, the number of veterans were 45,729.
Is the department implementing all of the further 11 McKinsey recommendations?
I'll let Ms Rundle take that one.
Senator, we have implemented some, we're implementing others, and there are some that we are still working through because the work has progressed further since the McKinsey work, and we've actually, if you like, we've developed better ways of approaching some of what McKinsey had recommended. So one of them, for example, we've proposed to the Minister not to recommend, as it was. This is the non-liability healthcare one, as it was written in the McKinsey report. But what we are doing, I can say that we're taking all of those McKinsey recommendations, which we thought had a lot of merit, and particularly that 11, most of those, we've been working steadily on those and making pretty good progress, and some are implemented.
So, is McKinsey undertaking any current work for the department?
No, they aren't.
Who decided that they weren't? Who decided that they weren't going to use those 11 recommendations?
Well, Senator, right in the beginning, the department, that was an internally commissioned piece of work by the department, and it was. We asked for that, for it to inform our thinking about what we could do further to improve reduce the claims backlog and improve the experience for clients, for veterans and their families. And so, as with all reports, we will always take recommendations and say, all right, let's assess those and see where they fit in the overall scheme of things. And so any decision to progress, not progress, has pretty much been agreed within the department, but of course always in consultation with the Minister. And if a Minister has a firm view that we should be progressing something, well, we would clearly work that up for them to provide them with advice.
So what advice has the Minister given you on the McKinsey report in reference to the recommendations? What briefing have you given him, and what has he told you in return? Said to you in return about those recommendations?
I'll start, and if you've got more to add. Certainly, the additional staffing was a key aspect of the McKinsey report, which the Minister had a look at and was certainly aware of that. And the other recommendations that McKinsey had were around improved IT and providing that additional, making it easier for veterans to be able to access services. So we've received in this budget 87 million for our modernisation program, which will help improve and streamline the claims processing. So McKinsey's also recommended looking at further streamlining of conditions, which will be supported by this investment in our information technology. McKinsey's also had a look at how we can have some support in getting claims ready before lodging, and so Ms Cole has set up a team for claims assistance to support veterans where we see a claim isn't quite ready, to support them in getting all the material they need before lodging their claim. So we've taken on board a number of those recommendations from McKinsey's, and we've adapted it based on what we've been able to take forward as part of the budget consideration for the government. And with the additional staff and with the modernisation, we are really we're able to deliver a lot of those recommendations. But as Ms Rundle said, there are a couple there that we would not have recommended without some further work, particularly with defence, where it was talking about preventing current serving members potentially from lodging their claims with us because of those 45,729 veterans that I mentioned that are waiting for claims to be processed. 21,000 of those are current serving members. So that was important that I would not want to recommend that to a minister. We want defence members to be lodging their claims whilst they're still serving.
So I just want to go back to those recommendations from McKinsey. Was it not? I think it was March this year. I thought the previous government weren't they progressing on all of the 11? I thought that decision had been made, but you've changed your mind since then, have you?
No, I don't believe they were. I don't recall they were progressing. The former government was progressing all of them, Senator. I think it is fair to say the former minister was fairly certain that he would support broadly the McKinsey recommendations, and he said that publicly. But in terms of the detail, I mean, I can take you through the detail.
That's okay, but was there money not put in the budget already, in that last budget from the previous government to do that? That was all covered?
No, some of the previous government's commitments were honoured, so extra staff, and then this government has added quite a lot more staff to that. The modernisation, some of the ideas from the former government, the modernisation work was added to. Extended by this current government. So that's, as Secretary said, that's an $87 million commitment in the budget for modernisation. So a number of those things have been picked up by the current government. That's right. And the rest of it is being picked up. For example, there are a number here. We're just doing them because we were already on our way to doing them. So
that's okay. I'm coming to that question, but just while we're on it, because I am sick of hearing about these IT systems. I don't know how many millions of dollars you guys have spent in the last 5 or 6 years. So can I get a total costing on any IT system, any outsourcing you've done for that over the last 5 years, please? Because you're now about to spend how many more million?
87 million, Senator. But we can take that on notice.
Take that on notice, and while you're there, I want to know what improvements any of that has made out of all that millions of dollars that has been spent in the last 5 years.
I can certainly list that now for you if you like, Senator. On what it has delivered. For a start, we've been able to have that digital capability.
No, what I'd like to see is how much has been spent, and then I'd like to see what we got with our money's worth and what that has done for improvements within the department and for veterans.
I can certainly talk about that now or take it on notice.
I'll take it on notice, be good. Now, there was 6 initiatives that were being implemented by the department. Is that correct for the McKinsey recommendations?
Yes, there were 6 already being implemented by the department, which they acknowledged in their report, and then they prioritised another 11, and there were some other recommendations in addition to that, initiatives I should say, but they prioritised the 11 they thought would be able to reduce the backlog within a 2-year period from the time that they reported.
Okay. So I just want to talk about, the okay. Does the department speak with and take telephone calls and all mails and emails from all its clients?
Sorry, Senator, do we take telephone calls from all of our clients?
That's correct.
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
Okay. I want to talk about the managed access list.
Okay.
Are we all on par here?
Yep.
So let me rephrase the question. You may make a telephone call, you may make an email, and some of them are quite difficult to deal with. So yes, I agree, you may pick up the phone or take the email. Let's go back to the managed access list. What happens with those people that you do not manage and cannot manage?
Oh, sorry, Liz. I was just going to say we have 10 of our veterans that are on some form of contact restriction. I think they're the ones you're referring to, Senator. And that is in a way to not only protect the veteran and to make sure they've got access to support if they need it, because we've got that managed to a central point of contact, but also to provide a safe workplace for the staff, which is very important as well, because some of our veterans do escalate, do get angry, and they can occasionally be quite rude to staff and abusive. So there's only 10 out of our 340,000 clients that are on our managed access list. There used to be a lot more. It was up over 100 a few years ago, but we take it very seriously if we do need to manage that access arrangement. But importantly, that veteran will receive our full support if they need it.
So how many advocates do you have on that managed access list?
10.
No, advocates.
They're all advocates.
Sorry, advocates. Sorry, I did miss that. I'm not too sure how many advocates. I know of one.
I think, yes, I think they're all clients. We do have, we both know of one advocate at the moment who is also placed on some restrictions. And I think that's the only one at the moment.
I think so.
Yeah.
And
Can you, can I check that to see how many advocates? How many advocates without being on that list, how many advocates not being dealt with by the department that are being ignored?
I'll have to take that on notice.
That'd be
Senator.
good.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then tell me what you're doing to rectify that issue with all the cases that they have right now.
I will take that.
What are we doing with the cases? No, actually, what are we doing with the cases that some of those advocates have that are overloaded out there, that basically have been blacklisted? What are we doing about the cases of the veterans that they have?
So we would be talking to them about their cases?
No,
if they
you're not
have
talking
cases?
to them. We know that. I want to know what you're doing. They want to know what to do with the cases they've got if you're not talking to them.
Senator,
So tell me what the situation looks like.
Senator, if you don't mind me asking, it would be really good if we had a little bit more visibility of who they are and who those clients are they're supporting. And can I ask you that if you do have all of that information, can we just liaise with your office so we can get them? We're aware that there are some advocates that have quite a few clients that they're supporting, and in the main, I think we are supportive always, but there is only one advocate who has currently. We're fairly sure, but we will check that too. But aside from that, we'd need a bit more visibility about the examples you're
What do
giving.
you do with the cases when those advocates are in that position and they're working on cases?
If an advocate is managed access, they should be able to talk to whoever their case manager is about their cases as well. If that's not happening, as Ms Rundle said, then we would like to know that, Senator, so that we can work with that advocate through the proper mechanisms. I'm thinking of 2 advocates that I do know that I'm not aware if they are on the managed access list. I would need to check. But I'm happy personally to talk with them about their clients.
Do you want to just outline to the committee what a managed access list is? Oh, I suppose, no, that's okay. I suppose you've already done that by saying they're quite difficult. What do you do with those 10 advocates that are difficult, the department finds difficult to deal with? Once upon a time, you used to have the unit liaison, client liaison. What's it called
Client
these
liaison,
days?
Yeah.
What is it called?
So the 10 people on the managed access list aren't, from my understanding, all advocates.
No,
There's
they're not.
I'm only aware of one. But if they are on the managed access list, they do have a single point of contact, and they have arrangements in place that how they are to engage with the department. Ms Cameron runs the client support program, of which managed access is one of them. So I'll let you talk a little bit more if you like.
Thank you, Secretary. Each of the individuals that are being managed through managed access protocols are allocated a complex case manager. So that's somebody who has a clinical background. That is their single point of contact with the department. We go through quite a process before somebody is placed on managed access protocols. So there are levels of warning, interactions with the client, helping them understand the behaviours and the presentations that we're finding challenging. Excuse me. When managed access protocols are applied, they're applied under guidance, for want of a better word, with some health professionals helping us in a case management sense. So there is a number of discussions that take place before the protocols are entered into. And then the protocols are actually reviewed regularly, can be 6 months, can be 12 months, depending on the nature of the behaviour and how long somebody has actually been under managed access protocols. So they're constantly monitored, and we take a health-informed approach to trying to work with the individual to repair the relationship with the department.
Okay. Do you, when they're in that sort of position, are their claims done and everything, or is that just agitated? I would have thought that if there's problems with those claims, the sooner you get them ticked off, the sooner they can get on with it.
Yeah,
if they've got nothing to agitate about, what do you do about their claims? Do you look at, because quite frankly, you could be looking at those claims fairly quickly instead of agitating the situation. Why don't you walk through how you deal with these people?
So our team works very closely with the claims delegates to help them understand the risks and also what's going on behind the presentations. That's what I mean by a health-informed approach. So we're clearly explaining what's driving some of the behaviours. We're looking at whether there are any other psychosocial risks surrounding those individuals, whether anything to do with housing, relationships, etc., are actually having an impact and being brought to bear. And we work with the claims delegates to expedite and prioritise according to agreed prioritisation criteria. Not all of those 10 actually have active business with the department. Some of them are prosecuting old business, re-prosecuting old business, or are looking to go over old ground quite regularly.
I didn't ask you that, I just simply said, how long does it take? They've got a claims outstanding, yeah? So common sense prevail, you will get the claims processed as quickly as possible to take that pressure off them a little bit more. Are you doing that?
Sorry,
That's what
Senator,
I'm asking you.
I thought that was what I had just explained, that we are working very closely with the client and with the claims delegate to prioritise, but the vast majority of them do not have active claims.
Right, so the majority of the problem is overall problem, it's because their psychiatrists can't deal with them, their psychologists can't deal with them, that's what you're saying, is it?
No, that's not what I'm saying. The 10 of them are very individual in their presentation.
Right. Okay. I just wanted to...
Senator Lambie,
yes.
I'm mindful that Senator Cadell also has some questions.
Sure, you
Would
go.
you mind if I pass on the call and
Sure.
then come back to you after
Go
him?
on.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
yeah. Thank
Senator
you.
Cadell, you've got the call.
Two things. Just go back to where I started in the very beginning to clarify in my mind. You were great. Would it be possible on notice, I don't expect it today, just to make sure we're getting a full body count, can we get a full-time equivalent headcount of contractors from month by month, January through to October? Would that be possible?
We should be able to do that, Senator. Yeah, we'll take that on
Thank you
notice
very much.
and give you what we can.
And then helping me understand something, I've gone through the portfolio budget statement. On page 39, there is a table, deliver income support and compensation under DRCA and MRCA. And it gives expected performance results. Now, Sorry? You've got
That's
that?
correct, Senator.
Yep. The years prior year 2021, now this is the October budget. If I just go back a few months till the March, what numbers do they represent? Are they going forward or are they looking backwards, those numbers?
So I'm looking on page
Expected performance results,
39.
page 39.
They're
yep.
the
Yep.
expected. So what we expect to, what our performance results should be
For 22-23?
for 22-23. That's correct.
Okay. If I went to the March budget of the previous government, which had, coincidentally on page 39, exactly the same, that would be again the expected results for 22-23, the March numbers, the portfolio ones.
Sorry, the CFO's just pointed
Sorry.
something out to me, Senator. Do you mind if I just defer to him? That's all right.
Senator Glenn Caston, Chief Finance Officer. So the number you're looking at there, the prior year 21-22,
Yep.
the expected performance results, that's what we expected that we would have achieved for that financial year for 21-22.
So there are no budgetary positions, the expected numbers for 22-23.
There is on the following page, you've got on page 40 there, 22-23 budget year, and it's got the expected or the planned performance results.
So that's right. Okay. And are you still happy with those, or we think higher staff? Or you said that some numbers have come down in the last couple of months. I think. Are we on track to achieve those things on page 40?
So on page 40, we talk about the planned performance is a percentage is the same or greater than the previous year, for example, as the timeliness performance measure.
Yep.
So we would be working towards improving the results from the prior year.
Okay. Given my concern, and it's just understanding, it's not any more than criticism, in between March and the October, numbers go up 1 or 2% across a lot of categories, except in the bottom three, the percentage of MRCA incapacity claims processed within 50 days has fallen from 61% to 53%. But I think there was extra resource there. Was there any reason behind? That's a significant drop, I would have thought. In that, was there a reason that dropped over that small period?
So you're comparing from the March
to October.
March to October. So so the March one reflected at the time what our expected performance would be, and this reflects where we landed for the year.
Was there a reason behind the change?
So it's just that's where we actually landed. So
where
this
you
one just
actually was.
reflects
Yeah, okay.
what actually occurred.
Yeah, okay. Actual. Thank you very much. That just clarified that. Thank you. The more political side of things, if I may. The wellness hubs, if I can go to the position on those. So I think the government has in the budget put, is it 42.9 million for 10 veterans hubs? Is that correct?
So that's not my budget one. I'll find 40. Have you got it?
46.7.
46.7, Senator. Thank you, Ms Pope.
And I'm sorry for Hansard Kate Pope, Deputy President, Repatriation Commission.
Welcome, how are you? Now, on the political side, there was my list versus your list going into the election. There was a list of ones. Can I just go into that? In relation to the 10 sites chosen by this government, what assessment or rating process went through for each site that we're now developing the 10 sites?
So I'll kick off and let Ms Pope follow. So, Senator, as with the previous 6 wellbeing hubs that were delivered under the former government, they were selected based on where we understood veterans to be, and then this government announced the 10 hubs, of which once again, it was where we have an understanding of where there's a concentration of veterans, and Ms Pope's team, through the census results, were able to validate the selection of the sites that the government put forward.
So they put forward some sites, they were post-validated, and now they're proceeding on that basis, is that right?
Well, they were presented, the government selected them, and we were able to validate that they were sites where we have good concentration of veterans.
And can you go through that process of validation for me, please?
So in the 2021 ABS census, that was the first time we had the question asked, if you've served or are serving in the Australian Defence Force, and so the ABS has been providing us some analysis of the data, and we have been able to then do a little bit of a heat map, I suppose you'd call it, on where our veterans are, and they've been able to validate with that analysis that the hubs are in good places, as were the other 6. So we're going to have a total of, 16?
10 plus 6.
16.
That's my math, yeah.
I know. 16 hubs, which I think are great, Senator, by the way.
Not a problem. So we've done the heat maps of where they are.
Well, the ABS did.
Yeah, the ABS did. We've done that. Do we do a validation of claimants in these areas too, or it's just a heat map of where veterans are?
So no, we don't look at our claims processing can be lodged digitally, so we actually don't look at where the veteran is located when they're lodging a claim. They can do that online. But we have offices all around Australia as well, and they're just mainly in our capital cities.
No problem. Just confirming, there was some separate money for a Skyville. That's separate to there's one Hawkesbury region which Skyville would fall in, but I think there was separate $5 million for Skyville, or is that now being included in?
That was
There was in
the former government had made an election commitment to Skyville, but of course, as I was saying before, we didn't have the funding for Skyville.
But for the wellness hub, but I think this government withheld the $5 million.
There's the Hawkesbury region where there is a hub. Is that
but
correct?
other than the hub, I think there was a specific money for the Skyville Centre.
No.
There wasn't? Okay.
It was announced by the previous government, but it was an election commitment and therefore not carried through.
Thank you very much. I am slightly peeking on the political stuff. I think under the former government, they were talking about a Geelong or Surf Club Coast hub. We've now got one at Surf Coast and one at Geelong, which is about...
That's the same one. So
It's
it's
gonna be-
Geelong/Surf Coast in both
current one?
cases. But in both cases, that's how it was described.
Okay, can I just check the list then, because I'm one short. I've got Southwest Perth. Can I go through that? North Adelaide?
That's correct.
North Brisbane, Moreton Bay region?
No.
Okay, interesting. Ipswich?
Yes.
Queanbeyan?
Yes.
Hawkesbury region?
Yes.
The Hunter?
Yes.
Home of the Mighty Knights. Tweed and North Coast?
Yes.
Surf Coast Geelong?
Yes.
So what am I missing too?
The other two are the continuation of South East Queensland and Tasmania.
So what were your last two? Sorry, Sarah. Sorry,
The wellness
your
hubs.
last two. Yeah,
the
no,
10 wellness hubs where they are being located.
No, I just missed your last two. I wasn't sure.
I missed two.
Surf
Yeah,
Coast,
what were
Geelong.
the two?
Sorry, South East Coast and Tasmania.
Sorry, thank you.
South East Queensland.
South East Queensland.
South East Queensland, sorry.
And what was the one in Tasmania? So I think that's what I
It's
missed.
the continuation of the commitment to Tasmania that you'd be aware of, Senator.
Okay.
So continuation, not necessarily, those weren't new, they're just a continuation of...
That's right.
That's correct.
Okay. Would it be possible to table the validation, the report, the advice to the Minister validating those things on notice?
We can,
on notice.
yeah, so we've just the ABS data.
Sorry?
We'll be able to show you the ABS data.
We'll take it on notice because elements of what you're asking for may be subject to the ordinary arrangements around documents that were part of a cabinet process, but we'll take it on notice and examine what is possible to be provided.
Okay. I get that. I'm having trouble understanding because I thought there was 10 new, now there's 8 new, 2 continuations. And...
Well, it's new funding.
New funding for 8 and continuation for the previous 2.
Okay. Right. In each one, if we go through them one by one, now have you identified the organisations which will be chosen to run each, or is that premature at the moment?
Premature at the moment, Senator. We have to go through a process of consultation to identify who the lead agencies will be in delivering those centres, those hubs.
Right, yeah. And do we have completion timetables, estimation for the completion of all the hubs? Are they all similar, or are they all...
At the moment, it's all the same year, but there will be challenges in some places and some will go quicker than others. But we don't know until we begin.
Right. Okay. Was any of that funding, the 46 point, going back, sorry?
46.7.
46, was that new funding, or was that a all of it was new, or what part of it was new from previous?
The 46.7 is new funding. Yes.
Under this budget, not previous budgets?
That's right.
No, the previous government didn't indicate they would be funding any of that for new centres?
The previous government in the budget in March committed funding for 10 centres, locations not named.
Yep.
And then that was changed to not changed, but augmented to 14 as an election commitment, and the locations were named for those 14.
But they didn't fund the 10? That was unfunded in March?
It was funded in March, but that budget never went forward. So that's the process.
How much was funded in March on the budget? Or how much was allocated in March in the budget?
50 million for 5 million for each of the 10 centres.
And this is a bit less than that? 46.
Well, this is funding for 8 centres and
yep.
6.7 million in other funding for implementation and so on.
Thank you for helping me understand that. And so what was the completion dates? We're saying 2024, 25?
I think it's 24, 25.
Okay, and it would be too early in the process to give any sort of certainty or come around that. We expect, but there's no certainty around it.
So that's the term of the funding.
That's the term of the funding. Was there ever a process done, my list versus your list locations, was there a comparison done of the ABS data, the expectation of need between the previous government's located 10 list and the additional one and this 10 list? There was no comparison of ABS between one or the other?
No, Senator.
Okay. Separately, going back to some claims things, do you know how many claims have progressed from your claimants through the Administrative Claims Tribunal at the moment?
So, off the top of my head, and someone can correct me, but we made over 93,000 determinations last financial year, of which about 1% go to the AAT. About 1%.
Yep.
And then through the Veterans Review Board, it's around 3% would go for review, of which about half of those may be set aside or varied.
Yep.
But that's of the 93,000 determinations. Someone's just looking up. I think it's roughly that, but we can take it on notice to give you exact figures if they're incorrect, if you like, Senator.
I'll wait a few seconds, otherwise I'll be happy with that.
Yeah, you sure? Okay. Yeah, the VRB made what our brief says is the VRB made a different decision in around 3% of cases. In 2021, there were 94,501 primary compensation determinations made under the 3 Acts, and in 21-22, VRB finalised 2,785 applications for appeal, and as a proportion of that, they made a different decision
in 3%.
In 3%.
So about 3% of our primary determinations might go to appeal through the VRB, of which 3.1% of that may have been varied or set aside.
So 3% of 3%.
And about 1% go to the AAT.
Right, okay. Do you take legal representation or legal advice if it goes to AAT?
To the AAT, yes, we do, Senator.
Is there any support, not necessarily legal or financial, what support would get if a veteran is also needing to represent there? Is there anything extra for them during the process?
No, the veteran can seek their own legal support, or they take an advocate to the AAT. Through the VRB, though, there are no lawyers present at the VRB.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr Chair, I'm going to be deliberately vague, and I'm sorry if this question comes hard because I don't want to politicise something that can be easily taken here. We've had at least one complaint regarding, of all things, an email signature.
Yes.
I think you're aware, without going into detail.
Yes.
Is there a policy within the department on email signatures? What is acceptable and what isn't, or are you contemplating one?
Well, as a result of that being raised to our attention,
so you're
and
aware,
also that there was some offence taken with different signature blocks, we did develop a new policy. We have been consulting with our staff reference group on that policy as well, but we have given broad direction now on our signature blocks to make sure there is some consistency and to ensure that we are inclusive, but also that we're not causing unintended offence, which is what I'd heard from the community. So we do have a new policy. Yes.
On notice, could we have that policy?
Absolutely, Senator.
Thank you very much. And to take us home, we've got Senator Lambie. I hope
Thank you, Chair.
you're most welcome.
To go into the, there has been a recent committee started. It's the Legislative Improvement Task Force. Do you know about that?
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
It's called the Legislation Improvement Task Force.
Sorry, yes, I do know that.
When was that started?
Not long after the Royal Commission delivered its interim report, and recommendation 1 required a very, I'm not going to say aggressive, but very quick timeline for the Minister to consider a legislative pathway and for that harmonisation and simplification. So we formed a legislation improvement team to come together with some subject matter experts to work very closely with the Minister on what might be possible. So that was August was the interim report, so it would be around about that time, Senator.
So, so basically you have another ESO roundtable going and you've given it another name.
I beg your pardon?
You've got it. So basically, it's an ESO roundtable.
No, it's not.
Right.
The legislation improvement team are internal departmental officers, and they don't comprise any representative from ESORT. We briefed ESORT the other day, as we did brief our operational working party, and I think we briefed our multi-act working group. But the actual team doing the work is their departmental officers.
So sorry, this was the Legislation Improvement Task Force.
Team.
It's team, is it? That's what the T is for.
It's just a few, it's 3 people, 4 people.
How many people is it?
4 people? No, how many people? Oh, sorry, it's called the Legislation Implementation Team.
Right.
And I think it's got...
Mark might know.
4 or 5 people. 8, sorry, Senator. 8 internal departmental officers on the team, Legislation Implementation Team.
And this is to work out bringing the acts together?
No, it's to support the Minister's consideration of what may be possible in a legislation pathway. As you appreciate, those 3 pieces of legislation are complex and also supported by the range of statements of principle. And so the Minister has met with some of the key leaders of this team, at least on 3 occasions, to work through what might be possible.
Who's leading this team from the department?
Luke Brown is leading this team.
Who else is on that team?
I'll have to take that on notice, Senator. I'll take that on notice rather than the store departmental
Why are you
officers.
not using outside people that actually deal with this stuff, that know this legislation back to front? Why are you still going in-house? Who picked the team, Ms Cozzens?
I picked the team, Senator, because these are people that actually know our legislation better than anybody.
Are you telling me they know it better than lawyers and barristers out there that have been doing this for 30 or 40 years? Seriously?
These are very capable, quality officers of the department that understand our legislation and policy, and they're doing a really good job in
Ms Cozzens,
understanding.
if they understood this, why are we still in this predicament and it wasn't fixed years ago? Why didn't you have this team assembled if they were so great? Why didn't you assemble? We've known these vacs have been a problem for years. We know that we need to bring them together.
Because,
why
Senator,
have you finally decided you've got 8 great people within your department that can now look like they can fix that issue?
Senator, there's going to be a process that we go through as outlined by the Royal Commission, and the first step is to develop a pathway that then will go out for consultation, and any writing of legislation will require external support. But in the first step, the key for us was to get some people around a table that can talk about what is possible, and ultimately it will be a decision of government on what they would like to do with our legislation. It isn't a case of just smashing together 3 pieces of legislation, because as you know very well, the Veterans Entitlement Act is a pension-based piece of legislation. MERCA is rehabilitation. DERCA is quite separate.
Oh, I'm very
and
aware
you've
of that.
heard,
That's
if you've
why you
listened
need-
to my
that is
evidence
why
at the
you
Royal
need
Commission,
legal experts
it's
at that
going to be
table.
challenging, Senator, and you know
You need
that.
legal expert, you need a combination. They don't need to belong with the department. That's where you've gone wrong. That is why you continually fail. It's time for new people to sit at these tables. And it's time for experts to be sitting there. They've got to be a mix of academics. They've got to be a mix of advocates
That might
out
be
there,
the
the
next
best
step,
possible
Senator.
advocates we have.
That might be the next step. Once the Minister has considered
When do you
and the
think you're
government
going to
has
do?
considered
How
the
long is it going to
pathway.
take you to decision what your next step is? Seriously.
It's not my decision, Senator. The key is for the government, and that's what's very clear in the Royal Commission's interim report, that the government will consider its pathway. It will then consider whether it's going to accept the recommendation of the Productivity Commission Report 19.1, whether we are going to move to 2 schemes or not. All of that has to be decided by Christmas. That's what's outlined by the Royal Commission. And then the next step will be the consultation, which would then maybe include some external people, such as lawyers or academics.
You're already going to decide whether you're going to take it out of the 2 legislations, put the legislation
first
together,
step
then
is
you're going
the
to say this is how we
pathway,
want it
Senator.
done. Seriously? Seriously, you haven't learnt, have you? Honestly.
You can criticise me all you like, Senator.
Yeah, I just think
There
you
is
haven't
it
learnt. You just
outlined
haven't
in
learnt.
the interim report from the Royal Commission what is expected, and we are doing the work we need to do to support the government in taking this forward.
I want to refer to I wanted to refer to, which is a document or an MS2 1000526, in which you advised the Minister, this is Minister G, I believe, that you were not, and I quote, not able to support any approach where there is a specific focus on families who have lost a loved one to suicide, or any connotation that there is a direct causal link between delays in claims processings and individuals' decisions to take their own lives. Do you still stand by that advice?
Senator, I gave evidence to the Royal Commission in response to those particular questions. The first point is I advised Minister G at the time that I did not feel it appropriate doing an internal review that we had commissioned McKinsey's to do to look at the claims to then engage with families because the Royal Commission had commenced. That was my advice to the Minister. The second piece of advice to Minister G at the time was that I did not consider he should make a direct causal link between the claims and the tragedy of suicide. As I explained to the Minister in that ministerial submission, I believe it's multifactorial in relation to what can contribute to the tragedy of suicide. And you can't just say it is one factor. And they were my 2 points to the Minister.
No, but the claims process is part of the factor.
And I acknowledge that
Right.
at the Royal Commission, that the processing delays could be a factor that could contribute to suicide. And I acknowledge that in the Royal Commission.
Okay, I just want to go back to the, I just want to go back to the hub situation, or are they hubs, wellbeing centres, mixture of both? What are we calling them these
They are
days?
veterans and families hubs.
So they're no more wellbeing centres, they're now called veterans
and families hubs.
Okay. That's the 12 that we were talking about before?
16.
16. Okay.
There will be 16. There aren't currently 16.
Okay, and just go back over. I missed some of that conversation. You already have 8 in play? Sorry, what?
6. We have 6 in place.
6 in play, okay. And they were Townsville, Darwin, Nora, Perth, Wodonga? Am I right?
Townsville, I'll
Sorry.
go. Darwin.
Yep.
Townsville.
Yep.
Nowra. Wodonga.
Yep.
Adelaide. Perth are the existing 6.
Okay. And they've been set up since 2020, is that right? Sorry.
Yes, they were different periods of opening, but I think Wodonga is still yet to open. December is their opening. So they've been delivered progressively from 2021-22.
Okay, and this was obviously, these were those, six initial ones?
Yes, that's
We
correct.
didn't have census data for that. Can you tell me how they were chosen, how you chose, who chose those 6 areas?
The former government.
And on what data did the former government choose those 6 places?
I don't know, Senator. I'm not even going to assume. I don't know.
So was there a brief? Did you just get, how did this work? Did the former government just say to you, this is where they're going and that's it, that's just the way it was? Is that how it worked? I'm just trying to get my head around it.
So the former government made a commitment to build those hubs, and they were the locations the former government selected.
But you don't know how they selected those?
No, I don't, Senator.
Okay, thank you. So that's the first 6. And where were you, some have already been decided out of the, what did you say, 16? Sorry.
There's another 10.
Sorry, another 10. Sorry, yeah, 10. Some of them have already been decided?
That's correct. So the former government had made a commitment, which we're now funded to continue to deliver in southeast Queensland and in Tasmania. And the government then announced a further 8.
Do you know where have they been given?
Yes, the locations have been announced, of which I'm happy for Ms Pope just to read out the 8 locations.
Yep.
So that will be southwest Perth, Ipswich, the Hawkesbury region, the Hunter region, Tweed North Coast, Queanbeyan, North Adelaide, and Geelong Surf Coast.
Okay, and that was the former government that did this?
That's the
Correct.
current government, Senator.
This government.
Oh, sorry, this is the Labor government that's done
That's
this?
correct.
Yes.
What data did the Labor government use, please, Minister, to determine that's where those hubs needed to go?
Senator Lambie, whilst in opposition, the Labor developed a set of commitments about expanding the hubs into new areas and relied on the publicly available data around the location of veterans. As the officials have explained, they have subsequently gone through a validation process to assess that those are the places where there are large concentrations of serving personnel and veterans.
Oh, so that you are now going, sorry, you have collected that data or you're now going back since the census data?
So we went through the census data,
Right.
Senator, to have a look at the locations that the government had selected, and the census data was able to validate for us that they were locations where there is a concentration, a good concentration, high concentration of veterans.
So is there high concentrations of veterans that where you probably should have those hubs than those ones you'd picked?
So I think...
Are there areas where there's higher concentrations where you do not and you're not putting those hubs?
I need to take that on notice for you,
Can you do
Senator.
that, please? I don't have a problem with these hubs, they're a great thing, but if you don't set them in the right location, you're a new government, and I'll be very honest with you, they're not going to serve a purpose. We all understand that. Okay, the last government was not very good at doing this, and if you're only going to give us so many hubs, we want to make sure that they're putting where the most majority of these veterans are, and some areas are going to miss out on that. The one in Launceston, the hub in Launceston, you also, I'm not sure what's happened here, but there was one in Burnie. There was a wellbeing centre in Burnie. Not a concentration of veterans. I'm very aware of that. No doubt political for its reasoning. What is going on with, I think you guys may have given them a little bit of money. Where are they at now?
Ms Pope will take that, Senator.
I can explain.
Yeah,
Senator.
can you explain that, please?
Yes, so as you're aware, an amount of $2.5 million was allocated to Tasmania in addition to the original $5 million. $250,000 of that was allocated to the Launceston RSL for their upgrades, which have been all but completed. We're waiting for the final documentation on that, but it's basically complete. The remaining $2.2 million was allocated to the Northwestern Burnie's not the right word, Northwestern Veteran Welfare Board in Burnie. And you're correct, $50,000 of the potential $2.2 million has been allocated to Burnie to develop their business case, which has been submitted to the department now and is under assessment.
Okay. So you've got one in Launceston. We've got a concentration of veterans around there, concentration of veterans in Hobart. What is Hobart getting?
So
If you're sticking it in Burnie?
So the original $5 million is also going to Tasmania. And at the moment, Tasmanian RSL is developing their business case and have been allocated $50,000 with which to prepare that business case.
Oh, that's very kind of you. Their business case looks pretty good. Okay, so all right, that's where we're at there. Then what's the turnaround look for all these veterans hubs? Because I think we all know that once they're up and running, they're actually really good. So what are we, between the business cases and stuff, what are you expecting this time? Are we going to try and move this? I guess that's a point. I guess that's for you, Minister. I understand if you don't know, but I'm gathering that you've heard how important these hubs are. They make a significant difference, having a one-stop shop. So
I think the intention is to move quite quickly. The officials have given a timeline already. I'll ask them to do it again.
So in relation to the ones we've just been discussing, Tasmania and South East Queensland, those are well underway and pending business cases that meet the Minister's approval. The money will be able to be allocated and those lead organisations will be able to move forward. In the case of the additional 8, we're commencing consultations in the very near future in each of those locations to talk to local stakeholders, potential lead organisations and so on to establish as quickly as we can which the lead organisations will be in each of those places, and they will go through the same processes we've been describing, being allocated some funding to prepare a business case for consideration by the Minister.
Okay, thank you. The Veterans Family Advocate, can you tell me whether or not she's put any policies forward or policy initiatives since she's been in that have been actually implemented?
So certainly the Veterans Family Advocate sits on all of our Commission's meetings and makes sure that any policy that is being considered does have a family aspect to it. And I think Ms Hancock will join me just to go through some of the strategies and some of the policy work that Ms Cherney has been involved in developing, because she's been very active with the national plan to end violence against women, to ensure that there was a reference there to veterans and families, but also she's working very closely with Defence to deliver on the government's commitment to deliver a Defence and Veterans family strategy. So Ms Hancock will be able to just talk about some other policy developments. Yes.
Thanks very much. Veronica Hancock, First Assistant Secretary, Veteran and Family Policy Division.
That's okay. Just before you start, where is her initial mission statement or what she's supposed to be doing? Because I don't recall all that. She was supposed to be the Family Veterans Advocate. When you employed her, what was her duty? What was her job description?
I can provide that to your
That'd
notice.
be very
Senator.
good, thank you. At the moment you have, I believe she's in Kokoda.
That's correct.
That's correct. Can you tell me whether or not that has been paid for by the department?
No, it's not. She's paid for that trip herself, Senator.
Has anybody from the department gone with her?
No, Senator. I don't think anybody from Walgraves accompanied her to Kokoda. We do have a Walgraves person located in PNG, but I don't know whether they travelled with her.
No, there was the normal representation, Senator, at the official events by those DVA staff, Walgraves staff, who are in country at the time. But that's the only people that may have been represented with the Defence Family Advocate.
But they didn't travel with her, Senator.
They didn't travel with her over there?
No, that's correct.
So what were they doing over there?
We already have, Senator, Office of the Australian War Graves staff in Papua New Guinea.
Right.
As part of our responsibility to monitor the graves there. So some of those...
So what does the family advocate need them for? Sorry?
Oh, they may have been at the ceremonies that she attended. It was the 80th anniversary of Kokoda.
Yeah.
So there were a number of official commemorative events up there that Miss Cherney was invited to attend. So we may have, our War Graves team may have accompanied her to one of those events, particularly if there was a wreath laying at Bamana Cemetery, which the War Graves team are responsible for helping maintain our graves there. So I just, for completeness, wanted to make sure that I was giving you a complete
I'm just trying to
answer.
work out from the message she's sending out there. She said nothing about that. It was all about going over there, nothing about official duties, nothing about that. She was walking Kokoda in memory of her husband.
And that's what she did. That's why she paid for the travel herself, Senator, and went over there to do that. And because she was in country, she may have laid a wreath on behalf of families at a commemorative event that were already scheduled.
Okay, that's standard. That's
Yes.
standard. I've done that. Okay, that's fine. That's standard. We've still got a concern out there, and this is a terrible concern, and it is still not fixed, that when families lose veterans, whether it's through suicide now that they're out on there, why is nobody contacting them? I am sick and tired of hearing that. I would have thought that would have been part of her job. They feel so alone. Neither Defence or Veterans Affairs is contacting, at least reaching out to them. Doesn't mean they'll get back to you, but you guys are not doing any of this.
No, Senator, we're surprised if we're not. So if you are hearing of family members that are not being contacted, could you please let me know? Because that would be normal practice for us to reach out to the families who have lost a veteran, either through suicide or through natural causes. That's our job. So
how many veterans have you reached out to in the last 12 months?
We'd need to take that on notice.
That'd
I'll
be
have
great.
to take that on notice, Senator.
But would you mind if I added to that, Secretary, that we actually have a protocol. We work really closely with Defence, and so when they're the first people to be notified, they have a response, and we will swing in to support them as required, particularly to help the family with any bereavement, support that they need, claims, outstanding claims, anything at all. We'll work with Defence. Similarly, if we're the first to hear, then we have a standard process where we reach out to the families and offer them support. We won't always do it immediately because people are bereaved and they're needing time, and so we wait a small amount of time unless they need to contact us to contact them earlier. But we pretty much always do, as to my knowledge.
Thank you. If I could just have the numbers on how many that have been reached out to in the last 12 months. Thank you. I just want to quickly go into, I want to go into my service. So when a veteran lodges a condition in my service, is it a claim or is it a condition? Which one do you call it?
That's both, Senator. So
So hang on. So I'm just trying to get this. So a claim, when you put in a claim can have conditions attached to it, not just one. Yeah.
Correct.
Yep.
So when you take your stats and you have, say, you've got, say, 60. What was it? 5,000 claims. Was it? What was it? Well, whatever it was this evening. Sorry, I can't.
They're
remember.
claims, not conditions.
So that's just the claims. That's not how many conditions are actually being dealt with by the delegates as well.
That's correct.
So if you've got about 65,000, I'm sorry, Ms Cousins, about 65,000, I think you said claims, yeah?
That's correct.
So how many conditions are we dealing with? What's the total number of them?
We can get that for you, Senator. I guess there's two things to note in that number. The average number of conditions per claim at the moment is around 3 for an initial liability claim. But when it gets to PI, it's a single claim because it's a whole of person arrangement in MERCA. DIRCA is different because in DIRCA at the permanent impairment stage, every condition is considered as a separate claim.
Okay, so at the moment, veterans can lodge a claim using My Service without being required to attach supporting evidence, correct?
That's correct.
And that's only on certain claims?
Basically, we encourage all veterans to supply whatever they have at that first stage because it speeds up the processing, but it is possible to put in a claim with no supporting evidence.
So what is the success rate of the conditions?
So at initial liability, we count the success rate in terms of every condition, and then we go how many of them were approved and how many not approved. And at the moment, it's around 80%.
About how many?
80% are approved in MERCA, and then there's slightly different rates in the other acts.
But I think Senator might be asking the acceptance rate through My Service.
So the acceptance rate for My Service, I'll just find for you.
And it's different for the three.
Yeah.
The overall for liability conditions located since 1 July 2022 is 76.3, but that's an average because it is different by the acts. I'm pretty sure we separate them out. And it's much higher for MERCA.
Oh, so that was the success rate, or what did you call it?
Acceptance rate.
Acceptance rate.
That's acceptance.
That's acceptance of liability. So
Okay.
acceptance of liability sits
Okay.
for MERCA over 80%. And they're through the My Service, we're averaging out across the 3 different acts, which is about 76%.
How long does that usually take? What's the turnaround with My Service to the acceptance stuff?
So you answer that.
Is that the wording I'm looking for?
Yeah. So if it's a computer-based decision, it's quite quick. So there are about 8 conditions that are 7, I think, at the moment, which are able to be done essentially through an automated computer-based decision. However, if that information available on My Service does not indicate an acceptance, it then is sort of spat out in a sense and given to a delegate to have a look at.
Okay, what is the rate from that? What is the rate between the acceptance and the spit out?
So that is only for those conditions. So it's things like, for example, what is in there? Just trying to think.
No, I realise there's
for those
conditions in there. Yeah, certain conditions.
The spit-out rate is very low. It's only like about 3% or something like that.
And is that because they're getting confused and those conditions aren't in there?
That is because those conditions have very high acceptance rates anyway.
Okay, yep, that's fine.
So most of the time when they're not accepted automatically by the computer, it's something to do with we can't find a service record automatically for the computer to look at, that kind of thing.
Okay, so what takes longer using a advocate, which I'm assuming would use My Service because there's only the 8 claims. Is it quicker to use an advocate or is it quicker to go to My Service?
So My Service can be used for any claim under any act. It's just that there are a small number of conditions that are automatically done on My Service.
Yes.
Okay. What determines more than anything how long a claim will take is how complicated that claim is in terms of what legislation applies and how many conditions are on that particular claim for that individual. So sometimes we can get 30 conditions being lodged at once by an individual, and then also how much detail that individual has provided in that claim.
Okay, so I think what I'm trying to get here, if those conditions that aren't accepted, you've got your 7 or 8 there, that's fine. Those conditions that aren't accepted, is it quicker to go through My Service or is it quicker to use an advocate? What's the go there? Because obviously My Service spits it out and then they've got to deal with the delegate. Is that how it works?
Yes, but that's only for those 8 conditions, 8 types of conditions.
Yeah, removing them out.
Yep.
But there's other conditions that they put in there it spits out.
Yes, that's correct.
So then it goes to a delegate?
Yes, that's right.
So does it decide or does it just go on a poll there until a delegate's given to them?
That's right. So we don't distinguish between entry point in terms of what happens to the claim when it goes to a delegate. So we screen it, we may prioritise it. If we prioritise it, goes straight to a delegate. If not, it goes in the queue.
Right. So when it's in the queue, by the time it gets to the queue, if you were starting from scratch, is it quicker to go and see a delegate? Is it quicker to go and see an advocate on the outside, or do you guys do it faster than the advocate? I think that's what I'm looking for.
So the advocate is usually involved at the beginning of the process and has helped put the claim together in the first place. It's very rare for an advocate to come in after the claim is actually lodged.
Okay, no worries. I just want to finish off with this quickly. At the beginning of 2020, 13.5 million was allocated to Employee Pathways program up to the period of June 2023. The amount was allocated as grants as follows: 3 million, I'm just rounding it off here, to Team Rubicon, 6 million to Soldier On, 4.5 million to the RSL Australia. What were the KPIs that were attached to these grants?
I'll need someone to come up for that one, Senator.
These are the Employee Pathways, yeah.
22.
Ms Hale? Yep. You think?
There's that one there, but it doesn't give you
Yeah, I've got the grant figures, I just don't have the KPIs. If you don't have them, we can take it on notice.
Yeah, I think we need
that might be better, Senator. So we've got the figures of what we've provided to them in the grants, but if
No, I've got questions. I want to know why you're giving them the grants, so I want them justified. So if you want to take them on notice, that's fine to finish off.
Thank you, we'll take them on notice.
I want to know what KPIs were attached to these grants.
Yes, we'll take that on notice.
Yeah. How many veterans have signed up?
Yes.
To these grants, the number of employment...
Soldier On, I can tell you, 674. Disaster Relief Australia, 157. RSL, 130, and that was at the 30th of June this year.
Okay, 30th of June this year, so that's taken 2 years to get to that numbers.
That's correct.
The number of employment agencies signed up. Is there employment agencies being signed up here as well?
So under our Prime Minister's National Veterans Employment Program, we do have a range of employers, and we've got the new number. I think, Ms Hancock, you've got the number of how many industries have signed up. The employee...
Veronica Hancock, First Assistant Secretary, Veteran and Family Policy Division. There's over 1,000 employers who have currently signed up to the Veterans Employer Commitment.
Okay, can I break that down to see what that looked like from the start of it to where we are now, and how many out of those thousands have actually how many out of that 1,000 have actually taken any employees on through these programs?
We'll take on notice, see what we can provide to you on that, Senator.
I would imagine you're keeping very close data on this because you're giving away a lot of money. That's what I'm looking for.
Oh, so the employees that sign up to that commitment, they don't receive any funding from us?
No, I realise that, but I want to know whether they're taking people on or they're just signing up to it. Because like I said, it's an incredible amount of money to find jobs, and so far in two and a, nearly 3 years you've signed up. How many have got jobs out of this?
So there's two separate things happening there, I think. One was the grants program, which were the numbers I provided to you, and then there's the employer commitment that Ms Hancock was talking about. They're completely separate, so they don't get any funding.
No, I realise they don't get any funding, but I know they've come on to say they're going to take veterans on.
Yes.
I understand that. I want to know how many out of the 1,000 have actually done that.
We'll see what we can provide to you on notice for that one, Senator.
Okay, there's nothing worse than signing up for something when you're a big business out there and you have no intention of doing the right thing. You just got your name on a list. I'm not tolerating it. They're either providing jobs or they're not. And if they're not, then get them off the list. Okay, so we've done that. And there was how many, did you say, in 3 years have obtained jobs? We don't know. Okay, what I want to know is how long did they last in that job? Are they still in that job? Have they obtained permanent ongoing employment out of that job? That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for all that data.
We'll see what we can get together for you on notice, Senator.
Okay, I'm done.
If only it took me just to look at you in the eyes.
I said I'd be 5. I said 10 minutes. I went over time. There you go.
Senator Cadell just had one. I'll be very strict with this. Just one question.
And Ross, if you've got questions when I'm on the loop, you just
I'm
come
going to put
in.
some on notice
It's
for
all right.
other ones. But
I've already
just,
got one done.
earlier you mentioned when we were talking about numbers, previous budget that you identified up to, was it 400 million in savings in October that were never activated? Was that right? Did I hear you say there was potential savings identified but never activated?
We didn't. We weren't required to.
You weren't required to do it?
Yeah.
So they never... Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, on that note, we get to finish just before 11 o'clock, which is nice. And that concludes today's proceedings. The committee is due to recommence its examination of the budget estimates tomorrow, Thursday the 10th of November 2022. The committee has set the 18th of November of this year as the date by which senators are to submit written questions on notice, and the 16th of December of this year as the date for the return of answers to questions that were taken on notice. I thank Ministers Wong and McAllister and the officers of the Department of Defence and the Department of Veterans Affairs and all witnesses who have given evidence to the committee today. Thank you also to Hansard, Broadcasting and the Secretariat. I declare the hearing adjourned.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much.
See you then.